I crossed over to the world of battle through the heavens, unexpectedly bounding a guardian queen system and become Medusa's guardian spirit. Chapter 51 Farewell and Separation. Wu Tian looked at Xiao Yixian and said seriously, "You look so weak on the outside. When you fight, the enemy will definitely underestimate you. If you fight with others, suddenly roar like a lion, the enemy will be scared by you. The effect is naturally unexpectedly good." Wu Tian's words made Xiao Yixian speechless. Although Wu Tian's words were reasonable and correct, is it really good for a girl like her to practice this sonic fighting skill? Regardless of whether it is good or not, Wu Tian still stuffed this fighting skill into her hands. It is her business whether to practice it or not. This sonic fighting skill is useless to him and is too low level. After the 3 chapter scrolls were distributed, Wu Tian and Xiao Yixian walked out of the cave directly. It was still dark outside the cave, and it looked like it was not yet dawn. "Call your Shaolin." Wu Tian looked at Xiao Yixian and said. Xiao Yixian frowned and said speechlessly, "Can't you fly yourself? Why do you want to ride my Shaolin?" "Well, this is your own request." Wu Tian spread his hands and smiled. Before Xiao Yixian could react, Wu Tian stretched out his right arm and took Xiao Yixian's delicate body into his arms. This familiar feeling was really fascinating. Wu Tian hugged Xiao Yixian tightly and the cyan wings behind him appeared directly. In an instant, the two rushed into the sky. Xiao Yixian was really scared by Wu Tian's sudden action. This sudden action made her feel extremely insecure. Her jade arms suddenly hugged Wu Tian's waist. She felt the warmth of Wu Tian's body, and an extremely comfortable sense of security came from her heart. This feeling made her feel very fulfilled and protected. Xiao Yixian looked at this domineering man with a blushing face, biting her lips and complaining, "Huh, why are you like this again? You are so domineering every time. This feeling is very uncomfortable." Wu Tian said, "I really just hold her and fly." He did not do anything unspeakable to her. Xiao Yixian was very reluctant to see Wu Tian ignore him, but she did not want to break free, one because Wu Tian was flying very high now, and the other because she was reluctant to break free. "Xiao Yixian, are you going back to Qingshan town?" Wu Tian asked calmly, looking ahead. Xiao Yixian nodded and smiled. "Of course, after all, the people in Qingshan town are very nice to me, and now because of your appearance, they dare not provoke me even more." Wu Tian nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you back." "What about you?" Xiao Yixian looked at Wu Tian with a little expectation in her eyes. "Me, after sending you back to Qingshan town, I will go to the interior of the monster mountain range." Wu Tian said calmly. Inside, Xiao Yixian murmured softly with a little distraction in her beautiful eyes. She knew that the monsters in the monster mountain range were very powerful. It was too far away for her now. To be more precise, Wu Tian was too far away for her. The gap between the two was too big. Perhaps only by practicing the Poison Sutra could she get closer to him. Wu Tian's speed was much faster than Xiaolan's. The speed of the peak Duhuang was not just talk. When the two appeared in Qingshan town, all the people in Qingshan town appeared on the street, and they were all thrown to the ground in panic. This was not because of anything else, but because Wu Tian had released his Duhuang peak Duki. This terrifying Duki directly made the people in Qingshan town riot. When they saw Wu Tian flying back in the sky with Xiao Yixian in his arms, they were immediately scared out of their wits. This person's previous means were powerful enough, and now he can fly. How can he be so powerful? When Mu Shi saw the wings behind Wu Tian, he was scared to the ground. With wings behind him, what kind of strength can achieve this? Even the Doling masters he knew couldn't do this. Could he be a terrifying master who was stronger than Doling? It was impossible for such a powerful master to come to their small Qingshan town, but the fact was that he took Xiao Yixian away and then came back with her in his arms. What was going on? There was only one reason to explain this situation, that is, the goddess Xiao Yixian, whom he had always admired, was the girl of this terrifying master, Ba, his woman. When Mu Shi thought of this, his old face was so sad that he wanted to cry. His son deserved to die. Damn, I actually had feelings for Xiao Yixian, I deserved to die too. However, the next moment, he found 2 pairs of feet in his sight while lying on the ground. When he was about to look up, a foot stepped directly on his head, causing Mu Shi's head to sink into the mud. He said lightly, "Did I ask you to get up?" The light words came into his ears. The voice was naturally said by Wu Tian. The reason why he stepped on Mu Shi's head was not because he wanted to kill him, but because if Mu Shi looked up, he would see the place he had seen and touched. He would never let this happen. Wu Tian did not look at the group of ants around him, but slowly let go of the arm that was hugging Xiao Yixian's waist and smiled, I'm leaving. Xiao Yixian hopes that when we meet again next time, you will still be such a lovely little girl. Domineering man, I will. Xiao Yixian said with a smile. Wu Tian spread his wings and soared into the sky, but this time he did not fly away directly, but looked back at Xiao Yixian before disappearing into the vast night sky. Xiao Yixian looked at Wu Tian's disappearing back, and a little nostalgia appeared in her beautiful eyes. She knew that she couldn't keep him now, but as long as she worked harder in the future, her physique would definitely improve to a terrifying strength in a short time. By then, she would be closer to this domineering man. Hey, Xiao Yixian, my name is not domineering man, my name is Wu Tian. These familiar words suddenly rang in Xiao Yixian's ears, which made her look up in the sky, but where was Wu Tian in the sky? Xiao Yixian looked at the people around her and found that they were looking at her with awe. She immediately knew that only she could hear the voice. She looked at the night sky, pouted her lips and complained, stinky domineering man, damn domineering man, why didn't you leave cleanly before leaving, and even said your name is Wu Tian, how can this name be as good as domineering man? It makes my mind full of this stinky name Wu Tian, I hate it so much. Chapter 52. Purple cloud wings were broken, entering the Warcraft mountain range. The silent night slowly faded away. A ray of sunlight in the morning fell from the sky into the Warcraft mountain range. At this time, in that familiar cave, some very troublesome things were being done. For example, the first thing was to take out the scroll in the dry bone. After checking it, the scroll was made of the same material as Hai Bodong's. They were both yellowed parchment paper with some lines that seemed to have no rules at all. Wu Tian took out the drawing he got from Hai Bodong and pieced it together. Good guy, still couldn't see anything. The incomplete map is the incomplete map. As long as you don't get all the incomplete maps, it is impossible to find the final treasure. However, in a corner of this newly obtained incomplete map, there is a vague thing similar to a lotus. The color of the lotus is black, and there is a thin layer of black flames on the surface of the lotus. Looking carefully, it actually gives people a weird feeling. Compared with the shape of the azure lotus earth core fire, it is not much different, but the level is far different, because the lotus drawn on this map is the third-ranked pure lotus demon fire on the list of strange fires. The pure lotus demon fire has the special effect of purifying everything. Anything that is stained with a little bit will be purified into nothingness. Compared with the azure lotus earth core fire, its power is much more terrifying. However, without a complete map, it is still impossible to find the final location, which is not a matter of urgency. Because compared with the pure lotus demon fire, Wu Tian is still more interested in the purple spirit crystal inside the Warcraft mountain range. Medusa can only recover faster by absorbing the purple spirit crystal now. Let Medusa quickly recover her strength is the most important thing. Wu Tian put away the incomplete map and took out the so-called flying fighting skill. This fighting skill is called Purple Cloud Wings. The wings are as ugly as they can be, and they are the wings of a weak 5th level Warcraft Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle. The moment Wu Tian saw it, he said that these wings did not match his temperament at all. However, in order to discuss Xiao Yanzi in Wudin City in the future, Wu Tian still chose to practice this flying fighting skill. At the moment when Wu Tian practiced, the soul that was very violent to others and very weak to Wu Tian came out to show off. For this existence that was much weaker than Wu Tian's soul, Wu Tian subconsciously killed it in seconds. The scroll said that if you can resist the attack of this weak chicken, you can continue to practice, and if you can't resist it, you can give up on your own. Wu Tian was inadvertently killed by this guy's soul, so this so-called purple cloud wing flying fighting skill was directly ruined by him. Fortunately, the big boss who created this flying fighting skill is dead, otherwise he would definitely be angry to death after knowing this. He cried and begged a few friends to capture a 5th level magic beast together to make this flying fighting skill, but it was destroyed by a big boss who was more powerful than him. This fighting skill was drawn by him with fighting spirit before he died, and it can only be practiced by one person. For this reason, he specifically instructed that if you can practice, practice, and if you can't practice, don't be obsessed. However, he never expected that his life's work would be destroyed by Wu Tian so casually. It was a rare and terrifying fighting skill, but it became a broken fighting skill in the blink of an eye. Wu Tian blinked at the scroll. He knew that he seemed to have accidentally destroyed something. He touched the black eagle wings on the scroll and felt very real, but the soul inside disappeared without a trace. It's really not my fault. Wu Tian rolled up the scroll calmly, then threw it back into the original stone box and locked it up. Of course, this was to keep it for Xiao Yanzi. Think about how happy he would be if he came here to see this flying fighting skill in the future. He practiced it, it can't be used. Wu Tian put 2 more treasures in the other 2 stone boxes. One was the Guardian Spirit brand smelly socks, and the other was a bottle of Guardian Spirit brand essence. This essence is not the ultimate purification, but the color of black tea. After putting the things in, Wu Tian locked all the padlocks and hung the key on one of the skeleton's fingers. It was perfect. Wu Tian was not stingy at all. He placed more than a dozen gold coins in the corner where the gold coins were originally placed, and placed them upright to form a magical 2-character pattern. After closing the door, Wu Tian carved a lot of words along this gloomy path. These words were exactly what Xiao Yan could recognize. It was written in the pinyin of Abozda, Yuan Orlata Quanuaj, Tuahungweishi, Dunrukongman, Kehuahiazanan, a traverser from afar, starting with breaking off the engagement, entering the monastery, can resolve the disaster. This magical pinyin is impossible to exist on the Duki continent. Only Xiao Yanzi, a traverser who didn't want to be exposed, could understand it. Wu Tian actually wanted to see how Xiao Yan felt after seeing this line of pinyin. In order to make these words more ancient, Wu Tian deliberately carved them in the most ancient places and used a layer of dust to make them look old. I believe that when Xiao Yanzi comes, he will be surprised. After doing all this, Wu Tian left the cave. He originally wanted to put some small obstacles outside the passage, but he thought it was better to forget it. It would be no fun if Xiao Yanzi was killed. It is better to do the business first. Wu Tian spread his wings and flew to the interior of the Warcraft mountain range at full speed. When he arrived at the interior of the Warcraft mountain range, the sky had completely turned bright. Wu Tian tossed with Xiao Yixian for more than half a night at night. After sending Xiao Yixian back, he fiddled with it for a while. At this time when he should have breakfast in the morning, he had only been a talent for a few days, so he naturally couldn't help but stop to replenish his physical strength. After all, it would be a waste of physical strength to go to the purple crystal winged lion king to play with it and ask for purple spirit crystals. He took out the food that he had prepared long ago from his storage ring and began to eat it. He looked at the clear water in the kettle and took a sip. The water was clear, pure, and a little sweet. It was much better than the water in his previous life. Roar! This sudden and violent roar interrupted Wu Tian's delicious meal. Wu Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. The one who had this roar inside the Magic Beast mountain range was naturally the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. And the Amethyst-Winged Lion King roared so violently because someone provoked him. Before Wu Tian could go out to observe, a violent energy wave mixed with a lion's roar exploded in the air outside the cave with a sound like muffled thunder. Boom! Shit! It can't be such a coincidence. Wu Tian patted his head and said helplessly. Chapter 53, Amethyst-Winged Lion King and Yun Yun. In the magical beast mountain range of the Jia-Ma Empire, there are only a few people who have the strength to fight the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Yunshan is in seclusion. Jia Xingtian has just been naked for a few days and will never come here. The old man Fama is refining medicine, so the person who appears here now must be her. Wu Tian walked out of the cave, staring at the sky in the distance, where the violent energy was transmitted. With the help of sharp eyes, he saw a graceful female figure. There is no need to think about it. This must be Yun Yun, the current leader of the Yunlan sect. She must come here because of the purple spirit crystal. Alas, it seems that because of my existence, she is more anxious to improve her strength. In the blue sky, violent energy waves constantly create sounds like muffled thunder. Even though Wu Tian is now far away from the center of the battle, he can still feel a little vibration. The battle of Duhuang Strongman is so terrifying. When I was fighting with others, I didn't realize it would be so terrifying. Now I experience this extreme horror when watching others fight. Wu Tian stared at the distant sky, where the blue and purple colors almost filled half of the sky, and even the lazy white clouds glowed with 2 colors with the manic energy. Looking at the blue light, Wu Tian thought indifferently that the color of Yun Yun's fighting spirit was exactly the same as his current fire fighting spirit. When he saw the blue wings behind Yun Yun, they were like a pair with his wings, making outsiders look like a couple. Looking at the increasingly fierce collision, a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since they are fighting, I will go and pick up a leak. Alas, who made me meet you? Of course, Wu Tian would not fly directly in the air, but walk to the lower road. Looking at the trees behind him that kept turning into afterimages, his mood became more and more excited. He didn't expect that one day he, the guardian spirit, would do such a stealing thing. In just a few minutes, Wu Tian had already approached the place where the battle was. The violent energy fluctuations in the sky made the ground tremble, so terrifying. Wu Tian stopped behind a big tree, hiding his breath and looking up at the sky. Watching closely, the sky seemed to be split in half by a knife, turning into two green and red spaces, which looked extremely spectacular. His eyes first fixed on Yun Yun. There was no way. It was difficult for him to ignore the beauty. Yun Yun was wearing a plain skirt this time. The plain green skirt wrapped her plump body, revealing an attractive snow-white color on her chest. She held a strange-looking long sword emitting green light, and her green hair was tied into a noble phoenix hair ornament. Her beautiful face was calm and peaceful, and there was a hint of different softness between the elegance and luxury. This scene was magnificent. Behind her were wings that were not much different from Wu Tian's. The wings were slightly illusory, green and elf-like, and the shape was like a butterfly, which added a mysterious color to the already beautiful Yun Yun. On the opposite side of Yun Yun, there was a huge monster. This was a strong impact, which fully interpreted the beauty and the beast. The body of the purple crystal-winged Lion King was extremely large, about 7 or 8 meters long. It was covered with a layer of purple crystals. Under the shining sunlight, it was radiant and quite dazzling. Its head was a ferocious lion head with long and fluffy purple mane that highlighted its domineering appearance, blood-red beast eyes with strange purple light, a huge mouth full of fangs, and a fiery red spiral horn on the lion head. Wisps of purple flames swirled on the tip of the horn. There was a pair of purple wings on the side of the huge lion's body. In the purple-winged cave, streams of lavender flames were like flamethrowers, sweeping out all over the sky. The thick claws of the limbs were also wrapped in a layer of purple crystals. Every time it stepped down, it would make the void tremble. It was hard to imagine how powerful it was. There were also purple flames lingering under its feet and on its tail. The purple flames made the amethyst-winged Lion King more domineering, and the aloof temperament of the king of the magic forest was directly revealed. The domineering and majestic amethyst-winged Lion King made Wu Tian's eyes light up. He suddenly had a particularly manic idea in his mind, that is, riding on its back, what a comfortable feeling it would be. Fortunately, the amethyst-winged Lion King didn't know Wu Tian's thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely shout in surprise, "Fuck, a human wants to get on me." The amethyst-winged Lion King stared at Yun Yun in front of him with hostility in his eyes. He shouted, "Human woman, why are you disturbing my rest?" The 6th level magic beast can of course speak human language, just like the 6th level two-headed snake in the Tager Desert. At that time, it just didn't want to talk nonsense with Medusa. Didn't you see that he had a few words with his own little fellow later? "I want to borrow the Lion King's purple spirit crystal." Yun Yun stared at the purple crystal-winged Lion King with her beautiful eyes, and said with her red lips moving slightly. The crisp and beautiful sound like pearls falling on a jade plate surrounded the entire space. Even though it was not the first time Wu Tian heard this sound, he was still intoxicated by it and amazed by Yun Yun. "Woman, you want purple spirit crystal. Do you know that my purple crystal-winged lion clan only sheds a small piece every 20 years? How can you just ask for it?" The purple crystal-winged Lion King mocked. "I can exchange it with you for what you need," Yun Yun said lightly. "Exchange? Hee. Okay, it happens that I am in the transformation stage recently. As long as you get me a transformation pill, I will give you purple spirit crystal. How about it?" The purple crystal-winged Lion King laughed loudly from his huge mouth. After hearing this, Yun Yun frowned and said, "Lion King, you are really asking for too much. The transformation pill is a 7th grade elixir, which can be said to be the top-level elixir in the Jia Empire. Even I can't produce such a thing. But if you are willing, I am willing to use it." "Enough. Since you don't have the transformation pill, I am not interested at all. Please leave the Magic Beast Mountain range." The purple crystal-winged Lion King opened his huge mouth and refused. For the purple crystal-winged Lion King, everything except the transformation pill is useless to him. As he said, he is about to transform now. If he has the transformation pill, it will save a lot of time. If he doesn't have anything else, it will be useless. Yun raised the long sword in her hand and pointed it at the purple crystal-winged Lion King opposite her and said helplessly, "In that case, I will have no choice but to take it by force." Chapter 54. Stealing the purple crystal source in a small western paper. Ha ha ha, humans are always like this. The purple crystal-winged Lion King let out a laugh that shook the world. After a while, the laughter eased and restrained, and the voice was cold. "Woman, I know you are also a Duhuang, but your strength is still a little weak. It's a question whether you can walk out of the Warcraft mountain range alive. There is no need for the Lion King to worry about this. I am determined to get the purple spirit crystal." Yun responded lightly. Then, she suddenly raised her palm, and a small green tornado appeared in the sky. The tornado was only 2 meters in size at first, but after a moment, the tornado swelled up against the wind, and in the blink of an eye it became a giant tornado of more than 10 feet. The energy between heaven and earth was whistled by this huge green tornado, and the dense layer of giant trees on the ground was constantly pulled out by force, and then twisted into sawdust by the violent whirlwind. This terrifying tornado of wind attributed Do Chi made the entire Warcraft mountain range tremble, but the purple crystal-winged Lion King on the opposite side remained unmoved. "Humph, Warcraft mountain range is not your human territory, it's not your turn to run wild here." Looking at the huge tornado storm, the purple crystal-winged Lion King opened his huge mouth and roared, resounding throughout the entire mountain range. With the lion's roar, the purple crystal light on its body became stronger, and in the blink of an eye, purple flames suddenly burst out of its body. The purple flames gradually rose suddenly, and finally gathered into a huge purple column of fire, rushing straight into the sky. The scorching heat made the surrounding space become illusory. The terrifying formation of the two people made Wu Tian, who was not far away, admire it. Is this the terrifying momentum of the Duhuang strongman? Speaking of which, is the temperament I created in the Tager Desert before even more awesome than theirs? Above the sky, the huge blue storm, with the violent sound of wind whistling, swept towards the purple crystal-winged Lion King madly as Yun waved her hand. Wherever the storm passed, the forest below was torn into a yellow earth. Wu Tian couldn't help but feel lucky that he had chosen a good place. His position was just not caught by the tornado. But other places were miserable. The huge tornado caused many monsters in the forest to flee from it one after another, and the place where they fled was just Wu Tian's place. After all, only the forest here had not been destroyed. Wu Tian stood on the treetop and ignored the monsters below him, but continued to watch the battle between Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King. The huge tornado storm was very disdainful in the eyes of the amethyst-winged Lion King. It roared in its huge mouth, and the wings on both sides of its back shook. The huge pillar of fire on its body also left its body and then collided with the violent storm. Wu Tian looked at these two huge attacks and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Good guy, one fire and one wind, they are going to have a fire tornado. You guys play first, while it will be a mess in a while, I still have to do the business first. Two huge monsters collided in the air like lightning. At the moment of collision, the space was almost silent. Boom, a thunder exploded in the clear sky. The collision between the storm and the fire pillar released energy crazily. When the fire and wind collided violently, the space was rippled at the intersection of the two collisions. Bang! After a few minutes of stalemate, the storm and the fire pillar finally ran out of energy and disappeared in a muffled sound that resounded through the mountains. And this battle has just begun. The wings of the two flapped at the same time, and their bodies collided violently like two lightning bolts. Every collision would generate huge fluctuations in fighting spirit, which scared the monsters below and made them run away. However, Wu Tian was the opposite. When the two fought, he quietly touched over. Two rays of light, one blue and one purple, rushed straight into the sky. After a glance, Wu Tian's eyes rushed directly to the hidden mountain top. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the amethyst-winged Lion King's cave. There were several magic beasts guarding the entrance. They were all third-level magic beasts. Their strength was naturally good, but it was absolutely impossible for them to discover Wu Tian's existence. After Wu Tian entered the cave quietly, he looked inside. There was nothing like the moonstone in the passage of the cave, but there were occasionally some purple crystals inlaid on the walls of the passage. These crystals emitted a faint purple light, which revealed a mysterious color in the passage. This faint purple light reminded Wu Tian of the feeling of going to KTV in his previous life. This was ignorant, and it would be more appropriate if there was a little fragrance. These crystals looked like precious things, and they were definitely worth a lot of money. But Wu Tian would not make a move because of this thing. Since he came here to take something, he had to take something precious. He couldn't take away other people's lights first. How unprofessional. Coming to the deep and spacious cave, it was decorated with these crystal blocks, which was extremely beautiful. There were no other monsters in the cave. After all, this was the home of the king, and no one dared to enter and exit at will. Passing through the long passage, Wu Tian began to run around inside. Because of his fast speed, he quickly came to the inside of the cave. In the center of the cave, there was a purple crystal stone that was more than 1 meter high and accumulated to the shape of a square platform. On this stone platform, a thing as big as a basketball was placed on it. This purple ball generated a very hot heat. Wu Tian smiled happily. Isn't this the so-called companion purple crystal source? This is the good thing he came here to find. This thing contains pure fire attribute energy, which has a powerful advanced effect on the purple crystal winged lion, and it will also make the purple fire in their bodies more violent. Wu Tian naturally knew how to operate it. There were many purple spirit crystals in this cave. He took a piece of purple spirit crystal and smashed the ball open. He quickly collected these purple sources with a jade bottle. Because he had prepared it long ago, there was really no waste at all. There was no spillage on the stage. Wu Tian was full of 7 small jade bottles, which made Wu Tian very satisfied. With these purple crystal sources, Medusa could absorb them, but this was not the time to absorb them. Hello, Xiao Shiji. Wu Tian looked at the little lion that was awakened not far away, waved and smiled. This little lion was naturally the little purple crystal winged lion king. Its strength was just the 3rd level, so it was naturally not Wu Tian's opponent. Of course, Wu Tian would not let it become his opponent. When Wu Tian saw the little lion opening its mouth to roar, he quickly came to the little lion's side, reached out and touched it, and directly put it into his super god level ring, the Shabao. Finished. Chapter 55. Watching the fight between Beauty and the Beast. Wu Tian's operation was smooth and there was no chance for the little purple crystal winged lion king to react. Before it could react, it was already received by Wu Tian in the space of Hu Shabao. The space in Hu Shabao's storage ring was very large, but now only a small courtyard was open, but this small courtyard was enough for the little purple crystal winged lion king to move around, and the place where it just entered was still a big pit. Okay. This big pit was the small pool where the ice spirit cold spring was stored in the past. Even though the ice spirit cold spring no longer exists, it is still like a refrigerator here, releasing a cold breath around. Fortunately, the purple crystal winged lion clan belongs to the fire attribute of the magic beast, otherwise it would definitely be frozen by the cold breath. The little purple crystal winged lion king suddenly came to this strange space and was confused. The ferocious lion head has now completely turned into a little cutie. It can't figure out how it came here when it was clearly in its own home just now. Wu Tian felt the little purple crystal winged lion king in the ring and smiled. The Hushabao ring was indeed super god level. It could collect monsters, but not humans. This was something Wu Tian had experimented with before. As for who he experimented with, of course, it was Yu Meier and Hua Shie. Of course, Wu Tian had also experimented with Xiao Yixian. He just wanted to try whether he could collect them, not really wanting to collect them for his own use. After Wu Tian put the little purple crystal winged lion king into the Hushabao ring, he hurried out of the cave. He couldn't not run. Who knew when Yun Yun and the purple crystal winged lion king would fight? Before he even got out of the cave, the purple crystal winged lion king came back. There would definitely be a big fight. It was better not to fight if he could. The white light at the entrance of the cave became brighter and brighter. Wu Tian flashed and rushed out of the cave quickly. The strong sunlight outside made Wu Tian's eyes a little uncomfortable for a moment, but fortunately his movements were fast enough so that the guards at the door didn't notice him at all. As he rushed down the mountain quickly into the forest, he was also observing the battle between Yun Yun and the purple crystal winged lion king. The battle was now more intense and heated, and both of them looked a little embarrassed. When Wu Tian saw the image of the purple crystal winged lion king, he almost couldn't help laughing. At this time, the purple crystal-winged Lion King's beautiful mane that fluttered in the wind was not as domineering as before. It looked like it had been permed, with curls, and it looked like it was wearing a purple ion permed wig, which looked funny and a little ridiculous. Wu Tian could completely guess the reason for its appearance, that is, it had purple fire on its body, and with Yun Yun's wind, it completely became hot wind, and it was directly ion permed. Yun Yun's image was not much better, but fortunately her hair did not become ion permed, but her light green long skirt was now a little tattered, and every broken position revealed her white jade skin, and even some positions revealed the pieces of gauze inside. Needless to say, what this color is, Wu Tian shook his head helplessly when he saw this scene. Why do you have to fight so erotically? I saw it. Don't look at it when it's indecent. Don't look at it when it's indecent. Just do it. At this time, the sharp horns of the purple crystal-winged Lion King shot out a half-meter thick purple flame. This blazing flame made Yun Yun frown slightly. She hurriedly stretched out her hand to form a strange handprint in front of her chest, and said lightly, "Wind push." Sure enough, women first protect their most proud position. As the crisp sound fell, a violent tornado appeared beside her, completely blocking the huge purple flame. Seeing that the attack of the purple crystal-winged Lion King was ineffective, the huge claws suddenly shone brightly, and quickly raised and smashed. Wherever the palms and claws passed, they actually tore through the air. A sharp sound screamed in the air. Looking at the melee attack of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Yun Yun did not dare to be careless. Her delicate face showed a solemn expression. The green wings behind her shook slightly, and a huge green wind shield of 2 or 3 meters suddenly appeared in front of her. Ka! The giant palm of the amethyst-winged Lion King slammed on the wind shield, making a cracking sound. Suddenly, the wind shield was broken into pieces all over the sky and dissipated directly with the wind. The terrifying physical attack of the amethyst-winged Lion King was so powerful that his strength was enough to crush everything. If Yun Yun continued to fight with it in close combat, she would suffer a great loss. Her body quickly retreated backwards. She had to choose to dodge the attack of the amethyst-winged Lion King, but the speed of the amethyst-winged Lion King was completely inconsistent with its huge body. If Yun Yun was not a wind attribute fighting spirit, she would be caught up by the amethyst-winged Lion King. The amethyst-winged Lion King chased after her and kept dodging, while Yun Yun kept retreating. Although she seemed to be slightly at a disadvantage, she did not receive any substantial damage. Except for their somewhat embarrassed appearance, they did not receive any injuries. This battle was like a joke, which made Wu Tian speechless. I have come out of the hole, but you haven't used all your strength yet. Are you still playing? You guys take your time. I'm leaving to feed my wife. However, the words in his heart were like a hymn announcing the real start of this battle. Just as he left quietly, the strong purple light on the amethyst-winged Lion King suddenly flashed, and the energy between the heaven and earth around it began to surge strangely. This made Yun Yun's cheeks gradually solemn, and the strong wind around her also became howling. This sudden violent energy made Wu Tian, who was about to leave, frown a little. He knew that they were going to play for real, especially the condensed attack method of the amethyst-winged Lion King. He had seen it before, because his wife Medusa also had similar skills. This skill is very evil, that is the sealing skill, which is a sealing skill that only high-level magical beasts know. Medusa once used the sealing skill to seal Hai Bodong's Do Huang's strength into a small Do Ling. Needless to say, how terrifying this skill is. And now the purple crystal-winged Lion King has also used this skill. It can be imagined that it is not an easy thing for Yun Yun to take it over. Fortunately, the difference in strength between the two is not that big. If the difference is too big, Yun Yun will definitely follow Hai Bodong's path. When Wu Tian saw that the two were serious, he did not leave in a hurry, because he wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the beauty and the beast fight, and the fisherman would benefit from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. If possible, he could have the fish and the bear's paw. Isn't this wonderful? Hee hee hee. Chapter 56. A cloud sister falls from the sky. The deep purple light column in the sky flashed out like lightning. The speed of the light column was extremely terrifying, almost like a flash. After only 2 jumps, it appeared not far in front of Yun Yun. Amethyst seal. As the purple light flashed, the low roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King continued to echo in the mountains. At the moment when the purple light column appeared, Yun Yun's cheeks changed completely, and the powerful fighting skills brewing in her hands were also displayed in an instant as the fighting spirit circulated. Splitting wind dance. As Yun Yun's crisp voice fell, the space in front of her body fluctuated slightly, and countless huge deep green wind blades of more than 10 feet flashed out of thin air, and then began to entangle with each other, like a column covered with blades, spiraling and rushing out at high speed. Boom! Wherever the purple light column and the wind-rolling blade passed, the space was distorted. In an instant, with a terrifying momentum like a meteorite collision, they collided heavily. There was no friction, because as soon as the purple light column clashed with the wind-roll blade, the wind-roll began to lose the upper hand. In just a moment, the wind blade and the wind-roll began to break, and the wind-roll also exploded. The purple light column also became slightly dim, but its trend did not weaken at all. After destroying the wind blade, the purple light column, with a crushing attitude, pierced through the dozens of layers of defensive wind shields that Yun Yun had not arranged, and finally shot into her body. As soon as the purple light column succeeded, the body of the purple crystal winged Lion King appeared in front of Yun Yun, and the huge claws slashed towards Yun Yun's chest. If it succeeded, it would completely destroy the perfect thing that men yearn for, food, but Yun Yun's reaction was also very fast. Just when the giant claws were about to tear Yun Yun's body, the strange long sword in Yun Yun's hand trembled suddenly, and a deep light that was so small that it was almost the size of a thumb shot out instantly. The extreme of wind, meteorite killing. As soon as the light appeared, the space actually trembled a few times. The terrifying light shot towards the huge head of the amethyst-winged Lion King, but it was sensitive enough to slightly lower its head. So the light happened to hit its red sharp horns, and suddenly, the hardest part of the amethyst-winged Lion King was cut in half. The broken horns caused the amethyst-winged Lion King to feel severe pain. A violent lion roar resounded in the mountains. The huge paws, mixed with fierce and unparalleled energy, heavily scratched Yun Yun's chest, which was unable to dodge. With a sharp sound of metal friction, Yun Yun, who was hit hard, spit out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate cheeks were a little pale. Her body suddenly turned back, and her cyan wings fluttered. Her body directly passed through the air and disappeared at the edge of the sky. The purple crystal-winged Lion King, whose horn was cut off, also became much weaker. It raised its head and roared with murderous intent, "Search, you must find that human woman for me." Its huge head looked down at the mountain range below, and its blood-red eyes contained a murderous roar, which made all the monsters in the mountain, no, the monsters in the entire Monster Mountain range, rush to move. Under the violent roar of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, the ground below was constantly shaking like an earthquake, and some towering peaks were broken by the roar. This was truly a true lion roaring skill, and it was completely incomparable to the so-called lion roaring skill. This powerful roar was so terrifying, but after just a short moment, a huge roar came out again. "What a cunning human, you actually have an accomplice. Give me back my purple crystal source, give me back my purple spirit crystal, give me back my son." This roar made the whole mountain tremble. Its huge body rushed directly into the air, completely ignoring its injuries, and began to search the entire Magic Beast Mountain range. The huge black shadow began to search the Magic Beast Mountain range. When the other magic beasts heard that the king's son was lost, they were even more anxious than its mother. This is another king of the Magic Beast Mountain range. The growth rate will definitely be very fast. When there are two Duhuangs in the Magic Beast Mountain range, they will no longer be afraid of humans. But now another new king who is rising has been stolen, and it was stolen quietly. If you say that this has nothing to do with that human woman, who can believe it? The purple crystal-winged Lion King and a group of magic beasts began to search frantically in the Magic Beast Mountain range, and the purple crystal-winged Lion King sensed Yun Yun's breath and began to chase and search. He followed the breath to a river, and Yun Yun's breath disappeared. It was obvious that she had slipped away with the water flow. Search along the river. She was seriously injured and sealed by me. She must not be able to run far. Search everywhere and don't miss any corner. If you find any human, no matter how strong they are, kill them all without mercy. The purple crystal-winged Lion King roared to the sky and issued an order to start searching along the river. This order caused a commotion in the entire Magic Beast Mountain range. The magic beasts in the sky were like satellites, sweeping across the huge Magic Beast Mountain range and attacking as soon as they saw humans. After the mercenaries in the Warcraft Mountains discovered this situation, they were so scared that they hurriedly fled outside. The abnormality of the Warcraft Mountains made the towns around the Warcraft Mountains panic. They were afraid that these monsters would suddenly jump out and attack them. In that case, they would not be able to survive. After hearing this news, the little Dr. Fairy in Qingshan town smiled on her delicate and slightly red face. She knew that the reason for this must be because of the domineering man, because he was so domineering no matter what he did. At this time, Wu Tian was very happy. Although he did not get the fish and the bear's paw, he was able to get the purple crystal source and the purple spirit crystal, including a little lion pet, so this trip was not in vain. He came to a mountain stream in the Warcraft Mountains. There was a small lake at the bottom of the mountain stream, with small waterfalls on it. These waterfalls flowed down and finally gathered into such a small lake. The small lake was like a filter, and then gathered into a very wide river flowing downstream. Wu Tian came to this small lake and jumped in excitedly. He hadn't taken a bath for several days. This place was simply a natural bathhouse. He had planned to wash here first, and then go to a small cave behind the waterfall to feed Kai Lin and let her absorb the purple crystal source. What if my wife Medusa temporarily recovered her human form, and I also washed in vain, and then the two of them? Wouldn't it be wonderful? Wu Tian thought so and did so. After taking off all his clothes, before he started to wash, he felt something attacking him from above. He suddenly raised his head, and immediately a bitter expression appeared on his face, and he sang in his heart, "A sister Yun fell from the sky." Chapter 57 Control, Can You Control It? When Wu Tian looked up, a beautiful woman in plain clothes was falling towards him. The woman was already soaked. Because she was wearing a green dress and her clothes were a little tattered, her perfect figure was directly revealed in Wu Tian's eyes. Her eyes were closed at this time, and her face was extremely pale. It was obvious that she was unconscious and fell directly along the river above. Wu Tian said that he knew this woman. This woman was none other than Yun Yun, who had escaped before. Wu Tian saw Yun Yun falling directly towards him, and his mouth twitched. Is there such a coincidence in the world? I have run to the outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains, and you can still float over my head. Do you think this is a coincidence? Of course, none of this is important. The important thing is whether to accept it now, or not. If she doesn't accept it, she will fall into this lake with this falling trend, and she will inevitably hit the bottom of the lake. There is a high probability that she will die directly. A Duhuang beauty strongman fell into the lake and died. How aggrieved. Wu Tian said that he couldn't let this aggrieved tragedy happen. Since he had encountered it, it meant that Yun Yun was destined to die. Alas, she was lucky to meet me. But if I were to catch her, how would I catch her? In what posture should I catch her? Like this, like that, or change it? Just when Wu Tian hesitated, Yun Yun's graceful body had appeared in front of him. There was no point in hesitating. He stepped on the lake and reached out to catch her. Oh my, so soft, so soft. The two of them were really in close contact now. Because Wu Tian was taking a shower, they were really honest with each other. Yun Yun's skirt was torn and fell upside down. It was better to say that the skirt was hanging on her body than to say that she was wearing it. The beauty inside was directly exposed to Wu Tian's eyes. Wu Tian's palm caught Yun Yun, of course, without any effort. His palm felt soft when he caught her reflexively at the beginning, and then changed to dragging her calf and neck. Feeling the tender and smooth jade in his hand, the touch was extremely wonderful. He lowered his head slightly to look at Yun Yun's delicate body that had been wetted by water stains. The secret that should not be revealed became the criminal motive that aroused Wu Tian's evil fire. He controlled, and controlled again, but in the end he really couldn't control it. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He looked at Yun Yun at this time. She didn't look like the strong man in the battle just now. She was completely a weak little woman. A woman took a woolen bath in her arms. I don't know where the clothes have floated to. Let's take her into the cave to play first. Let's take her into the cave to recuperate first. Wu Tian stepped on the lake and rushed directly to the small cave behind the waterfall. This small cave was very small, and the entrance was less than 1 meter in size. However, the passage of this small cave was 3 meters long, and the space inside was a different world. This less than 1 meter sized entrance made Wu Tian feel that this small entrance was really small and really deep, and it needed to be developed more. But it was not possible now. If he wanted to attack the cave, the surrounding monsters would definitely hear it, and then the purple crystal-winged Lion King and its group of minions would be attracted, and that would be the end. Although he was very strong, he was not so arrogant that he could fight against the entire monster mountain range alone. He had to be soft when he needed to be soft, but when he drilled this small cave, he was soft inversely proportional. Because he was holding Yun Yun, it would take a lot of effort to get into the cave. He couldn't just throw Yun Yun in through this small hole. That would be too unkind, but if he pulled Yun Yun in from the front, it would really be treating Yun Yun as a woman who was not a beauty, and that would only cause her to get hurt a lot. So Wu Tian didn't have to think about it at all, and he thought of a way to enter the cave intact, that is, he was at the bottom, and put Yun Yun on his body. The cave passage was 3 meters, and his height was almost 2 meters. The remaining short distance was not a rub, so he could get in, right? It is easy to imagine, but it is also easy to do it, but the process is extremely painful. This short distance made Wu Tian, a strong man, dawdle for several seconds. After entering the cave, Wu Tian hurriedly put her on the ground, then faced the wall and took a few deep breaths. Wu Tian took out a set of bedding from the storage ring and threw it on the ground, then gently put Yun Yun on it. Wu Tian sat on the ground and suddenly frowned, and hurriedly stood up. He remembered something. He quickly took out a set of clothes from the storage ring and put them on. Ahem, there is no way I can just feel the buttocks, alas, no wonder I was so irresistible when I entered the cave just now. Wu Tian put on his clothes and sat next to Yun Yun again. At this time, Wu Tian began to carefully observe the beautiful Yun Yun again. This was the first time he had seen Yun Yun so closely. The distance before was still very far, how could it be so close now? After all, the distance now is only such a short distance. After a careful inspection, Wu Tian suddenly felt astonished. It seemed not an exaggeration to describe her as picturesque and beautiful. She exuded the same grace and elegance as Medusa, but compared to Medusa, she lacked the domineering queen style. His eyes swept across the delicate face, and Wu Tian's eyes slowly moved down. His brows slightly wrinkled, perhaps it was because of the water just now, or perhaps Wu Tian's observation was not detailed enough. He actually found that there were 5 claw marks on the chest below Yun Yun's white jade neck. The claw marks were not big, but the claw marks were stained with blood around the clothes. Wu Tian frowned. He remembered the last claw attack of the purple crystal-winged Lion King just now. Yun Yun must have been injured by that claw attack. The reason why he didn't notice it just now should be because of the protection of her fighting spirit in her body, so that her wound did not bleed a lot, and now the fighting spirit has dissipated, the bleeding began to stop. Oh, Wu Tian sighed helplessly. He looked at the unconscious Yun Yun, who was in slight pain, biting her lips and teeth, and her eyebrows trembling. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable watching this. That's right, Wu Tian couldn't stand it. In the eyes of others, Yun Yun must be very charming, but in Wu Tian's eyes, it was a strong little pill that made people's blood boil. How could he not be tempted to do it when this strong pill was right in front of him? For Wu Tian, this was a test of the country of women. Moreover, Yun Yun needed emergency treatment in her current state, otherwise she would lose too much blood and die. If she wanted to be treated, she would have to take off the few remaining skirts. By then, could he really control it? Chapter 58. A gentleman should do something, but he should not do something. Wu Tian thought about it again and again, and finally thought that saving people was more important, no matter if he could control it or not. Take it one step at a time, take it one step at a time, and there must be a strategy to deal with and be dealt with at that time. Wu Tian rubbed his hands first. This was not because he was rubbing his hands with a wretched expression, but because he took out a small jade bottle from his storage ring. These small jade bottles were all prepared hemostatic drugs. As a fighting master, he naturally had to prepare them in full. So, he rubbed his hands again. He stretched out his hands and reached for Yun Yun's skirt. When he touched the latter, he was stunned. Because Yun Yun was wearing a plain skirt, and it was the kind that she wore as a set, it was very difficult for him to operate now. If he made a large movement, it would not only hurt Yun Yun, but also make Yun Yun's wound bleed more seriously. If he did this, it would not be worth the loss. But if he tore it, it would be more violent. This would not work, absolutely not. Wu Tian looked at Yun Yun, who had her eyes closed, and whispered faintly, "You said that you are a duhuang, but you have fallen into such a situation. You don't wake up, and I have to serve you. When you wake up, if you don't thank me as soon as you wake up, I will definitely let you feel how painful it is. Yun, who was lying flat on the bed, seemed to have heard Wu Tian's words. Her long eyelashes moved slightly, but she still didn't wake up. Wu Tian noticed this little detail and became even more helpless. Master Yun was really seriously injured. He rubbed his forehead helplessly, and then suddenly his eyes lit up. He thought of a good way, that is, to damage the clothes. It's not okay to use a sharp weapon, because he only has a knife now. Cutting the skirt must be very indecent, and the skirt is very tight now, and it's not good to put your hand in it. So Wu Tian directly used his simple and rough method, that is, his flame, because he himself is the Qinglian earth core fire, and controlling his flame is naturally perfect. He just needs to control the flame to burn the clothes directly. Then, a small flame appeared on his right index finger. He pointed his finger at Yun with a smile. There was no sound or movement. Everything was very quiet. Yun's eyebrows moved slightly, as if she felt something. However, her face was not red at all, so she must still be in a coma. Gudong. This was the sound of Wu Tian swallowing his saliva. He was embarrassed at this time, and his eyes were as big as a cow. This was because he used his flame to perfection, so he really took off Yun's clothes like a master. Of course, the key point was to take them all off. Since it was clothes, it turned into nothingness out of thin air. The long white legs in the lower body were completely exposed to Wu Tian's sight, but this time it was directly extended to the end. Fortunately, Wu Tian's mind was relatively firm, otherwise he would definitely be ignited by this scene. He hurriedly waved his hand and covered Yun's lower body with the quilt. As for the upper body, of course he had to keep it. After all, he had to heal his wounds, and Yun's upper body was still restrained. Yun's upper body had a soft armor, which was naturally the heart of the sea. The defense of this soft armor was extremely strong. As long as Yun's fighting spirit was enough to block the attack of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, it would naturally be possible. So why did Yun's chest still have a few small cuts? This was of course because of a very speechless reason. In Wu Tian's sight, the soft armor Yun wore was azure blue, really like the ocean, with 5 deep claw marks on it. This thing blocked the delicate whiteness. But it was precisely because it blocked the large area that the small area was injured. It was precisely because of the existence of the soft armor that Yun was not scratched by the purple crystal-winged Lion King, otherwise Yun's body would definitely be torn directly. So the reason why Yun was injured was entirely because of herself, because her breasts were too proud, so she did not block all the attacks and suffered this little injury. However, even so, Wu Tian's face was a little sad, because before, the clothing blocked and the blood soaked in, so he couldn't see the details of the injury clearly, and now he found a small wound under the soft armor. This means that if you want to apply hemostatic medicine, you need to take off the soft armor. This operation is not something a gentleman can do easily. This is not what a gentleman does. A second later, Wu Tian looked at the metal buckle that he had just unfastened, and looked at the snow-white skin and murmured, "A gentleman needs to save the dying and the wounded in an emergency." At this time, you are still fussy. Isn't this what a gentleman can do? A gentleman has something to do and something not to do. Let's do it. Wu Tian put Yun back and looked at Yun's front. Ahem, he felt his nose tip was a little hot, and his heart was like a calm ocean, without any seams, there would be no waves. He cleaned her wound with a clear look in his eyes. The delicate and fascinating wound was completely healed in almost 1 minute under the light green hemostatic medicine in Wu Tian's hand. Of course, this process made the unconscious Yun moan with pain. This process was like a year for Wu Tian. He saw too much spring scenery and touched some skin, but this was also an inevitable process because he needed to bandage the wound. After treating the wound, Wu Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, but he found that when he just helped Yun clean the wound, the bedding under her was soaked and there was still a lot of blood. It would be uncomfortable for her to lie down like this, so he wanted to change her, but there was only this set of bedding in the storage ring. This was normal. Who would store so many quilts when going out? It's not like we're going to do anything wild, ahem. So, Wu Tian had no choice but to turn Yun's delicate body over and cover her with the quilt, so that Yun's back wouldn't have to lie on all that blood. Wu Tian felt that he finally didn't have to suffer anymore. But before he could let go of the quilt, Yun's eyes suddenly opened. There was a hint of coldness and shame in her beautiful eyes, and even disbelief. She stared at Wu Tian in front of her intently. Wu Tian's eyes met Yun Yun's, and he blinked. He was really scared by Yun Yun in his heart, but he didn't show it. Sect Master Yun, are you awake? Wu Tian gently put down the quilt in his hand and smiled at him. It's you. Yun Yun blinked her eyes, revealing an incredible and frightened look. She actually found that this person was Wu Tian, the guardian elder of the snake people. Why did he appear in front of me? Have I been captured by him? He doesn't want to treat me as his private pet. No, no. Chapter 59. Yun Yun wakes up feeling inferior. When Yun Yun sees that the man in front of her is Wu Tian, she has too many questions in her mind. She thought about it and realized that she fainted and fell into the river after the battle with the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Did he save me? This is a cave. It seems that I am still in the territory of the Warcraft mountain range. She felt paralyzed all over and couldn't move. She struggled a little and looked at herself with gritted teeth. She saw that she was covered with a layer of bedding, and it was covered very tightly, without a trace of skin exposed. After seeing this, she felt relieved. It seems that this guardian elder named Wu Tian did not do anything to her. Yes, his woman is the Queen Medusa, whose name is resounding throughout the Duki continent. How could he be interested in her rouge and powder? Her beautiful eyes slowly closed, and opened again after a moment. She gritted her teeth and whispered softly, "Damn guy, he was actually sealed by it. Guardian elder of the snake people, why did you save me?" "No reason, just because I was taking a bath in this lake, and you suddenly fell from above into my arms. Since I met you, I will not let you, a Duhuang strongman, fall to death, so that you will die too aggrieved." Wu Tian spread his hands helplessly. "Take a bath. Fall into his arms." These words made Yun Yun's pretty face flushed. She knew what her clothes were like at that time, not to mention that she must have been soaked at that time, and he must have been soaked in the bath. Doesn't this mean that we have had skin-to-skin contact? When Yun Yun thought of this, her jade neck appeared a touch of pink. She looked so tempting. Of course, it was unknown whether her delicate body covered by the quilt had a pink color. Wu Tian sat aside, not looking at Yun Yun at all, but biting the food in his hand and said calmly, "I just saw that your wound was bleeding too much, and I was afraid that you would die from excessive bleeding, so I helped you deal with the wound. Your clothes have been burned by me, and your soft armor is on your right side." Yun Yun heard Wu Tian's words, and her beautiful eyes blinked provocatively. "What? The clothes are gone, the soft armor is also taken off. My body is now empty." She looked at her right side with her peripheral vision, and indeed found that her sea heart soft armor was neatly folded there. The appearance of this scene immediately made her mind sound a thunderbolt. The clothes were gone, the soft armor was taken off, and when I was cleaning and bandaging the wound, he must have seen everything. Even his hand must have touched it, and if he did anything more excessive, she would have no idea. She looked at Wu Tian with shame and anger, but when she saw Wu Tian's indifferent face, as if he had no interest in her at all, she suddenly felt that her anger disappeared a lot, and was replaced by a very inferior feeling. The shameful feeling turned into inferiority in an instant. In the Jama Empire, only she and Queen Medusa were Duhuang women. As a woman, she would unconsciously compare herself with them. She asked herself that except for the difference in strength with Queen Medusa, the rest of her looks and figures were different. If there was any difference, it was only a little difference. She knew how attractive she was. No man could not have no thoughts about her, not to mention when she was honest with him. Who could resist the temptation of such a tempting woman? However, even though she was so tempting, she was not attractive to the man in front of her. He didn't even look at her. Was he still a man? It's not right to say that he is not a man. He has a woman, and his woman is Queen Medusa, whose reputation spreads throughout the Duki continent. With this comparison, Yun Yun suddenly felt even more inferior. He looked at Wu Tian, who was eating a big cake not far in front of him. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme inferiority arose. She felt that there was no need to say that she was compared with Queen Medusa. Now she seemed to be less tempting than the big cake in his hand. Such a tempting woman is not as good as a big cake. People don't care about her, so why should she be ashamed? Suddenly, the feeling of shame and anger disappeared, replaced by gratitude and dissatisfaction. Although she didn't know why he appeared here, he should save her as he said, because he didn't want her, the Duhuang, to die in frustration. "Thank you." Lying quietly on the bedding, Yun Yun's cheeks were rosy. She suddenly smiled at Wu Tian in front of her. This smile can be said to be peerless. However, Wu Tian did not see this scene, because he was pretending to be indifferent. He could not show that he was interested in Yun Yun. He obviously did nothing. If she misunderstood him, it would be too aggrieved. If he was really misunderstood, it would be better to really do it. Wu Tian took a big sip of water, and the water filled the pot. He said lightly, "The medicine is on your left side. As long as you change the medicine on time, it will be fine, and it will not leave scars. You can unseal the amethyst-winged Lion King by yourself." "I know, thank you." Yun Yun looked at Wu Tian and nodded. Suddenly, she felt that this guardian elder was different from what she knew before. Last time, he was domineering. Although he still looked stinky this time, he revealed a little tenderness. This made her very curious about what kind of person Wu Tian was. She stared at Wu Tian with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see through him in a short time. Of course, Wu Tian felt her like this completely. He was looked at by Yun Yun, a beautiful woman with nothing inside. It was impossible for him to say that he had no reaction at all. So, he chose a good option, which was to go out and cool off for a while. If he stayed any longer, it would be too easy to accidentally fire a gun. This would not work. If Yun Yun gave birth to a baby for me before Medusa's wife recovered her human form, it would be embarrassing. When Wu Tian walked out, Yun Yun looked at Wu Tian's back with her beautiful eyes moving, and asked hurriedly, "Where are you going?" "Go outside to check the situation, cover up your whereabouts, and block the cave entrance by the way. You don't want us to be discovered," Wu Tian said helplessly. "Oh," Yun Yun smiled slightly, and responded with relief after hearing the answer. Wu Tian came out of the cave and came to the top of the waterfall. He scanned the surrounding scenery. Because of the order of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, the entire Warcraft mountain range was obviously agitated at this time. From a distance, there were several level 3 monsters in the upper reaches of the river rushing towards this side. Wu Tian frowned. It seemed that the amethyst-winged Lion King had discovered something. Trouble. Chapter 60. Extremely tempting Yun Yun. Wu Tian would not be so cunning as to place some repellent powders at his place. Although these monsters were low-level and not very intelligent, they would search carefully along the river due to the order of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. If they found anything abnormal, they would spread the information. By then, he and Yun Yun would be surrounded by monsters. So after seeing several monsters upstream, Wu Tian drew some water from the lake as a backup, and found a few stones to block the originally small cave entrance. Because of the waterfall in the back of the stone, it was impossible to see that there was a warm cave with a beautiful girl hidden in it. Of course, there were still a few small holes left at the entrance of the cave, and they must be left to breathe. If a large-scale action happened in a while or in the next few days, wouldn't it be bad if they couldn't breathe? Besides covering the cave, the stones at the entrance can also prevent the sound and movement from being transmitted to the outside. That's right, it's prevention first. Do you have to slow down before it happens? Do you have to do everything perfectly? When Wu Tian entered the cave, he saw Yun Yun, who was different from before. Before, Yun Yun was lying quietly on the quilt, but now she was sitting on the quilt. Of course, because the quilt was not too thick, it was wrapped around her graceful body, which looked very attractive. But she looked very special. Her body was curled up on the quilt, and her jade arms were wrapped around her long legs as white as jade. She looked attractive, but also had a kind of lovable and helpless feeling. This made Wu Tian very confused. How could she be like this after I left for half a day? What happened? Or did she think of some memories? In Wu Tian's doubts, Yun Yun slowly raised her head, revealing her delicate face, but at this time, there were traces of tears from crying just now on her face. Crying. Yun Yun cried. She is the leader of Yunlin sect, how could she cry? This made Wu Tian feel a little unbelievable, and why was she crying? Did she remember who bullied her? Wu Tian had an urge to kill that person at this moment. Yun Yun looked at Wu Tian who had returned, and couldn't help but smile, and said gently, "Wu Tian, you are back." Wu Tian, after crying, you smiled at me, and called me so gently, what does it mean to be such a little woman? He nodded blankly, then sat down beside Yun Yun, and asked with a smile, "Are you feeling better?" Yun Yun looked at Wu Tian who was so close, and a faint fragrance came from her body. Her pretty face blushed and she sighed. The external injury is not a big deal, but the seal on my body will take a few days to unlock, and I am now weak all over, and it took a long time to wrap this around me. Wu Tian looked at the quilt that Yun Yun was surrounded by, and saw some bulges. He shook his head hurriedly and took out a piece of his clothes from the storage ring. Although there are women's clothes in his storage ring, they are Medusa's. If Yun Yun wears Medusa's clothes, it will not interpret the situation of Pinru and Xianzhe at all. Wouldn't it be like saying, "You are so coquettish. Here is a black robe, you put it on first, it will be much better than this quilt." Wu Tian took out a set of his clothes. This clothing is a long robe. He was very smart not to take out the pants, otherwise it would be very bad if he helped to put it on. And it would be inconvenient to do something in that way. Yun Yun took the black robe from Wu Tian's hand with a ruddy face, and then she stretched out her jade hand in front of Wu Tian and moved slightly, and the restraints wrapped around her body fell off, and suddenly the bumpy body was directly exposed in front of Wu Tian. Damn, Wu Tian shouted in his heart, what's wrong with her? When did we get to the point of being so frank? He turned around in an instant and stopped looking at the scenery in front of him. He didn't dare to look at it anymore, he was afraid that he couldn't control himself. Yun Yun looked at Wu Tian, who turned around, and the corners of her delicate lips slightly raised. The subtle sound of dressing entered Wu Tian's ears. Not to mention watching, even the sound was very tempting. It seemed as if a century had passed. Well, I'm done, you can turn around. Yun Yun whispered. Wu Tian turned around after hearing the voice and looked at Yun Yun, who was wearing his black robe at this time. The black robe was worn on her body, and a section of her snow-white calf-like jade was exposed to the side, which was quite charming. Sitting elegantly on the quilt, her beautiful eyes stared at Wu Tian, revealing a look that Wu Tian could not figure out. But what puzzled Wu Tian was that since she had put on the clothes, why didn't she tie the belt? And the sleeves just rushed to half of her jade arms, exposing most of her breasts and shoulders, as well as her smooth belly. Is this what she said? This is even more tempting. Okay. Are you sure she didn't do this on purpose? Wu Tian was very embarrassed watching this scene, but Yun Yun smiled at him, and her soft voice came into his ears. You also know that I have no strength, and I have tried my best to dress like this, or you can help me put it on. Wu Tian was naturally very obedient. He directly stretched out his hand to lift Yun Yun's black robe that was like slipping down her jade arm to her shoulders, and suddenly the large area of spring light was also covered by his own hands. He stretched out his arms and hugged Yun Yun's waist, and tied the black belt for her. This process was naturally inevitable to touch Yun Yun's soft waist. Every touch would make Yun Yun feel like she felt static electricity, and then vibrate a little. After doing this, Yun Yun's pretty face had become red in this cave with moonstones, and she could fully feel that her face was now hot. Wu Tian, thank you. Yun Yun looked at Wu Tian with a slightly confused look in her eyes. Wu Tian waved his hand without saying anything, but took out a few small bamboo tubes from his storage ring, put them in the water cup that had been prepared long ago, and said to Yun Yun indifferently, if you are thirsty, drink some water yourself. After he finished speaking, before Yun Yun could respond, he walked to the side and started fiddling with other things. Yun Yun looked at the bamboo tube and water cup that Wu Tian prepared for her. A sweet smile appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes looking at Wu Tian became unusually gentle. Wu Tian took out a few more fish caught from the lake in the storage space, and the flame in his hand ignited. It was only a moment, and the aroma of grilled fish spread out. This is the level of using fire to perfection. Of course, it was an accident that Yun Yun's clothes were burned clean before. There was only such an accident. Do you believe it? Chapter 61. The Abnormal Yun Yun. Wu Tian didn't prepare any seasoning in his storage ring. How could he, a guardian spirit, prepare these? So the fish was completely grilled raw, but the fish that could be grilled by the green lotus earth core fire was considered to have reached the pinnacle of raw fish, and the fragrance filled this small cave. Wow, it smells so good. This praiseful and soft voice entered Wu Tian's ears, and what he heard was a meow. A little greedy cat was greedy. Wu Tian reached out and grabbed the wooden stick and sent the grilled fish to Yun Yun's mouth, saying expressionlessly, if you are not convenient, open your mouth. I will feed you. Yun Yun's face was ruddy, and she nodded, then her red lips slightly opened, wanting to tear the fish meat with her teeth, but her cherry mouth was still too small, and there was a layer of oil stains on the edge of her red lips, so she only took a small bite. Wu Tian shook his head helplessly, and had to tear off a piece of fish meat with his hands and put it to Yun Yun's mouth. The red lips opened slightly and slowly moved. The elegance of chewing slowly made Wu Tian, who was chewing the fish next to him, feel that he was too rough. However, when the cherry mouth bit the last bite of fish meat in Wu Tian's hand, Wu Tian felt a moist softness. Wu Tian blinked. Did that feel like Yun Yun sucked it just now? It seemed so, because he and Medusa had played like this before, and the feeling was very familiar. Yun Yun's beautiful eyes looked at Wu Tian, who was a little dazed. Her beautiful eyes completed two crescents and whispered to Wu Tian, "I want more." This gentle and slightly crisp voice made Wu Tian really irresistible. Who made Yun Yun have no strength now? He had to tear off another piece of meat with his hands and put it to Yun Yun's mouth. Wu Tian felt very strange. Yun Yun was such a beautiful woman, why could she eat so much? I fed her a whole fish, and I don't know how many times I was sucked in during this process. Oh, it's so hard for me. After the two of them had enough water and food, Yun Yun's expression was full of satisfaction. She kept looking at Wu Tian, and I don't know what she was thinking in her heart. Although the feeling of being stared at by a beautiful woman would be very comfortable at the beginning, being stared at like this for a long time would make you feel uncomfortable all over. Wu Tian always felt that Yun Yun was a little bit wrong compared to before, but he couldn't tell, nor could he guess. This feeling of holding it in his mouth without swallowing or spitting it out was really special. He had no choice but to say to Yun Yun, "Hide here for a while." Now the monsters in the entire monster mountain range have become restless. Even the monsters in the sky are searching. They should not be able to find you hiding here for the time being. Yun Yun smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Wu Tian really didn't understand why Yun Yun became so obedient after he came back, just like a little lady at home. If she could move, would she do the reverse? While Wu Tian was daydreaming, Yun Yun's voice reached Wu Tian's ears again. "Wu Tian, you came to the monster mountain range for the purple spirit crystal, right? And you should have succeeded now." "That's right." Wu Tian nodded. There was nothing to hide. Even if he didn't admit it, Yun Yun had guessed it. He was the guardian spirit of the snake people, a strong man at the peak of Donghwa's strength. He came to the monster mountain range for the purple spirit crystal. Otherwise, he would come to such a humid place unless he had nothing to do. And it was even easier to guess that he got it. If Yun Yun was him, she would also go to the cave to steal the purple spirit crystal when they were fighting. "Well, Wu Tian, can you give me a piece? I can exchange other things with you." Yun Yun looked at Wu Tian with a very gentle look. "What are you going to exchange with me?" Wu Tian turned his head and asked. Yun Yun looked at Wu Tian with her beautiful eyes, bit her lips slightly, and said in a very soft voice, "What do you think of me? Am I good enough to exchange for one piece now?" Wu Tian was even more confused at this time. Is this still the Yun Yun sect master he knew? This change is too big. How is this almost the same as my Medusa? Is it fun to tease me like this? He was very helpless. He took out a pile of purple spirit crystals from the storage space and placed them in front of her. He didn't want to endure this kind of teasing of a man and a woman alone in the same room. He was afraid that he would do it to her on impulse. After giving the purple spirit crystals, Wu Tian casually said hello, took out his green lotus platform, lay on it, slowly closed his eyes, and began to practice, or to be more precise, sleep. Yun Yun blinked at the pile of purple spirit crystals in front of her, and then looked at Wu Tian, who was lying down. "Are purple spirit crystals so worthless? He gave a pile at a time. Is he trying to compensate me?" Yun Yun looked up and down at the sleeping Wu Tian with her bright eyes. After a moment, she frowned and whispered, "What's going on? His skills are still running when he is sleeping. Is he practicing while sleeping? And I can't even tell the level of his skills. He is so mysterious." She shook her head and smiled slightly. This smile immediately filled the cave with a hint of pink. "But he is so powerful, which is also good. I also have to practice hard and try to catch up with him. I can't let him fall behind in the future." Yun Yun tried to sit down, then closed her eyes with a smile, slowly dissolving the purple crystal seal in her body. Wu Tian's eyes moved slightly. He didn't sleep at all. With such a beautiful woman here, it would be strange for him to sleep. The smell of grilled fish in the whole cave had long been destroyed by him, and replaced by Yun Yun's body fragrance. How could he sleep? In order to avoid embarrassment, he had to pretend to sleep while practicing. He heard all of Yun Yun's words, and he was even more confused at this time. Yun Yun actually said not to hold me back in the future. She treated me as a family member. To be precise, her man. What the hell is going on? Why do I feel like watching the scene in The Return of the Condor Heroes, when Guor and Longer just came down the mountain? Damn, could it be that Yin Jipping is picking up the leak? The more Wu Tian thought about it, the more he felt that this scene was somewhat similar. Why was he still pretending to sleep at this moment? He jumped directly from the lotus platform to Yun Yun, and when he came in front of Yun Yun, who was startled and stunned by him, he immediately realized that something was wrong. I was nearby when I left, and I would have been able to notice if someone approached, so the character of Yin Jipping could not exist at all, so why am I so nervous now? Wu Tian looked at Yun Yun, who was staring at him with her beautiful eyes. He was embarrassed at this time, because Yun Yun's eyes gradually softened from being at a loss at the beginning. She didn't even have a trace of anger at my sudden behavior of coming to her side. This was too abnormal compared to before. So Wu Tian said that he absolutely couldn't go on like this. He must first ask Yun Yun, who was so abnormal. Yun Yun, why are you so gentle to me? Chapter 62. Fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud. Oh my god. Wu Tian asked Yun Yun directly. He couldn't let this situation continue. If Yun Yun kept sending him food like this, he would definitely go and take this cabbage with excellent appearance. By then, his Medusa wife would definitely say goodbye to him, and the system would also say goodbye to him. Although the system's presence was small, the things it gave were all super god level. He couldn't refuse such a system. Of course, none of this mattered. The important thing was that he wanted to understand why Yun Yun became so gentle to him, as gentle as his wife at home. When Yun Yun heard Wu Tian's question, her pretty face suddenly turned as red as a red apple, as red as if water was flowing out. Her beautiful eyes no longer dared to look at Wu Tian's fiery gaze, but her eyes were a little evasive, lowered her head, and looked around a little helplessly. When Wu Tian saw her delicate and shy look, he felt as if he had done something he shouldn't have done. He suspected that he had a memory shortage and whether something had happened between him and Yun Yun. But he recalled it more than once, and nothing had happened between him and Yun Yun. Apart from physical contact and seamless skin intimacy, he hadn't done anything that created a negative distance. He hadn't even touched Yun Yun's delicate lips, let alone anything else. He was really innocent, and he was still a pure handsome man. Wu Tian said to Yun Yun awkwardly, "That, Yun Yun, I think we'd better make it clear. Did you misunderstand something?" Misunderstanding. After hearing these two words, Yun Yun quickly raised her head and looked at Wu Tian, with tears in her beautiful eyes and biting the corners of her delicate lips, looking extremely aggrieved. Tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes, across her pretty cheeks, and in a beautiful arc, dripping onto her bandaged chest wound. Because the tears did not stop, the tears soaked the white gauze in just a moment. You can imagine how painful it is to have tears soaking the wound. But for Yun Yun at this moment, this pain is far less painful than heartache. Yun Yun raised her head and looked at Wu Tian standing in front of her with blurred eyes, and then she started crying. Wu Tian looked at Yun Yun, who was so wronged, and his heart suddenly felt a little bad, but he was even more confused. What on earth did I do? I was able to make the leader of Yunlin sect so wronged. Just like Hai Bodong once said, am I still a human being? Yun Yun looked at Wu Tian, who was at a loss, and cried in an extremely aggrieved voice, "I have become your woman, Wu Tian, what is there to misunderstand?" Wu Tian was completely confused at this time. Yun Yun is already my woman. He thought again about everything that had happened between him and Yun Yun, and there was nothing exciting like what she said. If there was, wouldn't it take 10 chapters to write? If such a thing really happened, what's wrong with a man admitting it? But if he really didn't do it, wouldn't he be accused of something if he admitted it? Wu Tian was at a loss and said, Yun Yun, don't cry first. This is really a misunderstanding. You said you are my woman. When did this happen? I really didn't do anything to you. Yun Yun stopped crying, and her beautiful eyes stared at Wu Tian with all the grievances in her heart, but when she saw Wu Tian's dazed look, it seemed that he really hadn't done it. He is the guardian elder of the snake people, and also a peak Duhuang strongman. He should not deny such a thing. So did he really not do it? Did I really misunderstand him? But, Yun Yun had tears in her eyes. She used her jade hands to lift the quilt covering her beautiful legs, and then she supported her body and moved to the side. Then she pointed her jade finger at the place where she had just sat on the mattress. She asked with a ruddy face and grievance, "Then what do you say is going on?" Wu Tian looked at that place along Yun Yun's finger, and then couldn't help but twitch his mouth, because in his sight, there was a small piece of bright red on the mattress, shaped like a plum blossom. "Isn't this the bloodstain left by Yun Yun's wound before I turned the mattress over?" At this time, Wu Tian was speechless and indescribable. No wonder Yun Yun misunderstood. This scene was really shocking for a woman who hadn't blossomed yet. This plum blossom-like bloodstain really looked like it. As the saying goes, fallen flowers are not heartless things, they turn into spring mud. Oh my god. Yun Yun should have slightly eased the seal after he left, and then she got up and found the blood under her body. In addition, she had no strength and could not feel anything. She definitely thought that something unspeakable had happened between her and me. At that time, she must have cried, "Oh my god," in her heart. What should I do in this situation now? Will she believe me if I explain it to her? Wu Tian hurriedly explained. "Yun Yun, do you believe me when I say this is the blood from your wound?" Yun Yun blinked, shook her head, and then tears welled up in her eyes again, and they were about to flow down. Sure enough, she really didn't believe it. Even if I were her, I would not believe a man's lies. What else could he do? So he had to continue to explain. "Yun Yun, this is really the blood from your wound. Look, there are blood stains on my chest." This sentence completely made Yun Yun's tears pour down like a waterfall outside again. Doesn't the blood stain on the chest prove that she was hugged? Wu Tian's face was dark. He knew his explanation was getting worse and worse, so he had to repeat it. "After I carried you in my arms for a few times and came in, I put you on the mattress, then cleaned you and stopped the bleeding. After bandaging you, I found that the mattress was a little wet and had blood stains. You would feel uncomfortable lying on it, so I dried it and turned it around. You woke up just after I put it down, and then you knew everything." Yun Yun listened to Wu Tian's previous explanation. She was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to crawl into the ground. His explanation was too easy to be misunderstood. He even stopped the bleeding. But later she realized that he was stopping the bleeding from the wound. Now she finally understood that Wu Tian and she had not had that kind of relationship, but what was the difference between that and what had happened? Except for the last step that did not develop, the rest of her skin was touched by him. Even he, a Duhuang peak powerhouse who played with fire, could actually burn her clothes while controlling the fire, and controlled it so that not even a trace of it was burned. Should we say that he did it on purpose? Or was it intentional? Yun Yun stared at Wu Tian with her beautiful eyes, then moved towards Wu Tian, slowly and gently closed her eyes. Wu Tian, Chapter 63 Hard Times. Wu Tian looked at Yun Yun with her eyes closed. He knew what she was doing without being told. But should he go for it? Or not? Such a lovely and tender little mouth was given to him. If he didn't ask for it, he would definitely be labeled as a man. But if he really kissed her, what unexpected things would happen? It was really hard to say. If Medusa's wife suddenly came out, it would be very embarrassing. Wu Tian was in a dilemma at this time. There was a hint of impulse in the entanglement, a hint of excitement in the impulse, and roar. A sudden roar made Wu Tian and Yun Yun's faces change at the same time. Wu Tian hurriedly stood up and looked at Yun Yun, who couldn't get up. Both of them frowned. They never thought that a monster would come here. It came too fast. Wu Tian came to the entrance of the cave and said to Yun Yun inside, "Don't worry, this should be a magic beast that comes to search, and it should not find our traces. If it is really discovered, I will take you away from the magic beast mountain range." The breath of both of them was hidden very well. When entering the cave, they all went through water before entering. It was not easy for the magic beast to find this place so quickly. And now the cry of this magic beast came. It should be one of the magic beasts sent by the purple crystal-winged lion king to search. Wu Tian's words made Yun Yun feel very relieved. With Wu Tian, she didn't have to worry about being discovered by other magic beasts. Even if she was discovered, with Wu Tian's terrifying strength, it was enough to deal with these magic beasts. Wu Tian stood at the entrance of the cave and felt the breath of the magic beast outside. The strength of this magic beast was not very high, only the 3rd level strength. For Wu Tian now, it was completely an ant, but in order not to attract other magic beasts, he had to let this ant live. However, after the demon beast outside shouted, Several demon beasts came one after another, both in the sky and underground. The strength of these demon beasts was also level 3. They were like human mercenary teams, and they carried out search work around this lake. The demon beasts in the sky were like radars, circling around the lake and the mountain stream, while the soul beasts on the ground began a full-scale search. Wu Tian could fully feel that a demon wolf stopped not far from the cave. The demon beast sniffed with its dog nose and found nothing, but it did not leave. Because their king said not to miss any corner, these waterfalls were like water curtains, and although there was a lot of water, it did not dare to guarantee whether there were caves or the like inside. However, it was a demon wolf that did not like water by nature, so after taking 2 steps forward, it was directly blocked by the waterfall and went back. After all, it was a demon beast with not very high intelligence, and it was not dry when it felt wet all over. It retracted its wolf head directly and left here in a hurry. The demon wolf was lazy and went back to report directly. Wu Tian felt the retreat of the demon wolf, and his heart suddenly eased a lot. He couldn't let these demon beasts find him now, because he wanted to wait for Yun Yun to recover and ask her to help him do something important. About 20 minutes later, all the demon beasts left here and continued to search down the river. They are gone, we are safe. Wu Tian turned around and said. After that, Wu Tian returned to his lotus platform and began to sleep and practice. He couldn't rub against Yun Yun anymore, so it was better to let her calmly relieve the seal of the purple crystal winged lion king. In this way, the two spent 3 days in the cave. Now Yun Yun can move, but she can't use the fighting spirit in her body. To be precise, she is now an ordinary little girl, not the so-called Yun sect master at all. During these 3 days, apart from eating, the two of them practiced their own cultivation. Of course, many intimate things happened. Wu Tian took care of Yun Yun like a male nanny these 2 days. For example, Yun Yun needed to wet swish. The scene was simply indescribable. No one knew how it was done. On the 3rd day, an accident happened. This accident happened a bit inexplicably. This accident was not caused by the attack of the monster outside, but by Yun Yun. The wound on her chest had almost healed after Wu Tian's 3 days of diligent dressing and recuperation. Of course, the blood stopped flowing, but some parts of her body were bleeding very shamelessly. Yun Yun's face flushed, and she looked so lovely. This sudden attack made Yun Yun completely at a loss, but she had to do it. At this time, her lower body had already put on her clothes, but her top was still wearing Wu Tian's black robe. She was wearing a pair of plain shorts on her lower body. Of course, these shorts were the kind that showed off her long legs. With Wu Tian here, she should try to show off what she should show. But at this time, the bottom of the pants was already stained red, and she was standing in front of Wu Tian awkwardly. This sudden attack made Yun Yun at a loss. She had forgotten this important matter when she was with Wu Tian. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? It's so embarrassing. She hurried back to her own territory and put the quilt directly on her lower body to cover up her shame. Wu Tian's eyes are so cunning. He just glanced and found out why Yun Yun suddenly became so embarrassed. It turned out that relatives came. What's there to be embarrassed about? In the previous life, the girls Wu Tian knew were generous enough to tell others casually. As long as they had their period, it was like they had 2 bars. They spread it everywhere to let their boyfriends and other friends of the opposite sex care about them. It's not like Yun Yun, who is so secretive, but it is often such girls who are more popular with boys, just like Wu Tian now. He found Yun Yun's embarrassment and immediately understood it. He boiled water and handed it to Yun Yun. Drink more hot water. If it's not enough, I'll boil more. Be careful of the burns. Yun Yun reached out to take the hot water, feeling warm in her heart. Just as he was moved, Wu Tian put some things next to her. These are my clothes. They have never been worn. You can use them. After putting down the clothes, Wu Tian went straight back to his small lotus platform, and then began to reflect on his mistakes. Yun Yun's pretty face was flushed. He was so warm. I didn't expect Wu Tian to know so much. It seems that he is worthy of being the ancestor of the snake people. He has lived for a long time and knows so much. He even knows what girls need. If he were outside now, would he prepare a lot more things than he does now? Her heart was warm at this moment, and there was a hint of sweetness at the corners of her mouth. Her heart was completely hooked by this guy Wu Tian. Wu Tian listened to the sound of changing clothes coming from the cave, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. When will such a hard life end? He he. Or who will replace me for 2 days? Chapter 64. Wu Tian, who talks nonsense. Yun Yun held the cup and took a sip of hot water. Her eyes were clear and sweet. She looked at Wu Tian, who was wolfing down the grilled fish in front of her, and said with concern, "Eat slowly. I won't snatch it from you. Be careful of the fish bones." Yeah, Wu Tian nodded in response. This concern was not the first time. Of course, it was also completely the concern in his heart. Both of them were Duhuang strongmen. Who would be afraid of being burned or pricked by fish bones? The conditions of the two people in the past few days were very difficult. In addition to fish for 3 meals a day, there were only dry food in the two people's storage rings, but that dry food was far less fragrant than the fish meat. Of course, Wu Tian had to grill it. Although Yun Yun also wanted to grill it, lighting a fire in the cave would produce smoke, which would not only choke people but also attract monsters. Of course, the most important thing was that Yun Yun didn't need to try it, he knew it would definitely not taste good. Yun Yun had revealed this graceful and elegant temperament before. She was completely a woman who was waiting for the meal to be cooked, so it was better to let her eat the ready-made food. However, in the past few days, Yun Yun's temperament was really different from before. Now Yun Yun was completely integrating into the role of the hostess of the house, responsible for sorting out the fish bones they had eaten. Before eating, she would take the initiative to ask to thread the fish on the wooden stick. The leader of the Yun clan has become a gentle and virtuous woman in just these few days. This made Wu Tian himself feel incredible. It seems that love can really change a person, but he can't confirm any relationship with Yun Yun now. In addition to Medusa, it is also because he will fight with Yun Lan Zong in the future. Yun Yun is loyal and righteous and it is impossible for her to abandon Yun Lan Zong casually. Only when the old pervert Yun Shan appears and does some evil things, Yun Yun will take the initiative to leave Yun Lan Zong. Yun Yun chewed slowly, tearing off the fish meat bit by bit and putting it into her mouth. Compared with the previous time when her mouth was full of oil, now it was too elegant. She watched Wu Tian's eyes complete the shape of a crescent moon, and said happily, "Wu Tian, I should be able to break the seal tomorrow." "Congratulations, then you can leave here and return to Yunlin sect." Wu Tian smiled. "Return to Yunlin sect," Yun Yun repeated, her mouth suddenly stagnated, and she suddenly felt that the grilled fish in her mouth was a little tasteless. She knew that as long as her strength recovered, she and Wu Tian would be separated. Only in this cave would they maintain this relationship, and when they walked out of the cave, their identities would change rapidly. One was the leader of Yunlin sect, one of the Duhuang of the Jama Empire, and the other was the guardian elder of the Tager Desert with the same status as Queen Medusa. The two would become enemies. Yun Yun didn't want to accept this reality in the past few days, so she didn't think about it. She has been enjoying life in the cave. This feeling makes her very relaxed. She has never been so relaxed in all these years. If possible, she would rather live in seclusion in this cave, but it is obviously impossible. Wu Tian looked at Yun Yun's sad look. Of course he understood what she was thinking. He was actually very happy in his heart. After all, it was such a happy thing to be remembered by such a beautiful woman. "Yun Yun, after you recover your strength, can you help me do something?" Wu Tian smiled at Yun Yun. When Yun Yun heard Wu Tian's request, her beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she answered without even thinking, "Okay." Wu Tian smiled and said, "You silly girl, I haven't even told you what to do, and you're so anxious to agree to something." "I'm not silly." Yun Yun raised her eyebrows and rolled her eyes at Wu Tian, then whispered, "Wu Tian, no matter what you ask me to do, I will agree to it." Wu Tian's smile revealed a bit of tenderness as he said, "When you recover your strength, we will go find the amethyst-winged Lion King to avenge you, and my asking you for revenge does not conflict with avenging you, and I want to subdue it." "Subdue?" You know that the amethyst-winged Lion King is a 6th-rank magical beast, and its strength is that of a Dohuang. Even you can't subdue it? Yun Yun said in surprise. Wu Tian nodded and said, "Yes, this will be difficult and there is a high probability of failure, but I just had an idea. It doesn't matter whether I succeed or not." "Well, you don't know that I didn't fly to the Magic Beast mountain range, but jumped off a flying magic beast halfway. Not only is the speed slow, but it is also too troublesome, and flying by myself is too tiring, so I want to find a flying magic beast to be my mount. With your help, the probability of success will be greater. I just want to give it a try." Yun Yun opened her mouth slightly, with a look of surprise. So what you mean is that you want to find a mount, and then you come directly to the amethyst-winged Lion King? Wu Tian nodded and said frankly, yeah. There are only a few high-level magic beasts in the Gamma Empire. The two-headed snake in the Tager Desert is too ugly, and its qualifications are not good. It is nothing. It was also injured by Medusa and dared not come out of the magma to recover. In addition to it, in the territory of the Gamma Empire, only the amethyst-winged Lion King can barely make do. Barely. Make do. Nothing. Yun Yun looked at the man she liked, who was full of vigor and vitality. She really liked him more and more. Yun Yun's current appearance was like a lover's eyes see beauty in everything. To use the words of a girl in Wu Tian's previous life, I like the way he never thinks before speaking, his mouth is full of nonsense, and he drives a Ferrari with one hand. Her eyes revealed love like stars, and she asked Wu Tian doubtfully, Wu Tian, can you tell me how strong your peak strength is? Wu Tian said very calmly, I don't remember the previous things very clearly, but that realm should be much stronger than Dozong. Is Dozong strong? Not strong at all, okay. The peak of Dosheng is only used to guard the gate for others, and such a terrifying Dozong must not even be able to clean the toilet. Yun Yun nodded. She now believed Wu Tian's words unconditionally. No matter what Wu Tian said, she believed it 200%. Her eyes turned and she asked what she had been curious about. Wu Tian, I am very curious about one thing. You are so strong that neither Jia Xingtian nor I are your opponents. Now there is no one in the Gamma Empire who can stop you. Why don't you lead the snake people to capture the Gamma Empire, but come here to subdue a flying monster? Wu Tian answered seriously, because there are stronger people than you in the Gamma Empire. Those strong people are so terrifying that they can destroy the Gamma Empire at any time, but I can't tell you about this now, because you will be in danger of death after you know it. I can only tell you now that I am trying my best to help the Gamma Empire. The addition of the purple crystal-winged Lion King will naturally greatly increase our strength, and I will also find someone to subdue the 6th-level little snake. And the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong now knows about this matter, and he has also hidden himself. When the time comes, he will appear, and you will know it by then. Chapter 65. Plans cannot keep pace with changes, the pursuit of the Warcraft Mountains. I know, I won't mention this to anyone. What do you need me to do tomorrow? Yun Yun nodded, and wisely did not mention it again, but changed the subject. Wu Tian smiled and said, when you recover your strength tomorrow, I would like to ask you to help me lure the purple crystal-winged Lion King over, and then I will suddenly attack it. Okay, no problem. Yun Yun agreed without thinking, she now trusts Wu Tian unconditionally. After the meal, the two returned to their own small territory. Tonight, the two of them tacitly did not practice, but lay down in their own territory and closed their eyes. However, in this cave, a man and a woman alone, the two who did not enter the practice were destined to have a sleepless night. In the silent cave, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes, he looked at Yun Yun who was like a sleeping beauty, the elegant and charming curves made his eyes sweep over, and finally stopped on that beautiful cheek. From this point of view, the quiet Yun Yun was even more charming. He unconsciously came to Yun Yun's side, gently covered her with the quilt she had put aside, then turned around and returned to his lotus platform and closed his eyes. At the same time he closed his eyes, Yun Yun suddenly opened her eyes. She quietly looked at Wu Tian lying there. She touched the quilt covering her body with a sweet look on her face. Her state of mind, like the calm surface of a lake, was directly rippled. If she were to enter the state of cultivation now, she would definitely withdraw in the next second. Ah! Roar. A series of beast roars suddenly burst out, and the peaceful cave was once again broken by the roar of the monster. This time the roar was not one or two monsters, it sounded like there were more than 10, and the roar was getting closer and closer to the cave, deafening. The roar made Wu Tian and Yun Yun in the cave stand up suddenly, frowning and looking at each other. Oh no, have we been discovered? Wu Tian frowned and said. Yun Yun was also very confused about this. She had never left the cave since she entered it. She even did everything in the cave. She simply wiped herself in the cave when she took a shower. Their breath would not be exposed at all. How did these monsters find out? Fortunately, Wu Tian did not feel the breath of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, but even so, the plan that the two had originally studied was broken. Now Yun Yun's seal has not been unlocked, and there are so many monsters outside the cave. If they are discovered, the purple crystal winged lion king will rush over quickly. Now they have no choice but to escape. Wu Tian hurriedly came to Yun Yun's side and said with a serious expression, "Hold me tight, I will take you out." Yun Yun's face was ruddy and her expression was shy, but she did not drag her feet. Now was not the time to be shy. She stretched out her jade arms and hugged Wu Tian directly. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of security filled her heart. The wings behind Wu Tian suddenly appeared, and a layer of green flames burned around his body. This flame changed the color of the entire cave. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the tiny cave entrance was directly bombed open, forming a cave entrance as big as the inside of the cave. Wu Tian spread his wings and flew directly into the sky. When they came to the sky, the two people's vision also became wider. Yun Yun's eyes also saw the light again after a few days. The moonlight illuminated the scenery below. There were more than 10 monsters around the lake. The strength of these monsters was at least level 3, and there were also several level 4 monsters. This team of monsters was definitely a nightmare level for the monster forest. If any mercenary group encountered this team, they would definitely be wiped out. However, in Wu Tian's eyes, except for the purple crystal winged lion king, all the monsters were ants. Wu Tian did not want to destroy these monsters, because there was time to destroy them, and leaving first was the most important thing to do. Wu Tian also felt the monster that had explored here before and then left among these monsters. It seemed that this monster brought them here. It must have realized later that it had not checked the waterfall, so it came back again. The wings behind him spread out again, and the two figures disappeared from the eyes of many monsters. However, the noise Wu Tian made was too loud, and the purple crystal winged lion king, who had been looking for his son, heard it. Its huge body rushed here quickly. Wu Tian felt the breath of the purple crystal winged lion king and suddenly felt a headache. How could this guy be so close? It was not wise for him to hold Yun Yun to fight against the purple crystal winged lion king. Although the strength of the purple crystal winged lion king was only about 3 stars of Do Huang, he had no soul skills now. The purple crystal winged lion king had soul skills, and his physical strength was strong. His physical strength was only 9-star Do Shi now. This could not be a head-on confrontation, especially the so-called ceiling fighting skills of the purple crystal winged lion king. If his strength was sealed by mistake, then it would be completely over. He didn't want to be as miserable as Hai Bodong. With their wings spread, the two of them and the lion began a chase in the monster mountain range. From time to time, the purple crystal winged lion king would emit flames from its mouth, but Wu Tian would just avoid them without any effort. Yun Yun, whose cheek was resting in Wu Tian's arms, was enjoying it. She was enjoying being protected by the man in her heart. Nothing could be more romantic than this moment. Cunning human, you are indeed in the same group. Return my son and the purple crystal source. Otherwise, I will not let you go even if you are at the ends of the earth. A huge roar came from afar. Yun Yun blinked her beautiful eyes, her delicate lips slightly opened, wanting to be surprised. Bah, she said in surprise, son. Wu Tian, you stole its son too. Well, I thought, if it fails to be a mount, let his son make do. It's okay without its combat power, but I can't do without a flying mount. Wu Tian said calmly. Yun Yun smacked her lips and was speechless. Did he prepare a backup plan? But then why don't you just use its son to threaten it? Why are you running away? Yun Yun blinked. Wu Tian was so smart, how could he not have thought of this? He originally wanted to find a place to feed Medusa some purple crystal source first, and then do this, but after discovering Yun Yun, the plan did not change quickly. Wu Tian looked ahead and said calmly, your strength has not recovered yet, I can't let you fall into danger for my sake. Yun Yun immediately melted because of Wu Tian's words. She was originally strong but now she was weak again. She leaned softly on Wu Tian, as if she could do anything Wu Tian wanted to her, but what could she do now? Let's talk about it later, let's talk about it later. Chapter 66. The king was ride by a human. The faint moonlight faded, and the warm morning light shone on Wu Tian, Yun Yun, and the purple crystal winged lion king not far behind them. That's right, the chase between Wu Tian and the purple crystal winged lion king lasted for half a day. It can be said that they have been through the entire Magic Beast mountain range, and even circled around for many times. Even if their strength is Duhuang, it is not comfortable to play like this all the time. However, now the situation is the opposite. Whether it is Wu Tian or the purple crystal winged Lion King, they are full of motivation. The chase in the air has not stopped because of the increase in time, but has become more and more intense. During this process, in addition to the purple crystal winged Lion King, there are other magic beasts that interfere with Wu Tian's speed from time to time, but this did not slow down Wu Tian's speed at all. Because except for the purple crystal winged Lion King, the highest of the other magic beasts is only the 4th level, and the 5th level magic beasts did not participate in it. Maybe they also want to be the king of the magic beast mountain range. The chase has changed from fighting to chasing. Wu Tian's wings need to be transformed by fighting spirit, while the purple crystal winged Lion King has wings, so he doesn't need fighting spirit at all. He just needs physical strength. However, she wants her son back, so she becomes very crazy and attacks from time to shoot down the human who stole the child. Now the purple crystal winged Lion King wants to get her son back, and her expression is ferocious and she doesn't feel tired at all. Wu Tian has been holding Yun Yun. It's not because the soft body in his arms makes him feel comfortable. It's definitely comfortable, but he can't say it. The excuse is that Yun Yun's seal is about to be released. Being held by someone to relieve the seal in practice can be said to be unique in the Dochi continent. This operation makes Yun Yun's face as moist as a ripe red apple, and her body is also wet because of this process, and because of this, it completely covers up the inexplicable moisture and sweat. Yun Yun's delicate body trembled slightly in Wu Tian's arms. Although she tried her best to cover it up, how could Wu Tian not notice it because of the physical contact? He asked with a little doubt on his face, "Is your seal broken?" Yun Yun lowered her head slightly and did not dare to look up at Wu Tian, whispering, "Yeah, broken." Quote. What was broken? Or, "You let me go." Yun Yun murmured softly after a brief moment of distraction in her beautiful eyes. Okay. Wu Tian nodded lightly, and the hand that was slightly above Yun Yun's waist also let go. The so-called hand left a lingering fragrance. It was now. As Wu Tian let go, Yun Yun's body rushed out, leaving a fragrance, and the wings behind her, as if she and Wu Tian were lovers' wings, also emerged. The elegant posture, beautiful and charming in the air, her beautiful eyes looked at the purple crystal winged Lion King behind her. Compared with the eyes when she looked at Wu Tian, it was completely different. She revealed a sharp look at the purple crystal winged Lion King, and a strange long sword appeared on her jade hand. She pointed at the purple crystal winged Lion King and said, "You have been chasing for so long, you should have had enough. But I really should thank you." Yun Yun's words directly confused the purple crystal winged Lion King. "I just want my son, what do you mean by thanking me? You are bullying too much. What about two Duhuang strongmen? If you don't return my son, I will die with you." The furious roar of the purple crystal winged Lion King suddenly exploded in the sky. As the roar sounded, the purple light and shadow also shot towards Yun Yun, and then its huge wing cave and the dense forest under it were swept into a wasteland. Two rays of light, one blue and one purple, appeared again in the sky. As the battle heated up, a fierce collision unfolded at an altitude of thousands of meters. Wu Tian watched eagerly on the side. He had to watch. Because he didn't have fighting skills, his ordinary attacks were also very strong, but in this powerful attack, it was easy to accidentally hurt Yun Yun, and it was better to forget about the close attack with the purple crystal winged Lion King. It would be easy to turn back into a soul state, and then he could only watch the colorful world outside in Kai Lin's tiny body, which would be too miserable. As the battle intensified, Wu Tian also secretly became a little anxious, because it was daytime and the sun was shining brightly. Even though the purple crystal winged Lion King had consumed a lot of fighting spirit in the chase before, his fire attribute fighting spirit was brought to the extreme in this scorching sun. The powerful purple fire temperature made the entire sky seem to be burning, and Yun Yun's wind attribute was somewhat discounted today, because there was no wind today. Wu Tian was really speechless about this. It seemed that he had to check the weather forecast before fighting with people of equal strength in the future. The cyan wings behind Yun Yun fluttered slightly, and the strange long sword in her hand also danced a strange arc. In an instant, the long sword trembled suddenly, and a cold voice came from her rosy little mouth, "Wind extreme, meteoric kill." The purple crystal winged Lion King was frightened to the side when he heard Yun Yun's cry. He had experienced how powerful this attack was. His horns were cut off. If he was attacked again, the end would be either serious injury or death. As it dodged to the side, a figure appeared above it. This figure was none other than Wu Tian, who was watching the fun. When Wu Tian appeared, the purple crystal-winged Lion King was shocked. Yun Yun's attack was just to scare it. Yun Yun did not use that powerful fighting skill at all. It was too late for it to hide now. Its huge body shook slightly, and the purple light on its body filled the sky. The purple flame on its body suddenly burned violently. While it was trying to stop Wu Tian, it also launched its most terrifying power to burn the cunning human to death. However, what happened next made its big head unable to figure out what was going on. It saw that when the flame on its body touched the human, it had no effect at all. When the violent purple flame touched Wu Tian, it was directly resisted by the blue flame on Wu Tian's body. One is beast fire, and the other is strange fire. The difference between the two is naturally a world of difference. Wu Tian, who was above the amethyst-winged Lion King, did not have to worry about it using any physical attack, so he took action directly, and his body passed through the purple fire of the amethyst-winged Lion King. This made the amethyst-winged Lion King realize immediately that it was inevitable that it would be seriously injured, or even burned to death. Even its own strongest attack flame had no effect on this human. The gap between the two was too big. This blue flame was simply his nemesis. No matter what attack this human used at this time, his end would definitely be horrible. However, the next moment, the human's behavior directly made it confused. It blinked its eyes that would inevitably make people feel terrified when seeing it, and it felt the current feeling. Damn, this human didn't attack the king, and didn't even move his hands, but he actually rode on the king. Damn, the king was actually ridden by a human, the king was actually fucked by a human. Chapter 67. Collect the amethyst-winged Lion King and kiss goodbye. Wu Tian rode directly on the amethyst-winged Lion King, which surprised the amethyst-winged Lion King and made him feel a little incredible. This human was not afraid of the king's purple fire, so why didn't he attack and ride on the king? Doesn't the king have any face? Ah! The purple light on the amethyst-winged Lion King burst out again, and it roared angrily. The sound echoed in the mountains, and its body violently tumbled in the air, trying to toss Wu Tian down. Wu Tian ignored this deafening roar. No matter how the amethyst-winged Lion King tossed, he rode on it firmly, feeling whether the current sitting position was comfortable and appropriate. That's right, choosing a mount should also be like buying a car. First try to see if the ride is comfortable. Of course, there is no need to look at the engine. The amethyst-winged Lion King is a dignified 6th-level monster engine, so it is naturally not a defective product, and the rest of the parts are also high-end. Wu Tian felt very comfortable riding on it. Riding on it was simply showing off to the extreme. He really wanted to enjoy it as much as he could. He decided that this car was for him, Wu Tian. Amethyst-winged Lion King, you can be my mount, Wu Tian said while sitting on the amethyst-winged Lion King with high spirits. Wu Tian's words were simply an insult to the amethyst-winged Lion King. It was a dignified 6th-level monster, a king-level existence in the monster mountain range. How could it be a human's mount? This human seemed very powerful, but he was just a duhuang. How could an existence of the same realm let it abandon its kingly dignity and become this human's mount? The amethyst-winged Lion King was furious. It didn't want to say any more nonsense now. Its long tail swept towards Wu Tian like a cow's tail hitting a fly. This sudden physical attack made Wu Tian's mouth twitch. Whatever you fear will come true. He was not afraid of the purple fire of the amethyst-winged Lion King, but he was afraid of his powerful physical attack. If this giant tail really swept him, his small body would not be able to stand it. At the critical moment, his right hand pressed on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and the storage ring on his right hand suddenly glowed with golden light. This storage ring was his super god-level Hushabao ring. The golden light directly covered the huge body of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The huge eyes of the amethyst-winged Lion King revealed a look of horror. It actually felt that there was an irresistible force locking its body. Its tail disappeared before it touched Wu Tian's body. The golden light was just a flash of prosperity. When the golden light disappeared, the huge body of the amethyst-winged Lion King also disappeared under Wu Tian's crotch. This scene shocked Yun Yun, Wu Tian's companion. Her lips were open in disbelief as she stared at Wu Tian flying in the air. Did the 6th-level magic beast amethyst-winged Lion King just disappear? It seemed that Wu Tian had forcibly taken it away. How could Wu Tian's storage ring be so powerful? His storage ring could even take away the amethyst-winged Lion King with Donghwa's strength. This was too incredible. The reason why he didn't take action before was to find an opportunity to contact the amethyst-winged Lion King. Then he sat on the amethyst-winged Lion King for such a long time without taking it away. Was it just to feel whether it was comfortable to sit on it? This was too powerful. As a super god level storage ring, Hushabao could take away small amethyst-winged Lion Kings, so this large amethyst-winged Lion King could naturally be taken away as well. As long as the soul power did not exceed any magic beast of Wu Tian, there would be no power to resist at all. The reason why Wu Tian didn't take the purple crystal-winged Lion King before was, just as Yun Yun thought, he had been looking for an opportunity. In order to ensure that his physical body could last longer, he had to ensure that he was completely sure before he could take action. If you want to be completely sure, of course there is no chance more sure than riding on the purple crystal-winged Lion King. The disappearance of the purple crystal-winged Lion King made Wu Tian's mouth raise confidently. As long as he entered the Hushabao ring, the purple crystal-winged Lion King would be the fish he could control. Wu Tian ignored the touching scene of the mother and son meeting in the Hushabao ring, but flew to Yun Yun's side and thanked her. "Thank you, Yun Yun." "Then how do you want to thank me?" Yun Yun looked directly at Wu Tian with her beautiful eyes and her lips moved slightly. Wu Tian lowered his head and took out a bottle of purple crystal source from the storage ring, handed it to Yun Yun and said, "This is taken from the cave of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Its effect is better than the purple spirit crystal, and it contains terrifying energy." Yun Yun did not take the purple crystal source handed over by Wu Tian, but looked at Wu Tian with a face full of resentment, biting her lips and whispering, "You know that this is not what I want." Wu Tian's little heart was thumping, he was helpless at this time. What else could he do? What bad thoughts did he have? In order to thank Yun Yun for his help and dedication, he had to sell his own flesh. He stretched out his hands and put the purple crystal source in Yun Yun's hand with one hand, and crossed his fingers with Yun Yun with the other hand. He wanted to gently kiss Yun Yun on the forehead to express his gratitude, but before he could take any action, Yun Yun's delicate cheek had already come in front of him. In an instant, a wet and tender feeling appeared on his lips, which made Wu Tian's brain sway. He felt that his heart rate increased at this time, and even his blood pressure increased. "This is a bit too much. I just want to thank you, but I don't really want to sell my body, okay?" Even though this is not Wu Tian's first kiss, the feeling is different. For Yun Yun, this is her first experience. Her lips awkwardly demanded Wu Tian's love, which made Wu Tian feel a little numb on his lips. What bad intentions does Wu Tian have? He just doesn't want to embarrass the girl. Yun Yun has been so proactive. If he is not surprised, he will not be a human being. This made Wu Tian's tightly closed eyes open. Damn, it's over, it's a big deal. Yun Yun felt Wu Tian's body tremble. She knew that she couldn't go on. If she went on, she would get pregnant. Pregnant with a baby is small, but it would be bad if it delayed Wu Tian's plan. She had to reluctantly let go. Her face flushed as she looked at Wu Tian affectionately and said, "Thank you, Wu Tian. I'm leaving first. I will always remember what you said and what happened here." After she finished speaking, the green wings behind her fluttered slightly, and she disappeared gracefully into the sky, leaving behind only the faint fragrance in Wu Tian's bitter face. Wu Tian blinked and said helplessly, "After you've tortured me, you're leaving." Chapter 68 Kai Lin bites me, fooling the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Wu Tian looked at the direction where Yun Yun's figure had disappeared, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Yun Yun turned out to be such an irresponsible person who ran away after doing something. "Ah, it hurts." Wu Tian's screams echoed in the monster mountain range. This made the monsters below, who were already scared to death, pour down rain. It was this human who killed their king in an instant. This human was the most terrifying human they had ever seen. How terrifying is it? It's so terrifying that there is no one around him now, and he is still shouting in the sky that it hurts. This acting is really too bad, isn't it just teasing them? We are so smart that we are already 3rd, 4th, and 5th level monsters, how can we not see the acting skills of you humans? You must lie down, whoever goes up is a fool. Wu Tian felt Xiao Kailin biting his arm, so of course he had to do so. Xiao Kailin's teeth were still very tender, so even if she bit him, how could she really make him scream like that? At this moment, he was just acting, just as the monsters in the Monster Mountain range had guessed. However, Wu Tian was not acting for the ants, but for his wife Medusa. Xiao Yan couldn't bite him for no reason, and it must have bitten him just now because his wife Medusa was jealous. Although she couldn't recover to her human form now, she could still control Xiao Yan's movements a little. Biting his arm was already considered as showing mercy. If she bit him somewhere, it would be a big deal. Wu Tian's scream made Xiao Yan's mouth loosen, and then he found a comfortable position again and fell asleep. Wu Tian also found a cave directly. This time, because there was no one to disturb him, Wu Tian pulled the little Kai Lin out directly after entering the cave. He pulled her out, but the action was very gentle, because the little Kai Lin's body was slippery. Looking at the colorful little wife in front of him, Wu Tian's expression was very calm, and he didn't look like he had just been kissed by Yun Yun and wiped clean. He smiled and said, "Kai Lin, I have a companion purple crystal source, which is just right for you to absorb now. It has a strong recovery effect on you." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of companion purple crystal source. However, at this moment, the little Kai Lin appeared in his palm as if teleporting, and put its tiny snake head into the jade bottle, and licked it with its snake tongue. It was just these few mouthfuls, and the bottle of purple crystal source was nearly 1/10 less, but fortunately Kai Lin also knew the power of the companion purple crystal source, and did not absorb too much at a time. After licking these few mouthfuls, the little snake head pulled out of the bottle mouth. Her clear and sharp snake eyes were dancing with excitement and satisfaction, without any of the fierceness she had just shown when she opened her mouth to bite Wu Tian. After absorbing the purple crystal source, Xiao Yan's petite body once again returned to Wu Tian's body, wrapped around Wu Tian's arm and gradually fell into a deep sleep. Ha ha ha! Wu Tian looked at Xiao Yan's action, the corners of his mouth cracked, and he immediately laughed. Now Xiao Yan fell into a deep sleep, which means that she was dissolving the energy in the purple crystal source. As long as she completely absorbed the energy, she would wake up and look for Wu Tian to get the essence again. At this time, Wu Tian reminded himself again and again in his heart that he should not mess around with girls in the future. He just met 2 girls when he was looking for a purple crystal source, and when he left, he kissed them goodbye. This is not good, this is really not good. Wu Tian's thoughts turned from Kai Lin to his hushabao ring. In the hushabao space, the little lion was leaning on the big lion's arms, while the big lion looked at the strange place around him with a confused look. It was very curious about this strange and mysterious place. It could clearly see the vast and boundless scenery outside the yard, but it could not walk out of the yard, even if it used its strongest power. And it couldn't destroy anything in the yard, but it was comforted that it finally saw its child. When it saw it, it was very happy, and it also understood why its child disappeared out of thin air without leaving any breath. Even it couldn't resist the absorption of that human, let alone its child. It couldn't be more appropriate to describe its expression with a dull look. What happened to it completely refreshed its cognition. It has lived for so long and has met so many powerful humans, but no human has ever been able to do such a mysterious and powerful operation. King of Purple Crystal Winged Lion, are you used to this place? At this time, a man's voice sounded around. 2 lions, one big and one small, heard the voice and looked around, but there was no one there. They could only hear the voice but could not see the person. The expression of the King of Purple Crystal Winged Lion became ferocious in an instant. He raised his head and roared to the sky, "Human man, what is your intention in bringing my son and me here? I have always been short of a leg. I happened to see you when I passed by the Monster Mountain Range. Please ask your son to come to my mansion first and sit down so that I can ask for your wishes." Wu Tian said as he appeared in front of the King of Purple Crystal Winged Lion. Wu Tian here was very illusory, just like the state of soul before, but in this space he was the absolute master and could do whatever he wanted. When the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King saw Wu Tian's appearance, he quickly protected his son behind him, stared at Wu Tian in the air with a sharp gaze and roared, "Despicable human, if you want me to be your mount, you can just tell me directly, why do you want to capture my son?" "I want 2 mounts," Wu Tian said frankly. A few chapters of fragrant verbs are omitted above, verbs are used. The Purple Crystal Winged Lion King cursed with a fragrant mouth. For the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King and his son, this human man is simply too shameless to a certain extent. It is not enough to have 1 mount, but they also want them to form a group to be his mount. This human's face is even uglier than their magic beasts. Purple Crystal Winged Lion King, you mother and son, think about it here slowly first, and call me when you have thought it through, hehehehe. With laughter, Wu Tian's figure gradually became more illusory, and he was about to disappear in the air. This laughter was even more villainous than the villain to the amethyst-winged Lion King and his son. There was no more contempt in the eyes of the mother and son. Now there was only pity. The amethyst-winged Lion King looked at his poor child, then raised his head and roared, "Human, I agree to be your mount, but you have to let my son go." He. Chapter 69. The two Shizi have become pets. Because of the words of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, Wu Tian's body, which had just become illusory to the point of being ethereal, became more solid again. He smiled at the purple crystal-winged Lion King. He, purple crystal-winged Lion King, do you think you have any terms to negotiate with me now? The purple crystal-winged Lion King suddenly became quiet. That's right, it and its son are now in this space just like pets raised by humans. They have no right to decide whether to leave or die. Even if he agrees to be the mount of this cunning human, his son will still be raised here by it. Humans are extremely cunning, so how can he let them go easily? However, the next moment, what he had just thought of was directly broken. Purple crystal-winged Lion King, I can agree to your request. As long as you become my mount, I will let your son go. But are you really sure you want me to let it go? Wu Tian said to him with his hands behind his back. When the purple crystal-winged Lion King heard Wu Tian agree to his request, he felt a little incredible, but the next moment he also reacted. Without the protection of his mother, his son is only a third-level magic beast. With his strength, how can he survive in this magic beast mountain range? With this king, those fifth-level magic beasts will obey him, but if he is not there, those magic beasts will definitely wipe out this hidden danger. The purple crystal-winged Lion King already felt that life was hopeless at this time. Now there are two ways to go in front of him. One is that the mother and daughter are raised here by this human, of course for a short time. If this human loses patience, they don't know what their fate will be. And the other way is to follow this mysterious and powerful human. But this road is really too shameful. It is the king of the magic beast mountain range and actually wants to be a mount for others, and even his son has to be a mount. This is simply a great shame. They looked at Wu Tian fiercely, as if they would rather die than be humiliated. This made Wu Tian very headache. Why didn't these two lions open their minds? It seems that they have to be tempted. Wu Tian stretched out his hands and several small jade bottles appeared in his palms. He looked at the small jade bottle in his left hand and said indifferently, "This is your purple crystal source. Your child can be promoted to a fourth-level magic beast after absorbing this. This thing is naturally a treasure for fire-attributed magic beasts and humans, but it is of no use to me." The huge face of the purple crystal-winged Lion King became ferocious. It has lived for so long and thought it has completely recognized the nature of humans, but now it feels that it is still far from recognizing it. It is now going crazy because of Wu Tian. "Since you look down on my companion purple crystal source, why do you take it all? It's okay if there is not a drop of purple crystal source left, but you don't even have a piece of purple spirit crystal left. After taking it all, you still say that my things are useless to you, you look down on them, and you disrespect my treasures. Is this the ethics of humans?" The amethyst-winged Lion King understood another truth at this time, that is, humans and magic beasts are very different. Humans say no, but they really say in their hearts, I want it all, give it all to me. But magic beasts want it, and they have to take it even if they don't want it. Looking at the anger in the eyes of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Wu Tian didn't care at all, but stretched out his right hand and continued to say lightly, "What is in my right hand is the earth fire lotus seeds condensed from the earth core fire of the strange fire blue lotus. The fire attribute energy contained in it is much stronger than your amethyst source. What does this prove? I don't think I need to say anything more. Earth fire lotus seeds. Really earth fire lotus seeds?" The amethyst-winged Lion King roared with his huge mouth open. The 4 words, earth fire lotus seed, directly made the originally furious amethyst-winged Lion King suddenly excited. His huge body rushed directly in front of Wu Tian, and his huge eyes stared at the jade bottle in Wu Tian's hand. His eyes were full of greed and expectation, and even his tongue stretched out excitedly, and his saliva kept flowing down like a small waterfall. This look was no longer the appearance of the amethyst-winged Lion King, but just like a dog at home waiting for its owner to feed it. Wu Tian looked at the expectant purple crystal winged lion king, opened the stopper on the jade bottle calmly, poured the earth fire lotus seeds on his hands and said, "This is the earth fire lotus seeds, and my flame is also the green lotus earth core fire ranked 19th on the different fire list, and I can tell you that such things will not be difficult for me in the future." The purple crystal winged lion king blinked his huge eyes, and his greed was beyond words. The energy of the earth fire lotus seeds is the most precious treasure among treasures for it. If there are several such earth fire lotus seeds, it can try to break through to the 7th level magic beast, and this lotus seed is even more important to its son, because with this lotus seed, its son's strength will grow rapidly. This earth fire lotus seed is simply a priceless treasure for their family, and this human said that it is not difficult to get this thing. How can this be a human? In the next moment, the legs of the purple crystal winged lion king softened, and the two lions, one big and one small, lay down in front of Wu Tian and said respectfully, "The purple crystal winged lion king greets the master." Roar. This roar was naturally the cry of the little purple crystal winged lion king. It couldn't speak yet, so it naturally followed its mother's cry, but the cry was very soft, and it was not a curse at first glance. Wu Tian looked at the two lions, one big and one small, and he was so happy in his heart. Now he just needed to sign the contract to finish the job, but Wu Tian didn't want to make a contract for the Duki continent. He was a person with a system, and it was more reassuring to have a system. Wu Tian was about to communicate with the system that seemed to be offline, and the voice of the system rang in his ears. Ding, because the purple crystal winged lion king and the little purple crystal winged lion king worship the host as their master, the pet interface has been opened, and the two beasts are automatically bound as the host's pets. Wu Tian, is it that simple? So awesome. Wu Tian looked at the two lions in front of him and suddenly felt a sense that they would do whatever he wanted them to do. The two lions also had the same feeling. They realized that the human in front of them was already their master. They were very surprised. Who is the master? Why did he become our master without signing any contract? If the master has this ability, why did he waste so much emotion before? Just let us lie down, master, wouldn't it be nice to ride on us? Chapter 70 Big Purple and Little Purple, heading to Wudin City. After Wu Tian had these two little shizi, he checked his system panel again. Although there was no fluctuation in this thing, he still checked it. Guardian Queen System, Queen, Medusa, Host, Wu Tian. Gender, to be determined. The host likes to wear women's clothes, so it is to be determined. Age, 18. Physical realm, 1-star Grand Fighter. Soul realm, spiritual realm great perfection, soul power corresponds to the peak of Donghua cultivation. Method, divine fire condensation technique, super god level. Skills, none. Pet, 6th level purple crystal winged lion king, big, female 3rd level purple crystal winged lion king, small, male. Items, guarding Shabao storage ring, super god level, and other junk. While checking the system panel, Wu Tian couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. It seems that he still needs to practice seriously. In the cave, he and Yun only practiced, quietly, for a few nights, and his physical realm was upgraded from a 9-star fighter to a 1-star Grand Fighter. It seems that he needs to practice more in his daily life to improve his physical strength faster. I have the Azure Lotus Earth Heart body, so my aptitude is naturally not bad. I also have the Divine Fire Concentration technique. It is not difficult to improve my realm. If I hadn't gone to see Yun's graceful body from time to time at night, my physical strength would have been more than 1-star Grand Fighter. Hey, why did I tell the truth? Since you have become a family with me, I will call you Dazi and Xiaozi from now on. Wu Tian smiled. The purple crystal winged lion king was speechless. Both Shizi didn't like this name, but the master had already decided that it was impossible to change it, so they could only nod and agree obediently. Dazi, the earth fire lotus seed is here. If you are sure, you can absorb it. There are 11 earth fire lotus seeds here, which should be enough to help you improve your strength. Wu Tian directly threw his hand and placed all the earth fire lotus seeds in front of the purple crystal winged lion king. Dazi blinked and looked at her master, her huge eyes flashing with excited tears. She was really grateful. She knew how precious this earth fire lotus seed was. For a person or a magic beast with fire attribute fighting spirit, such a seed was completely priceless. If this earth fire lotus seed appeared in the fighting spirit continent, it would definitely cause a bloody storm. However, even such a precious earth fire lotus seed, its new master was so generous to use it all. The slight reluctance of being called Dazi just now disappeared immediately. Dazi thanks the master for the gift. Dazi thanked respectfully. Wu Tian turned to Xiaozi and said, Xiaozi, don't touch these purple crystal sources for now. These are very useful to me. I will find you better ones later. What can Xiaozi say? It is just a third-level magic beast, which is much worse than its mother. It is a humble child. Afterwards, Wu Tian finally felt the feeling of riding a 6th-level magic beast in the air. This feeling is really cool. This huge mount with purple fire is high-end and classy at first glance. It really fits his status as a guardian spirit. This mount is not something that can be obtained for 998. However, after Wu Tian experienced the king's mount, he turned this awesome new mount into a one-time experience card. Because after the purple crystal winged lion king took the little purple crystal winged lion king around the Warcraft mountain range, it directly announced its return and closed the dead gate to break through the 7th level Warcraft, and then drilled into Wu Tian's Hushabao space to prepare to absorb the earth fire lotus seeds. This is a long process, and it is also a boring process. It needs to restore its strength to the peak. And it also needs to adjust its state of mind. The most important thing is this state of mind. It has just become a mount from the king of the Warcraft mountain range. This state of mind is not so easy to adjust. Therefore, Wu Tian just got a powerful mount that he hadn't ridden yet, and it was offline like this, leaving only a little Shizi next to it. This little Shizi Xiaozi can't even speak. Compared with its mother, it is really much smaller. Wu Tian rode on Xiaozi and said bluntly, sure enough, your mother Dazi is more comfortable to ride. Xiaozi, stars, but what made Wu Tian happy was that Xiaozi's body was still strong. Although it was only about 3 meters in size, it still looked very powerful. Wu Tian rode a small purple crystal winged lion king in the sky. He finally felt the feeling of not having to fly by himself and soaring at will. This feeling is so cool. Xiaozi's speed is much faster than Xiao Lan of Xiao Yixian. Of course, the strength is also here. Xiao Yixian's Xiao Lan is just a first-level magic beast, while Xiaozi is a third-level magic beast, and it is also of noble blood, so its speed is amazingly fast. The destination of their flight has been determined, that is Wutan City. As a novice village for a certain talent, Wutan City is of course extremely lively, and Wu Tian came here mainly to do something big. Pick up girls. How is it possible? When did I, Wu Tian, ever pick up girls? I have always been picked up by others. I came here just for an old man. When he saw Wutan City from a distance, Xiaozi landed. This mount was so awesome that it could not be exposed casually. If it was seen by others, it would definitely cause unnecessary commotion. The third-level magic beast corresponded to the strength of a great fighting master. In Wutan City, the existence of great fighting masters was top-notch, so he had to be low-key when he came here. After all, he didn't know what kind of identity Hai Bodong, the old man, was in Wutan City. If he becomes a beggar and becomes the son of a powerful master, that would be a big deal. If Hai Bodong succeeds in getting into the Xiao family, he should be more low-key now. He needs to find out Hai Bodong's identity so that he can get into the Xiao family with a different identity. Wutan City is indeed one of the large cities in the Jama Empire. The city is very magnificent and huge. There are heavy soldiers wearing armor and holding spears guarding the city gates, and there are teams of soldiers patrolling on the city walls, giving people a solemn and murderous atmosphere from a distance. Wu Tian landed on the ground, put Xiaozi back into the Hushabao space, and walked towards the gate of Wutan City. Just when he was about to reach the gate, a hissing sound was heard in the air. Wu Tian hurriedly looked up and saw that it was a second-level goshawk monster. However, this monster did not look like the transport team's teleporting monster, because this goshawk did not look very big, and with the hissing sound, the goshawk actually landed. The position was just in front of Wu Tian, or to be more precise, not far from the city gate. This strong pretentious atmosphere made Wu Tian frown slightly. You were forced to land in Wutan City. Since you have landed, but you still blew the whistle, attracting everyone's attention to you. If this is not pretentious, what are you doing? Who the hell is so pretentious? Chapter 71. Nolan Yanran is very interested in Wu Tian. Wu Tian's eyes followed all the people standing in line outside the city to enter Wutan City, and gathered on the person who just landed on the ground. To be precise, this person who loves to show off is not one person, but 3 people. These 3 people are 2 men and 1 woman. After seeing the images of these 3 people, Wu Tian couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's really better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. How come you catch up with this time period? He, this Wudin City is really a good show to watch. Among the 3 people, there is an old man wearing a white robe with cloud-painted robes. Although the old man is very old, he is full of energy. His pair of small eyes occasionally flash with brilliance. On his chest, there is a silver crescent moon, and around the moon are 7 golden stars. This symbol and the clothes on his body are enough to prove his identity and strength. He is the 7-star funny guy of Yunlin sect. There was a young man beside the old man. He looked about 20 years old, with a handsome appearance, tall figure, and 5 gold stars on his chest. He was a 5-star little funny guy. The reason why Wu Tian recognized their identities was because of the last girl. The girl looked about 15 or 16 years old. Her face was very delicate, and her fair skin was as delicate as a baby's. However, her eyes were disdainful of the people around her. The girl's delicate earlobes were dangling with green jade pendants. When they swayed slightly, they made a crisp jade sound, and suddenly a touch of delicacy appeared. Looking at her exquisite chest that had developed a little, there were 3 small stars painted on it, which was the symbol of a 3-star fighter. Wu Tian knew the identities of these 3 people with just a glance. These 3 people were none other than Nolan Yanran and the other 3 people from the Yunlin sect who came to Wudin City to slap their faces. Nolan Yanran was very beautiful, and all the middle-aged and elderly men around her looked like pigs. Although they tried to control their facial expressions, they couldn't control themselves. They knew what they were thinking, and they must be greedily imagining something happy. However, these people did not include Wu Tian, who passed by them and walked straight to the city gate. He had no interest in Nolan Yanran. This little girl was too different from Medusa and Yun Yun. She was too young now, with no breasts and no buttocks. Wu Tian said that he didn't like small ones, not to mention that she was a little girl with princess syndrome. However, Wu Tian was very confused about the operation of the 3 people. Nolan Yanran was the apprentice of the master Yun Yun, the young master of the Yunlin sect. With this identity, she could have landed directly in Wudin City. Why did they have to land outside? However, after a moment, he understood. He saw some people walking out of the city gate from a distance. The 3 people in the lead were all old men, and their smiles were just like chrysanthemums. You don't need to look at the identities of these 3 people. They are the 3 major forces in Wudin City, the Jali family, the Oba family and the last Xiao family. However, unlike the Jali family and the Oba family, the person who came from the Xiao family was not the patriarch Xiaozan, but an old man who made Wu Tian feel incredible. Jalebi and Obapa ran over from a distance and said flatteringly, Wudin City Jali family and Oba family welcome Yunlin. The rest of the words naturally need not be said, because no one listened to them. The Yunlin sect's team is naturally led by Nolan Yanran. Even though she is very young, her identity is there. She is the disciple of the sect master. This identity naturally makes them act as bodyguards in a disciplined manner. If the young sect master doesn't pay attention to them, they will naturally not pay attention to them. Nolan Yanran did not look at the 2 old men in front of her who were flattering. She left the 2 family leaders in the same place. Her beautiful eyes bypassed the 2 people in front of her and looked at a young man who was the only one who did not look at her among so many people around. This young man had an excellent appearance. He was the best-looking and most handsome boy she had ever seen. He was wearing a plain green robe, tall and slender. He looked gentle and elegant, but he exuded a unique temperament. This temperament made her feel a little familiar. His temperament was just like her teacher Yun Yun. He looked gentle, but he exuded a graceful and luxurious temperament. The temperament of this young man was not something that ordinary people could see. Ordinary people could only see that he was like a modest gentleman. Only people who often came into contact with him could feel it. Her teacher Yun Yun had this temperament, which made her envy her to death. So she had been beside him. In addition to learning to practice, she also learned Yun Yun's temperament, but the truth was cruel. She thought she had mastered a little bit of the essence, but what she learned was just tsunere. So she liked this kind of temperament very much, or to be more precise, she was enthusiastic about it and unconsciously wanted to get close to it, especially when this temperament was exuded from a boy. She was attracted to this young man in an instant. Of course, this was not the so-called love at first sight, but the opposite sex attracted each other, and what attracted her was the delicate nature in her heart. Nolan Yanran's delicate nature made her very angry. The temperament of this young man attracted her very much, but this young man did not even look at her once, and not only did he not look at her, he also looked at a white-haired old man who was dying. This was simply an insult to her, and he simply did not take a girl like her with excellent appearance and delicateness seriously. Nolan Yanran's little face was puffed up with anger at this time, as if she had something in her mouth, and her pink face was like two peaches. She kept staring at the young man who gave her a side face. Others also saw that her eyes were always staring at a person, and they also looked at the target with her eyes, and then what happened next made them all stunned. Of course, the person Nolan Yanran was looking at was not someone else, but our guardian spirit, Wu Tian. Wu Tian had no interest in Nolan Yanran, but Nolan Yanran was very interested in him at this time, but Wu Tian didn't know it at this time. Because there was only one person in his sight, that was the old man who came out to greet the people of Yunlin sect. This old man was his old acquaintance, the slave king Hai Bodong, who was sent by him. Hai Bodong's appearance made Wu Tian surprised and full of doubts in his heart. This Hai Bodong really deserves to be a wise old man. It has only been a few days, and he can actually become the representative of the Xiao family. When Hai Bodong saw Wu Tian, the living ancestor, his expression was beyond description. He showed a constipated smile of joy and excitedly ran towards Wu Tian, shouting, "Wu Hao, my good grandson thief, you are finally here." Wu Tian, Che, Chapter 72, We are not destined to be together, so don't look forward to it. Good grandson thief. Haibodong's call directly made Wu Tian's face turn black. Even if he could control it, he would not control it at this time. He knew that Haibodong really didn't want to live anymore, and he actually gave him the identity of the eldest grandson. This was taking advantage of the ancestors. And the name given by this old man was also quite awesome. Wu Hao, damn, still mouthing the sky, still fucking the sky, Nima, unique skills. Haibodong's heart was also pounding at this time. He was really afraid that this guardian would explode and kill him directly, so he gave him a very awesome name, Wu Hao. Haibodong's heart was also very bitter at this time. He couldn't not make this awesome guardian a grandson. He looked so old, and Wu Tian looked so young, it wouldn't be appropriate to make him any other identity. Haibodong, how do you want to die? Wu Tian's low voice reached Haibodong's ears, who was close at hand and about to hold his grandson. Hai Bodong felt cold in his heart. He knew that he was still too conservative. He had to change his face again and shouted to Wu Tian excitedly, "Fuck, I was so old that I saw it wrong. My good brother, Wu Gan is you. Where is my grandson Wu Hao? Didn't he come with you? Brother is brother, it's much better than grandson." Wu Tian reached out and patted Hai Bodong's back very considerately, and laughed, "Haha, brother, Wu Hao is still enjoying himself at home. Brother, you said our family is not short of money, why did you run so far?" Everyone. Two brothers with such a big age gap. Although this old man looks very energetic, tall and straight, he must be in his 80s. This young man is only about 17 or 18 years old. The gap is too big. Their father is really awesome. He is the kind of ox that is not afraid of a lot of land. Hai Bodong looked helpless at this time. This living father didn't care about my feelings at all. Can you talk to me about the lines? How to improvise? He had no choice but to say helplessly, "Alas, you know what the women in our place are like. Those young girls all look for you and Wu Hao. You two are young and can refuse to share the burden with each other, while those mature women and old ladies all look for me, your brother. I am alone fighting against a group of people. No matter how strong I am, I can't withstand their destruction. Isn't that how our father and son died? Look, I am less than 40 years old this year, and they have already tortured me like I am 80 years old. If I don't run away, I will die." Puff. Everyone burst out laughing. It turned out that this old man who looked like he was 80 years old was less than 40 years old. The age difference is not that big. But while they were laughing, they were a little envious. They wanted to ask silently, "What is your place? We want to experience it." The conversation between the two made everyone feel all kinds of flavors, especially Nolan Yanran, the arrogant little beauty. At this time, she also understood why the young man named Wu Gan didn't look at her just now, because he saw his brother and had no time to pay attention to her. She finally understood why Wuan had such a graceful and noble temperament that was beyond reach. It turned out that this was the temperament he had trained for a long time in order to prevent other women from approaching him. After she figured this out, she suddenly felt less interested in this young man. Because she understood him, the sense of mystery and novelty also disappeared. She was now indifferent to Wu Tian. She had no feelings for him except that he was handsome. Therefore, Nolan Yanren's eyes left Wu Tian directly, and she raised them proudly again to look down on everyone, as if she was a noble princess waiting to pay homage. Brother, please stand aside first. I have important things to do. I will talk to you after I finish my work, Hai Bodong said to Wu Tian. After he finished speaking, he walked in front of Nolan Yanren, bowed slightly and said respectfully, "The Xiao family welcomes the distinguished guest from the Yunlin sect. The clan leader sent me to meet you." However, after Hai Bodong finished speaking, Nolan Yanren did not respond at all. This scene seemed familiar. Everyone looked at the arrogant Miss Nolan again, and then saw her eyes again, which seemed familiar, and locked on the young man named Wuan again. This made everyone very confused. What happened to Miss Nolan? Why did she lose her arrogant look just now? Now her eyes were curious again, and there was a little anger in her eyes. The reason why Nolan Yanren looked at Wu Tian curiously again was not because of anything else, but because Wu Tian had never looked at her straight in the eye. Just now, she thought that Wu Tian did not see her because he saw his brother, and when he looked at her, he would definitely show his pig brother's appearance. But she was wrong. She clearly saw Wu Tian's eyes sweeping over her body, and he didn't even stop. It was exactly as she thought before, and he had no feelings for her. Even his temperament has not changed from beginning to end. He actually has no idea about me, a girl of heaven, and exudes a rejection temperament towards me, which makes her proud bones unbearable. She immediately stepped over Hai Bodong and came to Wu Tian, which made Hai Bodong look very ugly. He, the dignified Ice Emperor, was actually ignored. Yunshin's little disciple is really arrogant. When I was at my peak, I was an 8-star Duhuang. Even your teacher couldn't last a few rounds in my hands. This little girl actually ignored me. Nolan Yanren stood in front of Wu Tian, and the distance between the two was only about 30 centimeters. Wu Tian could now smell the faint fragrance on Nolan Yanren's body, but what if the fragrance was fragrant? She was just a little girl who had nothing. He was cultivating her. He was not interested. Isn't his wife fragrant? Wu Tian finally looked at Nolan Yanren straight in the eye. His eyes were indifferent, and he moved his lips slightly and said, "Miss, what can I do for you?" These cold words made Nolan Yanren very angry. Her pretty face was puffed up, and she pointed at her face with her jade finger and asked Wu Tian, "Let me ask you, am I not good looking?" "Very good looking." Wu Tian nodded and said lightly. "Then why don't you look at me? Is my appearance not attractive to you?" Nolan Yanren said bluntly. That's her personality. She dares to love and hate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done such a thing as breaking off the engagement. Of course, such girls often have a rich love history. Wu Tian stared at Nolan Yanren's beautiful eyes and said lightly, "Miss Nolan, you are beautiful, but that doesn't mean I want to look at you. You are attractive, but that doesn't mean I will be attracted to you. We are from two different worlds. We are not destined to be together, so don't look at each other. We are not destined to be together, so don't look at each other." Nolan Yanren whispered with her lips slightly moving. Chapter 73 Hai Bodong is miserable again, and goes to Xiao's house with Nolan Yanren. Nolan Yanren stared at Wu Tian in front of her, and listened to his cold words, and actually felt dissatisfied with him. She, Nolan Yanren, was born as a daughter of heaven, the little princess of the Nolan family, and was accepted as a disciple by the leader of the Yunlin sect because of her outstanding talent. Now she is the young leader. Which young man in the Jia Ma Empire is not interested in her? But the man in front of her was not interested in her, and he didn't even look at her, which made her feel very dissatisfied. What was wrong with her, Nolan Yanren? Nolan Yanren smiled and said, "Wu Gan, you and I just met for the first time, and you said that we were not destined to be together, but we can meet in such a big place as the Jia Ma Empire. This is originally a fate. We will be friends in the future. My name is Nolan Yanren, and you can call me Yanren in the future. I'm just a commoner. Since Miss Nolan has such an idea, I will naturally not refuse. Everything is up to you," Wu Tian said indifferently. "Yanren, Wu Tian was speechless to Nolan Yanran. What is this? I have said it so many times. I don't want to provoke any girls. I don't want to provoke girls. But Nolan Yanran actually threw herself at me. I am really impressed. Nolan Yanran's words surprised the people around her, and they were envious, especially the two lickers, Jalebi and Obapa. As the leaders of the clan, they personally brought people to lick, but they didn't even pay attention to them, but only to Wu Gan. This is really a dog. And this Wu Gan actually behaved very casually. Your mother is really hateful. How enviable and jealous is it to be friends with the young master of Yunlin sect. But this young man named Wu Gan is just like his name. He has no feelings about this. This is really enviable and hateful. Wu Tian's indifference made Nolan Yanran's pretty face puffed up with anger. Her pretty face turned pink while it was white, which was really lovely and touching. This made the young man who followed Nolan Yanran feel amorous and his expression melted. Yes, as a disciple of Yunlin sect, he certainly liked Nolan Yanran, but Nolan Yanran had never looked at him directly, so he could only do what he wanted to do in his dreams. And now his dream lover was treated like this by another man. He couldn't help it, but he was smart not to take action, because Nolan Yanran had already said that she wanted to be friends with him. If he took action again, it would make his dream lover unhappy. So he just kept this matter in mind, and when he had the chance, he would definitely kill Wu Gan. Nolan Yanran saw that she was angry, and Wu Gan ignored her. She immediately waved her sleeves and pointed at Hai Bodong standing next to her with her jade finger and said angrily, Wu Gan's brother, what is your status in the Xiao family? Why don't you see anyone from the Xiao family come to meet me? Hai Bodong was extremely bitter in his heart. I even suspected that I had the bitter disease of meeting Wu Tian. Before I met him, I could be said to be in control of everything in this Wudin city. But when I met this living father Wu Tian, everything changed. Nolan Yanran was obviously angry with Wu Tian, the living father, and then she found a punching bag to vent her anger. It seems that the Xiao family is her punching bag, but before the Xiao family, I was the fucking punching bag. This won't work. How can I, a dignified Do Huang, be a punching bag for this little girl? I have to find a way to be a blower to make the storm more violent. Hai Bodong's old face wrinkled. Miss Nolan, my name is Wu Shugan, and I am the newly appointed housekeeper of the Xiao family. The Xiao clan leader said that you are his niece and his son's fiancé. The elders cannot meet the younger ones, so the clan leader and several elders are waiting for you in the Xiao family's reception room. When Nolan Yanran heard this, her pretty face suddenly darkened, and the small flame in her heart was immediately ignited into a raging fire. She is the young master of the Yunlin sect, and the Xiao family is so ungrateful. Originally, she felt a little guilty and was still thinking about whether to implement that matter. Now it seems that this matter must be implemented without delay. What a Xiao family, what an elder, I want to see how they want to use this elder's identity to pressure me. Let's go, to the Xiao family, Nolan Yanran shouted. Wu Tian looked at the furious Nolan Yanran, and his mouth twitched. He looked at Hai Bodong. This old guy is really good at making trouble. Things are getting more and more interesting. However, I just want to ask, how did he come up with the name Wu Shugan? Is it because he is too old, and the craftsman has lost the hand feeling? No wonder he named me Wu Hao before. It turns out that his name is already Wu Shugan, one Wu Shugan, one Wu Gan. If you say that they are not brothers, no one will believe it. Wu Tian followed Hai Bodong to the city of Wudin. I don't know what happened. Nolan Yanran, who was already furious, ran to his side and walked with him. I said that she was not angry with me after I treated her like this. She still wants to be friends with me. Walking into Wudin City, Wu Tian looked at this city as the novice village in the original work. Wudin City is worthy of being one of the large cities in the Jama Empire. It is extremely popular. It is not much different from the prosperity of their Mo City. Even under the scorching sun, there are crowds of people on the street, and even some strange species can be seen on the street. The two people, Jalebi and Obapa, who were originally at the city gate, disappeared with their people at some point. They were very smart and did not participate in this incident. When they heard Hai Bodong say that Nolan Yanran was the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, they immediately understood that it was none of their business and it was better to hang high, so they didn't even say hello and hid directly in their own family, and didn't even dare to send people to investigate. Wu Tian walked on the road and smelled the faint fragrance beside him. Naturally, he felt refreshed. He was still a little excited now because he could see the legendary fellow villager. I wonder if the fellow villagers will see each other in tears when they meet. The location of the Xiao family in Wudan City is naturally very large. It only took a while to walk to the Xiao family's mansion. They were taken directly to the Xiao family's reception hall by Hai Bodong. Wu Tian looked inside. The hall was very spacious, and there were quite a few people. The few people sitting at the top were naturally the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Zan, and several elders with wrinkles on their faces. The man named Xiao Zan is not a handsome young man, but a middle-aged uncle. This middle-aged uncle is wearing a luxurious gray shirt. He is sitting in the main seat with a majestic look, and his eyebrows reveal a bit of heroism. The majesty of the elders next to him is no less than that of Xiao Zan. Although their expressions are indifferent, they give people the feeling that they are the ones who have the final say in this Dookie continent, let alone how awesome they are. Chapter 74, The Xiao Family Beauty Contest. Below the four people's left hands, sat some elders of the Xiao family who had the right to speak and thought they were very strong. Beside them were some young people who thought they were good and outstanding in the Xiao family. Wu Tian only glanced and saw a group of passers-by filling up the room. They were really sad. On the right side, there were a few empty seats. There were 5 or 6 of them, but very few people could actually sit on them. These were reserved for the people of the Yunlin sect. Under the leadership of Nalan Yanran, several people sat on them calmly, but what made Hai Bodong speechless was that Wu Tian, the living father, actually sat on them very naturally, and his seat was next to Nalan Yanran. The first one sat was the old man of the Yunlin sect, followed by Nalan Yanran, and finally Wu Tian. There were a few empty seats below Wu Tian, which should have been prepared extra. In this operation, no one actually refused. He sat there as if everything was natural, as expected. The Guardian Spirit Master is the Guardian Spirit Master. No matter what he does, he is so awesome. Even pretending to be a younger brother can be so awesome. As the head of the clan, Xiao Zan naturally had a close conversation with the old man from the Yunlin sect. The two talked so passionately, but no one said a single interesting word. What they said were all empty words, and even after talking for a long time, Xiao Zan only knew that the old man was called Jie Yi, and the names of the other 2 young people sitting in the seats were unknown. As for Nalan Yanran's identity, these people already knew it, but they just pretended not to know her. To pretend to be an elder of the Xiao family, there is no way that the Xiao family is so awesome. No matter what your identity is, I dare to pretend with you. And among these young talents of the Xiao family, there are still some who have not arrived. This made Wu Tian speechless. The Xiao family actually pretended to be so powerful. The Yunlin sect's position in the Jama Empire was unshakable, and it was definitely at the overlord level. They dared to pretend to be so powerful. They had been in Wudan City for such a long time, but they hadn't gathered all the people yet. Is this realistic? Aren't they just trying to pretend that my Xiao family is not bad? At this time, a person appeared at the door. This person was a girl. The girl looked only 14 or 15 years old. Although she was not stunning, her childish face contained a faint charm. The coexistence of purity and charm, this combination of contradictions, made her successfully become the most eye-catching focus in the whole room. This special temperament was not weaker than Nalan Yanran over there, and it was completely comparable to her. This made Nalan Yanran's pretty face change slightly, and she immediately reacted. The Xiao family was making trouble. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and suddenly she seemed to think of something. She turned her head and looked at Wu Tian beside her. In her sight, Wu Tian's eyes were still so clear and pure. His sight did not even stay on the girl, which made her feel a little happy. Because Wu Tian looked at the girl in the same way as he looked at her, it proved that he looked at everyone in the same way, and had the same attitude towards all beautiful girls. In this way, I would feel more accomplished if I could conquer him and get him. The girl's steps were very light, and she bowed respectfully to the top. Xiao Mayor greets the clan leader and the elders. Okay, go down, find a seat. Xiao Zan waved his hand directly, without any intention of punishing Xiao Mayor for being late. Xiao Mayor's beautiful eyes swept around and saw a handsome boy. This boy was more handsome than all the young talents in the room, with excellent temperament. He was also sitting in the guest seat. The guests were all from the Yunlin sect. She could see that he was a top talent. She couldn't help but flirt with him shyly. This pure and charming look is irresistible to ordinary people, but Wu Tian is not an ordinary person. He was helpless at this time. Wu Tian, hey, another female supporting role who is flirting, throwing herself into my arms, and has no curves, it's really hard for me. Xiao Mei just walked to her seat, and a beautiful figure appeared at the door. The moment this figure appeared, everyone's eyes were all focused on her. A girl in a purple dress appeared at the door. The girl was standing elegantly, waiting for Xiao Mei to sit back in her seat. She walked in again. Her calm and tender face did not change at all because of being noticed by everyone. The boy's cold and indifferent temperament is like a green lotus blooming for the first time. At such a young age, he has a kind of unworldly temperament. It is hard to imagine how beautiful this girl will be when she grows up. Compared with this purple skirt girl, whether it is Xiao Mei just now or Nolan Yanran sitting in the seat, their beauty and temperament are inferior to her. This girl is like a fairy who should not appear in the world, which makes Nolan Yanran envious and jealous. Nolan Yanran looked at the cold Wu Tian again. The appearance of this girl made her jealous. She had to admit that the girl's temperament and appearance were better than hers. She had to admit that she, Nolan Yanran, lost in this beauty contest created by the Xiao family. However, she was not angry at all. With the girl around, she didn't believe that this cold man Wu Gan would be so indifferent this time. If he is still so indifferent, then he definitely has a problem. In addition to having a problem in his heart, his orientation is definitely problematic. Wu Tian was naturally not as indifferent as before when he saw this girl, because this girl was different from others. This girl was not only beautiful, but also had an extremely powerful background. However, her life was just like her current figure, a little poor average and a little bitter. She was actually given away by her father who loved her so much. Her father was a professional talent who pitied his daughter. He gave his daughter away at the beginning. I was really impressed. She was really pitiful. I don't know how far she and that Xiao Yanzi have reached now. Alas, if such a beautiful girl was touched and searched by that wretched man Xiao Yanzi, it would be a pity. Wu Tian's little brain was bigger than two at this time. Look at the place where a novice like the Xiao family started to pretend to be powerful and the dream began. Now they have turned it into a beauty contest. Are you playing? Are you playing for me? You have nothing, no curves at all, at least you have to grow a few years. Is it as beautiful as my wife Medusa? Is it as beautiful as the thin waist wrapped around me, and the magnificent waves that buried me? Wu Tian's eyes finally changed slightly in Nolan Yanran's eyes, but this change made her confused. Wu Tian's eyes were not interested in the girl, but pitiful. That's right, pitiful. Such a beautiful girl appeared in front of him, but he not only did not show the look of wanting to get her, but showed a pitiful look. What's going on? Nolan Yanran was confused by Wu Tian, the boy. Is he a man? Is he not interested in beautiful girls at all? Is he really having problems with his sexual orientation? Chapter 75 Humble Xiao Yan was scolded by Zuner. The girl who was more treacherous than her own father walked into the house with lotus steps. She bowed respectfully and humbly and said, Patriarch, Xiao Zuner is late. Please punish me. Wu Tian was speechless. Punishment. Punishment, would he dare? But Xiao Zuner's voice was really nice. Xiao Zan was just as Wu Tian thought. He didn't even wave his hand and nodded, well, go and sit down. Xiao Zuner also returned to the empty seat. Although she was sitting in an inconspicuous place, it seemed that there was a light there, attracting people's eyes to look there unconsciously. Xiao Zuner sat in her seat and looked at the people sitting on the right. In her eyes, the identities of Nolan Yanran and others naturally could not escape her eyes, but only Wu Tian's identity made her unable to see through. She didn't know what the identity of this handsome boy who came with Yunlin sect was. Was he a new disciple of Yunlin sect? The old bodyguard who was protecting Xiao Zuner in the dark was also confused at this time. Where did this boy come from? Why can't I see through his strength? Is he an ordinary person? How is this possible? How can a boy who can sit next to Nolan Yanran be an ordinary person? He, a Duhuang, can't figure it out, so Xiao Zuner, a little girl, naturally can't figure it out. This also made Xiao Zuner curious about Wu Tian, and she would look at Wu Tian unconsciously. But Wu Tian was still so indifferent to this. After all, he came here to watch a good show, not to have a blind date. This beauty contest is over here. Can we serve a big dish? In the hall, Xiao Zan and the three elders were chatting with Jie Yi, but Jie Yi acted as if it was something difficult to talk about. Every time he said something, he would be swallowed back by him pretending to be helpless. He was hesitant to say something, and even a fool could see that he had something to say. However, Xiao Zhan, the cunning old man, pretended not to see it, and chatted with the three elders, making Jie Yi dry-mouthed. "Father, three elders." Just then, a young man's voice came from the door, and the young man respectfully bowed to Xiao Zhan and the other four people who were in the upper position. "Haha, Yun'er, you're here, sit down quickly." Seeing the arrival of the young man, Xiao Zhan stopped talking to Jie Yi, nodded at him, and waved. The young man slowly raised his head, revealing his somewhat delicate and tender face, and his dark eyes stared at his father woodenly, not caring at all about the people on his left who looked at him with mocking expressions. As for the guest sitting on the right, he didn't even look at him, because as the third young master of the Xiao family, he couldn't be disrespectful to the guests directly, especially the distinguished guests. His humble status in the Xiao family did not allow him to make such a mistake. Although he did not look at the person on the right, the eyes of the person on the right were all staring at him. Wu Tian saw the immature look of this fellow villager, and he was so happy in his heart. The main dish was finally served. "Xiao Yanzi, please start your classic performance. I like to watch others pretending to be cool the most." At this time, Nolan Yanran was also looking at her so-called genius fiancé. Her first impression of Xiao Yan was extremely bad. Although Xiao Yan's appearance was not ugly, he was not handsome either. Compared with Wu Tian's appearance, it was simply a world of difference. There was no comparison at all. And this Xiao Yan, with dark skin, short stature, and rustic dress, looked very humble on the surface, but his eyes revealed an invisible arrogance, as if he looked down on everyone. Just like the three elders of the Xiao family looked at him with disdain, he just smiled slightly and did not respond at all. This was completely looking down on his three elders. Of course, if Xiao Yan responded to the three elders, Nolan Yanran would think that he was disrespectful to his elders. Anyway, she would not look down on him. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, turned around and scanned the left side of the hall, and then he was shocked to find that there was no place for him. He shook his head secretly, and naturally understood that the three old elders were deliberately doing bad things to do this. When they have the chance, they will definitely make you beg me on the ground. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was standing still, the young people in the clan around him could not help but laugh, and that laughter made Xiao Yan feel ashamed. As Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan noticed Xiao Yan's embarrassment. A flash of anger flashed across his face. He frowned at the old man beside him and said, "Second elder, how can you?" "Ahem, I'm really sorry, I actually forgot the position of the third young master. I thought he was not coming. Haha, I'll ask someone to prepare it right away." The yellow-robed elder who was stared at by Xiao Zhan smiled faintly and patted his wrinkled forehead, self-blaming. The sarcasm in these words was not concealed at all, and there was no face left for Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, come and sit here." The girl's faint voice suddenly rang in the hall. The three elders frowned slightly and looked towards the quiet direction in the corner. There was a beautiful figure sitting in that direction. This beautiful figure was none other than Xiao Zuner. The three old men looked at Xiao Zuner, their mouths moved, and they dared not say anything else. Wu Tian looked at this scene, and his brows not only frowned, but also frowned. Sure enough, I traveled too late. Is their relationship so close? Those who cheat their daughters will not die well. In the corner of the hall, Xiao Zuner smiled and closed the thick book in her hand, with an elegant and calm temperament. Looking at Xiao Zuner's face, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect Xiao Zuner to call him over. He touched his nose and nodded in the scene of everyone's attention, and then walked over in the jealous eyes of many young people. "Thank you, Zuner." However, just as Xiao Yan sat down, smelling the faint fragrance and was about to sit next to Xiao Zuner to feel the close and soft feeling, Xiao Zuner's delicate body suddenly stood up in the seat. Xiao Zuner was holding a book in her arms, standing at the side and looking at Xiao Yan, who was sitting in the seat. Her beautiful eyes actually revealed a look of annoyance, and she shouted angrily, "HMPH, Xiao Yan, I was kind enough to take care of your face and let you sit here, but you actually wanted to take advantage of me. If it weren't for Uncle Xiao's face, you would be dead now." Xiao Yan sat in the seat, and he was scolded with a confused look on his face. His eyes blinked and he thought stupidly, "Didn't you call me over to let me squeeze in with you? Shouldn't it be that only by squeezing in can there be a soul?" Facing Xiao Zuner's scolding, Xiao Yan and the people of the Xiao family naturally didn't dare to say anything, because Xiao Zuner had the strength, so it would be better for them to pretend to be grandsons. Wu Tian stared at this scene with wide eyes, thinking in disbelief, there are unexpected changes. Chapter 76. Xiao Yan is sad, Xiao Zuner is sitting next to me. What's the situation with Xiao Zuner sitting next to me? It seems that Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner don't have a good relationship. Not only is their relationship not close at all, but it's like they are not even friends. Xiao Zuner scolds Xiao Yan angrily, so exciting. Bah, no, I can't call her Xiao Zuner now, I should call her Gu Zuner. After all, she doesn't have a good relationship with Xiao Yan, so she only has a profit relationship with the Xiao family. After all, it's for the Tuosh ancient emperor Jade. Xiao Yan was scolded, but he still looked up at Gu Zuner with a smile and said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you meant, Zuner. Don't call me Zuner, disgusting. Gu Zuner raised her eyebrows and said angrily. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Zuner who was staring at him angrily, and his eyes revealed a gloomy look. He whispered, Zuner. However, Gu Zuner ignored him and turned her head to walk away. Xiao Yan looked at the back of Gu Zuner who was leaving him, and he was not only sad. He couldn't help but think of the happy and joyful days when he was still the rare genius of the Xiao family. After traveling to the Duki continent, Xiao Yan thought he had reached the peak of his life, but the reality was extremely cruel. It only took a little time for a genius to become a waste. Originally, he was a top second-generation ancestor in the Xiao family. In his own words, he was in the prime of his life and could do whatever he wanted. For example, he could spend money casually, go anywhere he wanted, and pick up girls at will. The Xiao family was really his home. He could go anywhere and come in and out at will. For example, he broke into the girls' bathroom and the girls' boudoir. He did this a lot. It can be said that most of the girls in the Xiao family have been touched by his magic hands. Xiao Yan still remembers that he had reached the third stage of Doqi when he was 5 years old. That night was the beginning of his dream, and it was also the moment when he couldn't help himself. He sneaked into a little girl's room in the dark night. That girl was the most beautiful among the many little girls in the Xiao family. This girl was Xiao Zuner. He sneaked in and wanted to use his massage techniques to help her warm up her bones and meridians, causing the two of them to sweat and get wet. But when he sneaked in and stretched out his hands to touch the little body, his eyes went black and he fainted. When he woke up, his little head was already stuck in the toilet. This incident can be said to be his shadow, so he came out of the toilet for many days to relax. He didn't dare to go to Xiao Zuner at night anymore. He pretended that nothing happened during the day, but Xiao Zuner turned 180 degrees to him and stayed away from him without saying a word. So he could only put his evil heart on others. Xiao Yuer, the big sister, had a great figure. Wouldn't it be wonderful to sneak into her bathroom and touch her? But when he sneaked in that night, he didn't see Xiao Yuer as he imagined, but he saw her father taking a bath in the bathroom. The scene was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit. Then he turned his attention to other people, such as Xiao Meier, who was around him all day and called him brother Xiao Yan. He thought this was the easiest to start with, but he never expected that this was the most difficult. Xiao Meier was very enthusiastic towards him, but she didn't let him touch her at all. Even at such a young age, she didn't let him touch her hands, so he had to start with the remaining ordinary little girls of the Xiao family. The rest were too easy to deal with. He finally got the happy life he wanted, but there is a saying that what you can't get will always make you restless, and what you get will make you bored. It was only a few days before he got bored, so his eyes were fixed on a few beautiful girls again. Xiao Yuer ran away from the Xiao family, and Xiao Meier was around him all day. As long as the time was right, he would definitely take her down. However, when he looked at the most beautiful Xiao Zuner, he felt itchy inside. He wanted to get her and take her for himself. He knew that he was in love with Xiao Zuner, so he started to attack Xiao Zuner fiercely and sweetly, and used all the little love skills and earthy love words he learned in his previous life on Xiao Zuner, but the effect was not at all. It would be strange if this had any effect. If he hadn't attacked Xiao Zuner the night before and was discovered and knocked unconscious by the bodyguard, Xiao Zuner would really be fooled by him, but after this incident, she only felt disgusted with Xiao Yan. But Xiao Yan did not give up, but felt very interesting. He could only get excited if he couldn't get her. He firmly believed that as long as there was enough time, his enthusiasm would one day melt Xiao Zuner, but for him, time was not enough. 3 years ago, his fighting spirit disappeared. What was miserable was that he did not get Xiao Zun'er's love. Instead, he got revenge, ridicule and humiliation from the girls and their parents, as well as the girls' suitors and their parents, whom he had touched. In the past 3 years, Xiao Yan's life was getting worse day by day. Everyone around him left him. Only his father treated him as a son, and the rest treated him as a grandson. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel sad. Why is my life so miserable? He roared in his heart. Fuck your grandma, did you travel through time and space to play with me as a waste? It's fine that no girls liked me in my previous life, but why is it the same in this life? Not only did I not get what I wanted, but I was also humiliated by these beautiful little girls. Fuck, one day, I will make you all become the people twisting under me. Xiao Zun'er, wait, one day, I will make a comeback and catch you. By then, I will make you squat for me. Xiao Zun'er turned around and left the place angrily, ignoring Xiao Yan's sad face and the surprised eyes around him. In Wu Tian's incredible sight, her delicate body came straight to him. Xiao Zun'er smiled at Wu Tian lightly, her little face showing a cute dimple, and pointed her jade finger at the empty seat next to Wu Tian and said, "Excuse me, can I sit next to you?" Wu Tian felt the faint fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, looked at Xiao Zun'er and smiled, of course. Brother Tian couldn't help thinking, this Xiao Zun'er is worthy of being the eldest daughter of the 8 ancient clans. She has a very strong vision and actually discovered my incomparable charm. However, the distance is a bit close, and the corner of her clothes is on me. The feeling of having 2 beauties by my side really makes me helpless. The sad Xiao Yan was furious. Damn it. The girl I like actually took the initiative to sit next to another man. Xiao Zun'er sat in her seat, and her slender fingertips once again turned the ancient book in her hand. She was young, but had an intellectual beauty. She blinked her long eyelashes and read in the book, as if everything here had nothing to do with her. Nolan Yanran looked at such a beautiful Xiao Zun'er and frowned. Does this girl named Xiao Zun'er have such a high status in the Xiao family? Chapter 77 Cabbage and Pig, Nolan Yanran and Xiao Yan. Xiao Zun'er didn't even dare to say a word to the Xiao family leader and the 3 elders. Can she just sit in the guest seat? What is her identity? Or is this a situational drama directed and performed by the Xiao family, just to show off in front of their Yunlin sect? It should be, otherwise, how could there be a powerful girl in this small Xiao family? Because Wu Tian, a friend, had agreed, Nolan Yanran, a distinguished guest, did not refuse Xiao Zun'er to sit here, but her beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Zun'er with a hint of hostility. Nolan Yanran, the young master, did not refuse, and old man Yi would naturally not meddle in other people's business. He was just a small bodyguard, so it was better to do his job well. Because of Xiao Yan's arrival, the previous beauty contest was also successfully concluded. The Xiao family directly pretended to be very calm in front of the Yunlin sect. The meaning was already very obvious, which meant, you see, although my Xiao family is small, there are girls who are more beautiful than you. Wu Tian looked at the Xiao family differently. Sure enough, the Xiao family, one of the 8 ancient clans that had fallen into decline, still had something to inherit. Although the awesome fighting skills and strength were not passed down, the character of being pretentious was inherited intact. When old man Yi saw that the position in the Xiao family was full, he had to start doing business, because Nolan Yanran's eyes had urged him more than once. If he was always stared at like this, and didn't do his job, he would definitely not have a good time when he returned to Yunlin sect. Ahem, Yi coughed lightly, stood up and arched his hands towards Xiao Zan, and said with a smile, Chief Xiao, I came to your family this time mainly to ask for something. As for Yi, Xiao Zan naturally couldn't neglect him on the surface, and he could just find some face in secret. He quickly stood up and said politely, Haha, Mr. Yi, please tell me if you have something to say. If I can do it, I shouldn't refuse. The words of Xiao Zan, the old fox, can be said to be watertight, which means, if you have something to say, if I can do it, I will do it for you myself, not the Xiao family. Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, pointing at Nolan Yanran and asked Xiao Zan with a smile, Haha, Chief Xiao, do you know her? Xiao Zan stared at Nolan Yanran, pretending to look up and down, and shook his head a little embarrassedly. Forgive Xiao Zan for his poor eyesight, this lady. Good guy, this Xiao Zan is an actor. This is really the real Xiao Zhan. As the patriarch of the Xiao family in Wudin City, how could he not know his daughter-in-law? It is said that girls change a lot when they grow up, so it is normal not to know her, but as the head of the Xiao family, doesn't he know? What is the relationship between the small Xiao family and the giant Yunlin sect of the Jama Empire? Isn't it just the nominal daughter-in-law Nolan Yanran? As the head of the Xiao family, can't he even think of this? And Nolan Yanran revealed her name at the gate of the city. If he didn't even receive this news in Wudin City, the Xiao family would have been finished. Xiao Zhan must know my identity now. Of course, it is Wu Gan's identity, but he estimated that Yunlin sect's face did not expose it. Zhe Yi naturally knew that Xiao Zhan was acting, and he said directly, ahem. Her name is Nolan Yanran. Nolan Yanran, the granddaughter of Mr. Nolan. Xiao Zhan was startled, and then his whole face smiled like a flower, but this flower looked like a chrysanthemum. He quickly showed a gentle smile to Nolan Yanran, and said very kindly, so it's Nolan's niece. Uncle Xiao hasn't seen you for many years. Don't blame Uncle for being short-sighted. The scene that suddenly appeared made everyone slightly stunned. This beautiful boy turned out to be Nolan Yanran. Is it the darling of heaven Nolan Yanran? The eldest daughter of the Nolan family? The young master of Yunlin sect? Xiao Yan's fiancé? No matter how you look at it, she doesn't match Xiao Yan. Cabbage and pig, swan and toad, flowers and cow dung, Nolan Yanran and Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan in the corner heard that this beautiful girl turned out to be Nolan Yanran, his eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, I actually have such a beautiful fiancé. So is she here to pick me up to Yunlin sect this time? Hehehehe, is this because God sees me as a waste and arranges for me to make a comeback as a son-in-law? While Xiao Yan was imagining his future happy life, he was looking at his awesome fiancé. Her smile was so sweet and beautiful. Uncle Xiao, my niece has never come to see me. I should apologize, but how dare I blame Uncle Xiao? Nolan Yanran smiled sweetly. Xiao Zhan smiled and praised. Haha, niece Nolan, I heard that you were accepted as a disciple by the leader of the Union sect. At that time, I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. My niece is really talented. Yanran is just lucky. Nolan Yanran smiled lightly. She really couldn't stand Xiao Zhan's enthusiasm. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the wise and calculating Xiao Zhan. It turned out that the movie Emperor-level talents think a lot. Zhe Yi would not let this scene continue. He smiled at Xiao Zhan. Haha, Patriarch Xiao, what I am asking for today is related to Yanran, and it was the Lord Sect Master who asked for it personally. When he mentioned the word, Sect Master, his tone became much heavier, and the expression on his face became much more serious. This made Xiao Zhan's face change slightly. It turned out that it was the Lord Sect Master Yun Yun who asked for it personally. That would be bad. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch a few times. The Lord Sect Master Yun Yun was a big shot in the Jama Empire. He, a small patriarch, could not afford to offend him. At most, he would pretend in front of these small shots, but it was a different matter when it came to Yun Yun. His huge palms trembled slightly, but fortunately they were covered by his sleeves, so they were not discovered. He suppressed his anger and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Zhe Yi, please speak. Ahem, Zhe Yi's face was also a little embarrassed. After all, it was not something that anyone could do to let an old man do this. However, when he thought of the love that the sect master had for Nolan Yanran, he could only grit his teeth and said with a smile. Patriarch Xiao, you also know that the Yunlin sect has a strict style, and the sect master has extremely high expectations for Yanran. Now she is being trained as the next sect master, and because of some special rules, the sect master's heir cannot have any entanglement with men before becoming the official sect master. After asking Yanran, the sect master learned that she was still engaged to the Xiao family, so the sect master wanted to ask Patriarch Xiao to cancel the engagement. After Zhe Yi finished talking about this, he felt relieved. He was asked to do something that was not human, alas. The jade cup in Xiao Zhan's hand suddenly turned into a tragedy, and suddenly turned into a pile of powder. The atmosphere in the hall was a little quiet. Xiao Yan in the corner had a dull look in his eyes at this time. In his mind, like the crushed jade cup, a loud, "Kacha," sounded like thunder. The fantasy of becoming a son-in-law and making a comeback was shattered. This Nolan Yanran actually came to cancel the engagement. Chapter 78. Broken Engagement, a group of ants fighting for junk. The three elders in the upper hall were shocked by Jie Yi's words, but after a moment, they looked at Xiao Zhan with a hint of sarcasm and ridicule. The three elders have always been at odds with Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao family. After all, if Xiao Zhan was not the patriarch, one of them would be the patriarch. If someone came to the door to forcibly cancel the engagement of his son, if this matter is confirmed, the prestige of Xiao Zhan, the patriarch, in the Xiao family will definitely plummet, and then it will be time for them to turn over and become the boss. Some young boys and girls did not know about the engagement between Xiao Yan and Nolan Yanran, but after asking their parents beside them, their faces began to gradually become wonderful. Their mood now is, heaven, earth, Miss Nolan finally vented our anger for us. The eyes of ridicule and mockery gathered at the corner of Xiao Yan at the same time. No matter how thick-skinned Xiao Yan was, his expression was gloomy and terrible at this time. Nolan Yanran looked at Xiao Zhan, whose face was extremely gloomy. She didn't dare to look up. As a girl, she was still very nervous to do this. She buried her head and twisted her fingers nervously. What could Jie Yi do? The bad guy had already done it, so he could only do it. Chief Xiao, I know this request is a bit difficult, but please cancel the engagement for the sake of the Lord Sect Master. Jie Yi sighed helplessly and said lightly. He tried his best to ensure that he was a helpless tool, otherwise he would definitely not please both sides, but even so, Xiao Zhan was furious. Xiao Zhan's fist suddenly clenched, and the faint green fighting spirit gradually covered his body, and finally gathered into an illusory lion head on his face. This was the Xiao family's top-level technique, the Zhan-level intermediate technique, Crazy Lion Fury. Xiao Zhan's sudden condensation of fighting spirit made Jie Yi's face solemn. He blocked Nolan Yanran's body with his eagle claw-like hands, and condensed green sword energy in his claws. Jie Yi's skills were the advanced skills of Yunlin sect, Qingmu sword technique, and the level was the primary level of Zhan level. As the two people's auras erupted, the faces of the weaker boys and girls in the hall suddenly turned pale, and then their chests felt a little stuffy. This fighting spirit has not yet started to collide, and it has caused such pressure. This pressure is completely like testing whether the boys and girls present are geniuses. However, both Xiao Zhan and Jie Yi are the strength of great fighting masters, one is 5 stars and the other is 7 stars. The fighting spirit of this great fighting master cannot be blocked by the strength of the Qi training period. Therefore, because of the release of fighting spirit by the two, it can be said that all the young people in the hall, the little geniuses of the Xiao family, were directly wiped out, and they covered their chests one by one, feeling very depressed. Of course, the most depressed person was Xiao Yan. He was not only deeply shocked mentally, but also shocked on the surface. How could he, a genius of the 3rd stage of Do Qi, resist the aura of the great Do Master? He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, as if there was a mouthful of old blood stuck in his chest, unbearable, but unable to spit it out, extremely aggrieved. In the whole hall, only a few young people looked relatively good. These people were all sitting on the right, namely Ji Yuzuner, Nolan Yanran, Yunlin Zong Xiaodubi and Wu Tian, who was as stable as a mountain. Wu Tian could not be afraid of the strength of these two old men, whether in terms of soul power or physical strength. Their strength was completely ants to him. It would be strange if his expression changed. Seeing Xiao Zhan's breathing becoming more and more rapid, the elders sitting in the upper seats shouted, "Xiao Zhan, stop it quickly, don't forget that you are the patriarch of the Xiao family." This sentence calmed Xiao Zhan's excitement. His body stiffened suddenly, and the fighting spirit on his body slowly converged, and finally disappeared completely. He sat back on the chair with an extremely ugly and pale face. He looked at Nolan Yanran, who bowed her head and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Niece Nolan, you are so courageous. Nolan Su is really envious of having a daughter like you." Her body trembled slightly. How could a girl have the nerve to cancel the engagement? But for the sake of her persistence, she had to do this. Nolan Yanran looked up at Xiao Zhan and said, "Uncle Xiao." "Hehe, just call me Patriarch Xiao. I can't bear the title of Uncle Xiao. You are the future leader of Yunlin sect and a famous figure in Duki continent. My Yunur is just a mediocre person and is indeed not worthy of you, a proud daughter of heaven." Xiao Zhan waved his hand and said in a cold tone, "Thank you for your understanding, Patriarch Xiao." Hearing this, Jie Yi on the side was overjoyed and smiled at Xiao Zhan, saying, "Patriarch Xiao, the Patriarch knows that this request today is a bit impolite, so he specially asked me to bring something as an apology." In Jie Yi's hand, a green ancient jade box appeared. After opening the box, a strange fragrance filled the hall. This fragrance is a bit like the smell of girls on the street in Wu Tian's previous life. Note that this is not the kind of light fragrance that can be smelled 10 miles away, but the smell of too much perfume. For men, no matter how expensive the perfume is, if it is sprayed too much, it will be that kind of pungent smell. The three elders in the upper position stretched out their long necks to look into the box as if they were old turtles seeing people. The three of them were shocked and exclaimed, "Gathering chi powder." A green pill the size of a longan was placed in the box. This was the gathering chi powder. The function of the gathering chi powder was to allow a person with the 9th stage of Do Chi to condense the Do Chi cyclone and become a Do J with 100% success after taking it. This special effect made countless people who wanted to become Do J as soon as possible think about it day and night but could not get it. However, for Wu Tian, this little pill was like a candy ball, or even a cheap candy ball that tasted bad. Look at their inexperienced appearance. The hemostatic medicine that I personally gave to the leader of the Yunlin sect was more precious than this broken gathering chi powder. Yun, this girl, is really good at fooling people. Isn't she treating the Xiao family as beggars? Alas, they treat this rag as a treasure one by one. They are really a group of people who sit in a well and look at the world. No wonder Gu Zuner has been reading a book. It turns out that she has been staring at a group of ants for so many years. It would be boring if she didn't read. Who would want to watch a group of ants fighting for dung balls? If it weren't for Xiao Yan's special situation, I wouldn't join in the fun. When the name of Qi gathering powder appeared, the eyes of the boys and girls of the Xiao family suddenly widened, and they stared at the box in Jie Yi's hand with fiery eyes. Especially Xiao Mei, who had the highest fighting spirit among the disciples of the Xiao family. Her beautiful eyes were even more fiery, and her pink and tender tongue gently licked her red lips. One could tell from her current appearance that she was eager to get it. Chapter 79. Xiao Yan suffers from cerebral thrombosis due to anger. This was made by our sect's honorary elder, Ji Yuhe. I'm sure you have heard of his name. Jie Yi looked at the group of Xiao family members who were eager to get it, and couldn't help but smile with some pride in his heart. In the Yunlin sect, this qi gathering powder is not a very precious thing. It can be said that as long as there are enough medicinal materials, as much as you want, you can have as much as you want. But just such a small thing made the Xiao family so eager. As expected, the level difference is too big, and the marriage is inevitable. This medicine is actually made by the Pill King Ji Yuhe. The three elders said with a look of inexperience. Pill King Ji Yuhe. Wu Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Isn't it the wretched man who ran away first among the top 10 powerful people in the Jia Empire? They also said that he was so awesome. Not to mention Wu Tian couldn't stand it, even Hai Bodong, who somehow became the steward of the Xiao family, couldn't stand it at this time. Is Ji Yuhe so famous in the Jia Empire now? He even got the title of Dan King. Is he worthy of the title of Dan King? How dare he? He is not now a Do Wang, and he is called Dan King because he can make pills. Alas, this kid is really good at pretending. The three elders looked at the qi gathering powder in the box in Jie Yi's hand with a smile on their faces. The smile was completely frozen. The qi gathering powder already belonged to them. They were all thinking about how to get the pills and give them to their grandsons. But at this moment, a faint voice with suppressed anger suddenly sounded in the hall. "Mr. Jie Yi, you should take the pills back. We may not agree to what happened today." The hall was silent, and all eyes turned to the humble boy Xiao Yan in the corner. That's right, this is Xiao Yan coming out. Wu Tian saw Xiao Yan stand up from his seat, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he began to watch the progress of the matter carefully. His change made Ji Zuner, who was originally staring at the book in her hand, see Wu Tian's sudden formal look with her peripheral vision, and she felt extremely curious. She just heard the Duhuang bodyguard say that this boy was very mysterious, and even his Duhuang strength could not see the boy's strength. The identity of such a boy must not be simple. And now that he was suddenly so formal, she also felt very curious. Could something big happen next? Her jade hand slowly put down the book and looked at the scene happening in the hall. Because of Xiao Yan's sudden words, the three elders were immediately angry. One of the elders pointed at Xiao Yan and shouted angrily, "Xiao Yan, where is your right to speak here? Shut up." The other elder, who was older, had a different attitude. He said lightly, Xiao Yan, retreat. I know you feel bad, but we are still the boss here. Go down quickly, or you will be punished by the family law. The last elder roared and made his presence felt. If Xiao Yan really listened to them, he would not be Xiao Yan. How could a time traveler endure such humiliation? The three of them knew what they meant. Xiao Yan could not bear it anymore. He had endured humiliation for 3 years, and finally got ignited and exploded. 3 elders, if the person they regretted the marriage with today was your son or grandson, would you still say that now? Xiao Yan stood up slowly, with a mocking smile on his face. Although Xiao Yan did not shout, he could still see his anger at this time. Such a person is very scary. Obviously, his anger has been ignited, but he can suppress it and refute it in another way. Xiao Yan is smart. He knows that if he shouts and refutes, he will be blasted out by the 3 elders personally, but if he speaks in a mocking tone now, the 3 elders will choose another way. You. Sure enough, the 3 elders paused when they heard the words. The 3rd elder, who had the most explosive temper and had just made his presence felt, suddenly glared, and his fighting spirit slowly possessed him, looking like he was going to kill Xiao Yan. However, after he condensed his fighting spirit, he found that his 2 old partners had no intention of taking action. They sat more firmly than the other. He was so embarrassed. He pointed at Xiao Yan and waved his sleeves, taking back his fighting spirit. He snorted angrily. HMPH, Xiao Yan, I want you to save face. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness and now come out to seek humiliation, you, the person involved, should solve it yourself. The 3 elders sat in their chairs as steady as a mountain, ready to stay out of the matter. Since they want to make trouble, then let them do it. I wonder how Xiao Zhan, the clan leader, can sit down. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. These 3 old guys want to embarrass me. What a joke. He walked up with big strides, bowed respectfully to his father Xiao Zhan, then turned to face Nolan Yanran and asked calmly, Miss Nolan, I would like to ask, has Mr. Nolan agreed to my regret for today? Wu Tian looked at Xiao Yan, who was following the rules, with a playful look in his eyes. The routine was still the same, but he didn't know if it could be used again. Nolan Yanran frowned slightly. Her first impression of Xiao Yan was extremely bad. He was simply disgusting. Now Xiao Yan suddenly came out to stop her. He was simply a pestering and annoying person. Didn't he know the huge gap between the two? She hated Xiao Yan so much in her heart that she stood up and stared at the young man in front of her who was supposed to be her husband. She said in a flat and gentle tone, Grandpa didn't agree, but this is my business and has nothing to do with Grandpa. Xiao Yan looked directly at Nolan Yanran and sneered, since the old man hasn't said anything, please forgive me. My father won't agree to your request. The original marriage was decided by the 2 old men. Now they haven't said anything to cancel it, so no one dares to cancel this marriage, otherwise it would be disobedient. Enough, Nolan Yanran interrupted directly. Xiao Yan, you, a man, are so persistent, it's really a shame for men. Don't use the so-called disobedience to elders to pressure me. This matter was decided by teacher Yun Yun herself, and even Grandpa couldn't refuse. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a mother. The teacher personally announced that the engagement was over. How could a child like you refuse the words of the leader of the Yunlin sect? And I can tell you very clearly that you, Xiao Yan, are not worthy of me, Nolan Yanran. Quote. Nolan Yanran's temper was directly provoked by Xiao Yan. She stared at the boy in front of her with great disgust, and her words were like a big slap on Xiao Yan's face. This big slap was so loud that it made Xiao Yan dazed and swallowed the words he had prepared. His body trembled violently, and his little hands were clenched so hard that they made a cracking sound. His originally pretty and tender face now became hideous and terrifying. It looked scary, and it also made Wu Tian, who had been staring at him, feel funny in his heart. Love me, I didn't have to do anything, but Xiao Yan was so angry that he had a cerebral thrombosis at a young age. What about the 6+7? Chapter 80. You are not worthy of me, the one who is worthy of me is him. Although Xiao Yan has been ridiculed for 3 years, in Xiao Yan's heart, he has always had his bottom line. No matter how much the 3 elders bully him, they are still his elders, and bullying him is also their own business. As long as they don't want to kill him, it doesn't count as crossing the bottom line. But Nolan Yanran's high-handed attitude now just stepped hard on the remaining dignity hidden in Xiao Yan's heart. Nolan Yanren's high-handed attitude directly wiped out the words he was originally going to use against Yunlin sect and his 3 old immortals in the cradle, leaving him unable to refute for a while. In the Duki continent, just as Nolan Yanren said, everything is based on strength. Yunlin sect can be said to be a behemoth in the Jia Ma Empire. Now the Jia Ma Empire can be so peaceful, all because of the protection of the royal family and Yunlin sect. It can be said that in the Jia Ma Empire, the Yunlan sect has absolute right to speak, and the leader Yun is even more of a hegemon. Not to mention destroying their childhood marriage, even destroying Wutan city and the Na Lan family is just a piece of cake. Not to mention that Xiao Yan used his elders to pressure Na Lan Yanran, even throwing out the ancestral graves would be useless, because the words of the leader Yun are absolute. As long as they are executed, if they are rejected, they will be enemies with the Yunlan sect. So now, he can only be like a mad dog, grinning at Na Lan Yanran in front of him, with an abnormally hideous and terrifying expression. Ah, Na Lan Yanran is just a girl in her teens. Seeing Xiao Yan's mad dog-like face, she was immediately frightened and took a step back reflexively. Wu Tian. What's the noise? Alas, Na Lan Yanran is so young, what bad thoughts does she have? She just wants to be in love freely, what's wrong with her? It's just that his attitude is a bit tough, a bit domineering, and a bit high and mighty. But it's wrong for Xiao Yan to scare Na Lan Yanran like this. It can be seen that he bit people a lot in his previous life. It's not that he was bitten by a mad dog in his previous life, and then died of mad dog disease before traveling through time. Na Lan Yanran, the young master of the Yunlin sect, was frightened. A handsome young man from the Yunlin sect who was a little more handsome than Xiao Yan and much worse than Wu Tian suddenly rushed out, suddenly drew out the long sword in his hand, and pointed at Xiao Yan with a cold look. It was as if he was going to perform surgery on Xiao Yan if he disagreed with him. I really want to kill you. His teeth trembled, revealing murderous words. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, and his dark eyes burned with angry flames. Yun'er, don't be unreasonable. Xiao Zhan, who was in the first place, was immediately frightened by Xiao Yan's actions and hurriedly stopped him and shouted. The current Xiao family can't bear the anger of the Yunlin sect. However, it was obvious that the words that he wanted to kill the young master of Yunlin sect had already been said, and it was absolutely impossible to take them back. Even though Xiao Yan was very cunning, after a moment, the ferocious and terrifying expression just now had turned into calmness, but it was too late. Especially the way Xiao Yan showed this made Jie Yi and Na Lan Yanran on the side feel a little cold. Just this cunning, being able to quickly restrain his emotions when he was furious, is not something a child can easily control. If this kid had always been a waste, it would be fine. If he really had power, he would definitely be a dangerous person in the future. This future is really a future that no one would fuck. Jie Yi had a new understanding of Xiao Yan in his heart, but it was precisely because of this that he wanted to kill him in the cradle. At this time, he was already thinking that when he returned to Yunlin sect, he must report this matter to the master. As for now, he couldn't do that as a great fighting master. However, he could still make people do things, for example. He raised his eyes to the little follower. The handsome young man from the Yunlan sect drew out the sword that had just been sheathed. Because the distance was too close, the cold blade was already on Xiao Yan's neck. Stop, Na Lan Yanran shouted beside him. Na Lan Yanran was just a little girl. How could she think so much? She was just a little scared of Xiao Yan. How could she, a girl in her teens, want to kill Xiao Yan? She absolutely didn't. She just wanted this loser to feel the difference between a swan and a toad. She calmed down and said with a slightly gloomy face, Xiao Yan, although I don't know why my actions made you so angry, I can forgive you for what you just said to me, but the engagement is cancelled. You can regard this as coercion, but you should know that reality is like this, nothing is absolutely fair. Although I don't want to humiliate you, you should also know the gap between you and me, and I still say that you are not worthy of me at all. The sword-drawing boy quietly put the sword back into the scabbard again. He felt that he was just a tool at this time. He drew the sword when he was asked to draw the sword, but no one cared about him. He put the sword back awkwardly and said awkwardly. Listening to Na Lan Yanran's words like judgment, Xiao Yan's mouth overflowed with a sneer. Okay, I, Xiao Yan, ask myself that I am indeed not worthy of you, Miss Na Lan, but I dare to ask, who on the Duki continent can be worthy of Miss Na Lan? Xiao Yan's words made Na Lan Yanran's pretty face stiffen. She didn't expect Xiao Yan to ask her this question in return. This question can be said to be like a sudden checkmate in chess. The meaning of this sentence is to ridicule Nolan Yanren's arrogance and pride. However, the general did not use the right time. Nolan Yanren's pretty face returned to normal in an instant. If Xiao Yan asked her this question before, she really couldn't answer it, but now she is really relaxed and normal. Xiao Yan, if someone asked me this question before coming to Wuden City, I really couldn't answer it, because I haven't met anyone who can match me in the Jia Ma Empire, but now it's different. Nolan Yanren's eyes shifted from Xiao Yan to another man. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush, revealing a completely different shy look from before. I can tell you very clearly now that the person who can match me, Nolan Yanren, is him. Quote. The whole audience was silent. Because following Nolan Yanren's gaze, the person she was looking at was Wu Tian, who had been watching the fun with a playful smile on his face. Wu Tian. Wu Tian suddenly felt that the melon seeds in his mouth were no longer fragrant. I came here to watch the fun, not to attract trouble, okay? You guys chat about your own things, why are you talking about me? What does this have to do with me? Chapter 81. I somehow cheated on Xiao Yan. As a spectator, Wu Tian was enjoying watching this scene. He was so happy cracking the melon seeds on his table. This live-action movie was so delicious. But it wouldn't be delicious if the flames burned on him. Isn't he trying to be a shield? Wu Tian's eyes were fixed on Nolan Yanren, who was looking at him without dodging. His little head was confused. What was going on? Can you please stop making trouble? What was Nolan Yanren thinking? Why did she fall for me? It's okay for her to fall for me. Wouldn't it be nice if you confessed to her behind her back? She had to make it known to everyone. Alas, this charm of mine has nowhere to go. How could I reject her? Should I say, Yanren, you said that a teacher is a mother for life. Your teacher has been touched by me. It's not good for you to throw yourself into my arms. How does this sound like a scumbag's behavior? I didn't do anything. Medusa, my wife, you have to make the decision for me in your sleeve. That's right, Xiao Kailan had slipped from Wu Tian's arms into his sleeves at some point, and her cute little eyes were looking at the scene in the hall through the gap. Wu Tian was extremely helpless at this moment. What was going on? Xiao Yan's eyes were focused on Wu Tian. He looked at this boy who was a little more handsome than himself, and there was an unknown look in his eyes. With his intelligence, he had heard from Nolan Yanren's words just now that this boy was not from the Yunlin sect as he thought. Because Nolan Yanren said that she couldn't answer before coming to Wuden City, which means that she met this boy in Wuden City. How could this arrogant lady fall in love at first sight? How is it possible? Xiao Yan showed an unbelievable expression when he thought of this. What charm did this boy have that could make Nolan Yanren fall in love at first sight? He didn't have any advantages except that he was a little more handsome than me and a few years older than me. What Xiao Yan could think of, several other shrewd elders and Xiao Zhan could also think of. They stared at the young man with a look of surprise. Is this young man so awesome? Especially Xiao Zhan, he had been thinking a lot in his mind. My Xiao family is going to be finished. In addition to Zuner, there is someone hiding inside. This young man is the younger brother of Wu Guanjia. He is so mysterious, so this Wu Guanjia must not be an ordinary person. Who is he? As for the three elders of the Xiao family, they didn't think so much, otherwise their identities would be elders. Of course, this is also because they didn't receive the information at this time. Wu Tian is Hai Bodong's younger brother of Wu Guanjia. Everyone's eyes shifted from Xiao Yan and Nolan Yanren to Wu Tian. It can be said that Wu Tian is the most handsome guy in this hall now. Ji Yu Zuner has been secretly watching Wu Tian from the side. She clearly saw that Wu Tian's expression changed from playfulness to helplessness in an instant. This process made Ji Yu Zuner immediately cover the delicate lips with the book in her hand. Under the book, the tender lips were raised, revealing a charming smile. Naturally, no one could see this smile. The spectator became the protagonist of the show in seconds. This amazing thing could only happen to this mysterious boy. Ji Yu Zuner looked at Wu Tian with joy in her heart. For her, the show was interesting now. What was the relationship between the disgusting man Xiao Yan and Nolan Yanren before? Children playing house. Looking at Xiao Yan again, he was thinking clearly that Wu Tian was not from the Yunlin sect, and his little wings hardened up. Of course, he didn't deserve the little wings now. This was not only because of his weak strength, but also because he was not a girl. Nolan Yanran was still his fiancé, but his fiancé said in front of him that other men were worthy of her. This was completely a confession to that man. This was blatantly cheating on him. How could he bear such anger? The rage he had been suppressing in his heart was directly grafted onto Wu Tian, just like grafting fruit. He pointed at Wu Tian's nose and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you sitting in my Xiao's house? And you stole my fiancé." Hai Bodong's mouth twitched. Damn, awesome, so relieved, Pa, there is such an awesome person in the Jia Ma Empire. He dared to point at the nose of this guardian spirit and question him. This operation really makes me admire him. Wu Tian looked at the classmate Xiao Yan who was crying out that he had cheated on her for no reason, and then looked at Nolan Yanran who was looking at him lovingly and wanted to get his body, and said indifferently, "Xiao Yan, I am the younger brother of your Xiao family's housekeeper Wu. My name is Wu Gan. I came to the Xiao family to visit my brother, not to steal your fiancé. And you, Nolan Yanran, if you want to cancel your marriage, just do it. Don't bring me with you. I am not your shield and will not protect you from the wind and rain." Xiao Yan, Nolan Yanran, everyone. Damn, they thought he was of some noble status. It turned out to be the younger brother of their housekeeper. But damn, what he said was so awesome. Nolan Yanran took the initiative to confess, but he rejected her so coldly, and said that he didn't want to be a shield. How about we be the shield? Nolan Yanran felt very uncomfortable. She took the initiative to confess her love, but the boy was so cold to her. This hit her hard. However, she was not discouraged. She liked this boy, didn't she like him to treat her like this? She firmly believed that as long as she gave more and wrapped him tightly, he would become hot and melt slowly in a certain period of time. Okay, Wu Gan, I will listen to you, but after I break off the engagement, I will definitely pursue you fiercely. One day I will let you be my shield and protect me from the wind and rain. Nolan Yanran looked at Wu Tian seriously with her beautiful eyes. You think too much, but it's up to you. Wu Tian still said indifferently. Inner Wu Tian. This seat is really too difficult, Xiao Yanzi. It's really not that I want to humiliate you. I was passively cheating on you. This really makes you confused. Xiao Yan's expression at this moment was really constipated, watching his fiancée Nolan Yanran confessing her love to Wu Gan crazily in front of her real fiancé. Nolan Yanran's behavior was completely a slap on his and his father's faces. She treated him as if he didn't exist. She cheated on him so blatantly. We are both teenagers, why is there such a big gap between us? Xiao Zhan, this is your business, don't bring dad along. I'm not sharing it with you. Wu Gan's attitude towards you is as cold as ice, but you still have an expression that matches your excitement, and you keep insulting me, saying you don't deserve me. It's not appropriate to describe Xiao Yan as furious. Now he is like a ball of fire, about to self-ignite. Chapter 82. Xiao Yan believes in light. Will the storm of miracles reappear? Xiao Yan is a smart and good boy. When he saw that his father did not drive Wu Tian away from the guest seat because he was the younger brother of Wu Guanjia, he knew that this boy was not simple. Of course he was not simple. The aura released by Xiao Zhan and Jie Yi just now had no effect on this boy. It was normal for Ji Yu Zuner to be unmoved, but it was abnormal for Wu Gan to be unmoved. How could this boy who could not be moved by the aura of the two great fighting masters be an ordinary boy? He was either strong or had some treasure that could resist the aura. The latter possibility was very high because he could not see the strength of this boy at all. After Xiao Yan figured this out, his expression changed from the rage just now to calm again. This was another existence that he could not afford to offend. He had to endure it all the time. He even suspected that I had crossed over wrongly. I should cross over to the ninja world and be a ninja who endured. He couldn't release his anger on Wu Tian at all. He had made it very clear that he was here to see his brother. His attitude was even clearer. I have no interest in Nolan Yanran. You guys do your thing. It has nothing to do with me. But he couldn't stand the feeling of being cheated for no reason. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He sneered at Nolan Yanran. Miss Nolan, you should know how embarrassing it is for a woman to regret her marriage in the Duki continent. I'm thick-skinned, but it's nothing. But my father is the head of the clan. If he agrees to your request today, how can he gain a foothold in Wudin City? Looking at the furious young man, Nolan Yanran frowned slightly, and glanced at the movie star Xiao Zhan, who suddenly seemed to have aged a lot, sitting in the first seat. She felt a little apologetic in her heart. However, Her apology only lasted for a moment, because Xiao Yan then started to commit suicide. Xiao Yan became more and more angry, pointing directly at Nolan Yanren's nose and scolding, "Miss Nolan, I want to ask you, as my fiancé, you openly express your love to a boy, is this your integrity, Miss Nolan? I thought I was thick-skinned enough, but I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. I have never seen such a shameless person in my life. Good guy, Wu Tian is a good guy." It seems that Xiao Yan watched a lot of TV in his previous life. Good study. Nolan Yanren's face suddenly became terribly gloomy. She certainly would not let Xiao Yan scold her like that. She retorted, "Xiao Yan, are you done yet? You, a grown man, are so fussy. I tell you that in the Duki continent, strength has always been the only thing that matters. I, Nolan Yanren, am pursuing my own love. Why should I explain anything to you? You are really sick." After retorting to Xiao Yan, Nolan Yanren didn't even look at him, but looked directly at the clan leader Xiaozan. She looked at the movie Emperor Xiaozan, who looked much older, and suddenly thought of her father and grandfather. Then he bit his lip, pondered for a moment, and turned his smart eyes. He said softly, "Chief Xiao, what happened today was indeed a bit rash on Yanren's part. Today I can temporarily withdraw my request to cancel the engagement, but I need you to agree to a promise." Xiaozan was naturally happy to see Nolan Yanren's resignation. It seems that acting can still be done practically. He frowned and asked, "What promise?" "Today's request, I can postpone it for 3 years. After 3 years, let him come to Yunlin sect to challenge me. If he loses, I will cancel the engagement in public. Of course, during these 3 years, the Xiao family cannot interfere with my personal feelings." Nolan Yanren said lightly. Her words gave Xiaozan enough face. Xiaozan could also understand the meaning of this 3 years. By then, Xiao Yan would also have undergone the adult ceremony. Even if he lost, his face would not be too embarrassed. When Xiao Yan heard this, he immediately smiled in grief and indignation. 3 years would not damage his father's reputation, but he would have to bear the shameful name of failure in his life. And in these 3 years, Nolan Yanren has cheated on him countless times. Didn't you see that she is ready to make a move on Wugan? Others don't understand that this is a cruel and magnificent thing. As a time traveler, doesn't he know it? As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. This layer of gauze is like a small umbrella. Whether you wear it or not, they have experienced rain. It's really better to die if a person lives to this point, but he can't die now, because if he dies, his father will have more to bear. God is so unfair to me. I was broken off the engagement, cheated for no reason, and I am a waste. Why can't my life be free? Miss Nolan, you are going too far. Is it fun for you to humiliate him like this?" Xiaozan slapped the table and stood up angrily. Nolan Yanren shouted coldly, "Chief Xiao, someone has to take responsibility for the regret of the engagement. If it weren't for saving your face, I would have forcibly dissolved the engagement and announced it to the public." Nolan Yanren, Xiao Yan roared behind him, "You don't have to be so strong. You want to cancel the engagement, just because you think that I, Xiao Yan, am a waste and unworthy of you, a gifted girl. To be honest, apart from your beauty, this young master doesn't care about anything else." Quote. Everyone looked at Xiao Yan with contempt. This Xiao Yan really doesn't care about Billion. He even likes her beauty, and he still says he doesn't care about anything else. Isn't the first thing a man sees when he looks at a woman? We have always been looking at her beauty. Xiao Yan also felt that what he said seemed to be speaking out of his heart, but on the surface he did not show any change, and continued to roar, "The Yunlin sect is indeed very strong, but I am still young, I have plenty of time, I was a fighter at the age of 12, how many stages of fighting spirit did you, Nolan Yanren, have when you were 12 years old? Now I am indeed a waste, but I was able to create miracles 3 years ago, and I can make miracles reappear in the years to come. The sun will always pass through the night, the dawn will always quietly cross the horizon, and I will definitely make new storms appear again." Xiao Yan's words shocked everyone in the hall. No one thought that the usually taciturn boy would say such a philosophical word. However, these people did not include Wu Tian. Wu Tian's mood at this time was simply speechless to a certain extent. This Xiao Yan actually believed in light. My big grass. It's unbelievable that he can use the lyrics of Ultraman to pretend. Talented, really talented, genius. Chapter 83 Xiao Yan, you don't have 30 years, you only have 3 years. Nolan Yanran moved her little mouth. This time, she was so angry at Xiao Yan's evaluation that her face turned blue, but she could no longer argue, because Xiao Yan said the truth. No matter how useless Xiao Yan is now, he was a fighter at the age of 12, which was real. That was the ceiling of the Jama Empire. At that time, she was indeed as Xiao Yan said, still hovering in the fighting spirit. She was only the 8th stage of fighting spirit at that time. Compared with Xiao Yan before, she was indeed a little different. The two of them were also well matched at that time, and they were talented and beautiful, but now it is different. People are realistic. She is already the young master of the Yunlin sect. The difference in status is huge. How can she have a useless husband? Wouldn't it make outsiders laugh, and it would also become a joke in the surrounding empires, and insult the entire Jama Empire? Xiao Yan's description of the facts made Nolan Yanran unable to refute, and Xiao Yan saw this and immediately began to strike while the iron was hot, and took back the vocabulary that was taken back by the Chinese teacher. Miss Nolan, for the sake of Mr. Nolan, Xiao Yan advises you a few words, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young. Xiao Yan's cold words made Nolan Yanran's delicate body tremble slightly. Okay, a good one, don't bully the poor young. My son, Xiao Zhan, is extraordinary. Xiao Zhan, who was in the first place, had bright eyes and slammed his palms on the table, splashing tea. Xiao Yan's wave of forcing was very neat, which fooled everyone, but as the king of forcing, as the guardian spirit, Wu Tian couldn't stand it. Although he didn't like Nolan Yanran liked him. Letting a woman who liked him be bullied by other men was simply a slap in his face. Ahem, Wu Tian, who had a delicate appearance, coughed, which added a different kind of embarrassment to the hall that was originally silent because of Xiao Yan. Everyone looked at Wu Tian, waiting for him to see what he would say. However, Wu Tian picked up the teacup very elegantly, took a sip gently, and then looked at the eyes of the crowd and said indifferently, my throat is too dry from eating melon seeds. I will moisten my throat, you continue. Quote. Everyone was speechless. Ji Yu Zuner and Xiao Meier, who were watching the fun, and Nolan Yanran, who was bullied by Xiao Yan, showed a bit of disappointment in their beautiful eyes at this time. They originally thought that Wu Tian was going to help speak, but they didn't expect that he was just thirsty. However, just when everyone thought that Wu Tian was really moistening his throat, Wu Tian gently put down the teacup and said coldly, Master Xiao, I kindly remind you that you don't have that much time. You don't have 30 years, but only 3 years. Don't make a mistake. Everyone, makes sense, makes sense. Xiao Yan actually added a 10. It's obvious that there are only 3 years, but he actually made 30 years. It's really funny, even if it's a metaphor, there's no full 27 years. These are simply two different concepts. They silently learned Xiao Yan's tone in their hearts and chanted, 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west, don't bully the poor young man. Grass, in the Duki continent, 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west, isn't that a poor look? Xiao Yan was choked by Wu Tian's words at this time. I finally asked the Chinese teacher to get something back, and this insensitive boy directly exposed me. He and I are enemies. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west, there is still a far change. Do you think this is a real estate developer from your previous life who came here and gave you 3 years to build a villa complex by the river? Don't bully me, build a wall. Wu Tian's words made the beautiful girls who were a little disappointed with him just now suddenly show some soft light in their beautiful eyes, and that soft light was obviously a look of satisfaction. As the protected party, Nolan Yanran's heart was completely melted. If possible, she would open it to Wu Tian at any time, and the door would be open to him forever. Xiao Yan's face was ugly again at this time. Wu Tian's plain and kind words made him have no way to refute it. He was just reminding him that he only had 3 years. Nolan Yanran looked at Wu Tian with extremely gentle eyes. Because of Wu Tian's words, she was relieved from being bullied by Xiao Yan's words. She was the eldest daughter of the Nolan family and the young master of the Yunlin sect. With these two identities, it can be said that she has been spoiled for many years. She has never been taught so much by her peers. She couldn't refute it just now, but now she can. Her childish voice was also a little sharp. She looked at Xiao Yan with fierce eyes and said, Xiao Yan, your talent before was unmatched, but now you are a waste after all. I, Nolan Yanran, I'm waiting for you to surpass me in these 3 years. I cannot mention the cancellation of the engagement today, but 3 years later, I will wait for you in Yunlin sect. If you have the ability, let me see how far you can turn around in these 3 years. If you can defeat me by then, I, Nolan Yanran, will. Nolan Yanran paused here. She wanted to say that she would be a slave, but when she thought about the fact that she already had a lover, if she said this, Wu Gan would be even colder to me. After all, no man would like a woman who has a bet with another man about slaves and maids. If you can defeat me, I, Nolan Yanran, will hand over all my cultivation resources. Of course, if you are still at the 3rd stage of Dochi in 3 years, our engagement will be automatically cancelled. Nolan Yanran's pretty face had turned ashen, and her words revealed a sarcastic tone. Xiao Yan smiled at Nolan Yanran, revealing a mocking look and said, "It doesn't have to be 3 years later. I really don't have the slightest interest in you." After saying that, he ignored Nolan Yanran's cold face, turned around, walked quickly to the table, and wrote furiously. The ink fell, and the pen stopped. Xiao Yan pulled out the dagger on the table with his right hand, and the sharp blade suddenly cut a bloody wound on the palm of his left hand, and the blood left a dazzling bloody palm print on the white paper. Picking up the contract, Xiao Yan sneered, "Don't think that I, Xiao Yan, care about your genius wife. This contract is not a contract to cancel the engagement, but this young master of the Xiao family will expel you from the Xiao family." Before he could finish pretending, he felt a heat in his hand. He looked at it hurriedly and saw that the white paper was ignited somehow. Moreover, the small flame was not big, and it was burning little by little, with no sign of getting stronger. This small flame is not the red color of a normal flame, but a blue flame. When this small 1 centimeter flame ignites, the temperature of the entire hall rises sharply. Chapter 84. Lord Yandi uses spit to extinguish the strange fire online. Everyone in the hall felt that the temperature in the room had become much higher. Although the door and windows were open, they began to sweat in this originally cool hall. The reason was actually because of the small green flame burning the white paper in Xiao Yan's hand. This cluster of flames was like the culprit, making everyone in the hall stare at its position. Where did this flame come from? Everyone in the hall was at a loss. Even Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family, and Jie Yi of the Yunlin sect were not able to do it. However, they also felt the difference of this flame. However, there were 3 people in this hall who knew where this flame came from. One of them was naturally the steward of the Xiao family, Wu Shugan. This person was the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. He had seen this small green flame more than once. This was completely a nightmare. This was not an ordinary flame, but the strange fire Qinglian earth core fire. How could he, the slave king, not recognize the flame of the guardian spirit? He has been scared so many times. If he still doesn't recognize it and doesn't know who made the move, then he is old and blind. The second person in the hall who recognized the flame was naturally Ji Yu Zuner. How did Ji Yu Zuner know it? Although her current strength is very weak, she has a Duhuang strong bodyguard hidden beside her. Although Wu Tian is a Duhuang peak strongman, there are still some fluctuations when he makes the move. People who are lower than the Duhuang strongman can't feel it at all, so the bodyguard felt it and sent a message to the eldest lady Ji Yu Zuner. Ji Yu Zuner's eyes have never left Wu Tian. She has long been curious about Wu Tian, the mysterious boy. Now that she heard that it was this boy who made the move, she is even more interested in him. In particular, the flame made by this boy is not an ordinary flame. With her knowledge, she can naturally recognize that this is a kind of strange fire, but she can't tell how many ranks of strange fire it is, because it is just a small flame. Everyone in the hall focused their attention on this small flame. Xiao Yan, who was holding a piece of white paper, had just been extinguished by this small flame. He wanted to slap the divorce letter on Nolan Yanran's desk and slap her face hard. But there was no point in slapping her now. The small flame was very hot. He felt that his palms were a little red. With his knowledge, he naturally didn't recognize this flame. He thought it was just a prank made by someone using Dochi, so he stared at this small flame. Who? Xiao Yan opened his mouth and blew a breath. Wu Tian, Nima, Emperor Yan is blowing strange fire online with his mouth, someone come quickly. I wish I had a mobile phone, I want to live broadcast. Xiao Yan didn't blow out the breath, so he naturally blew again. He just thought that he didn't use enough lung capacity, so he blew hard again. So, Xiao Yan felt a little dizzy. Based on his experience in his previous life, he knew that he was short of oxygen. So he decided to change his method. He opened his mouth slightly, curled his tongue slightly, and took a breath from his nose. Ha, Tui. That's right, you didn't hear it wrong. It was just as you thought. Lord Yandi was using the traditional ventriloquy of their Xiao family to extinguish the strange fire. A stream of stinky saliva that had not been turbid with the fragrant girl for more than 10 years shot towards the strange fire. The effect was naturally that it was roasted and evaporated before it came into contact. Ha, Tui, ... puff, puff, ha ha ha. Giggles. These were two pleasant laughs that could not help but burst out. This laughter was laughed out by a boy and a girl together. The sound was like two birds in the forest, making a beautiful duet. The boy and girl were naturally no one else, but Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner, who knew the strange fire. When they saw Xiao Yan doing this, they really admired him. He actually used saliva to extinguish the strange fire. This was probably the most powerful genius in the history of Duki continent. Xiao Yan heard the laughter, and his face suddenly turned black. They actually laughed at me. 30 years, box. Ha ha ha. Others also realized it later and started laughing. Xiao Yan felt the pain on his left palm, and looked at the unextinguished flame. He knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. If he took another piece of paper, it would be the same as now. The feeling of being dominated by the strong was too uncomfortable. He let go of the divorce letter in his hand, and the white paper fell directly to the ground. At the moment it fell to the ground, the white paper turned into nothingness, and the small cluster of flames disappeared out of thin air. This method stunned everyone in the hall, and frightened the old men sitting on the chairs. They were so scared that they dared not speak. The hall fell into silence for a while, no one dared to make any sound, and after a while, Xiao Zhan stood up, clenched his fists and shouted, "I don't know which senior is visiting my Xiao family, please show up. Yunlan sect Jie Yi, please show up." Jie Yi was not to be outdone. Although Yunlan sect was a behemoth in the Jia Ma Empire, this method made him feel that this person's strength must be extremely high, and it was natural to make friends with him. However, in this situation, no one would pay attention to them. Wu Tian didn't even want to pay attention to beautiful women, let alone these two old men. The two old men were extremely embarrassed and just stood there. This senior was very cold and treated what they said as fart. The two had to sit back in their seats awkwardly, but when Xiao Zhan sat back in his seat, he secretly glanced at his housekeeper with his peripheral vision. Hai Bodong was extremely speechless. This Xiao Zhan thought he had taken action. Alas, it turns out that this kind of thing is suitable for an old man with a white beard like me. This Ice Emperor has the charm of an old grandfather that has nowhere to go. Wu Tian's intervention prevented Xiao Yan from pretending to be tough with Nalan Yanren. Xiao Yan was just like Buggy, who was holding a devil fruit that was more disgusting than shit in his mouth, and was frightened by Shanks and swallowed it. But he was not Buggy. At most, he was the antonym of Buggy, which means the opposite of the front and the back. Xiao Yan's toughness failed, so he naturally hated Wu Tian in his heart. This was certainly not because he found out that it was Wu Tian who was playing tricks, but because Wu Tian just laughed at him. As for Ji Yuzuner, she was one of the goddesses he wanted to get in his mind. How could he hate her because of such a small matter? Even if he hated her, he would have to take revenge fiercely when he got her in the future. Xiao Yan came to Xiao Zhan, knelt down on the ground, and said, "Father, 3 years later, Yun'er will go back to Yunlin sect to wash away today's humiliation for you and myself." After speaking, Xiao Yan kowtowed heavily, then stood up and walked out of the hall without hesitation. Just as he was walking out, a familiar voice rang out from behind him, "I believe my son can do it. If there is a chance in the future, he will definitely achieve it." Wu Tian, in the future. If there is a chance. Chapter 85. Meeting adjourned, Ji Yuzuner's intimidation. Xiao Yan was moved by his father's words, and his eyes were moistened. It was enough to have such a good father in his life. He couldn't be sentimental here. He couldn't stay in this hall any longer. Staying here was destined to be a sad place for him. It was enough to be humiliated to such an extent. But before leaving, he still had to pretend to be cool, otherwise he would be unworthy of his surname Xiao. When passing by Nalan Yanren, Xiao Yan paused, and said coldly in a light and tender voice, "I will find you in 3 years, you wait for me." The back of the boy was stretched very long under the setting sun. His figure seemed to have aged by dozens of years at this time. He looked particularly lonely in loneliness, as if he was an old man taking pictures in the sunset. Nolan Yanran naturally would not pay attention to Xiao Yan. Her eyes had long been focused on Wu Tian. What the eyes revealed was that even a fool could see. This scene directly angered Xiao Zhan, who was in the first place. He squeezed his fists in his sleeves until his fingers turned white. He said with an extremely disgusted expression, "3. Since your goal has been achieved, please go back." Chief Xiao, what happened today was Yanran's fault. Yanran apologizes to you. If you are free in the future, please come to visit the Nolan family. Nolan Yanran turned back and saluted Xiao Zhan with a silent expression. This showed that she, a little girl, was particularly generous, while Xiao Zhan was petty, which directly blocked Xiao Zhan's mouth. As the chief of the clan, Xiao Zhan would naturally not be so stingy. Since Miss Nolan is going to visit my Xiao family, then please go ahead. Butler Wu will leave this to you, After that, he threw the chi gathering powder on the table to Jie Yi. It was obvious that he disliked the dirty thing, and then waved his sleeves and walked out of the hall angrily. This means, of course, adjourn the meeting. The three elders followed closely behind. Although they looked heartbroken, they had no choice but to go out and chase Xiao Zhan and start a meeting with the old men of the Xiao family. As for the other members of the Xiao family, they also walked out tactfully. This is not a good place. It is better to leave early. However, Xiao Meier did not leave her seat, but sat in the front seat and looked at the remaining people. Jie Yi smiled bitterly and put the chi gathering powder back into the ring. If he was allowed to do this, the Nolan family would definitely hate him in the future. Alas, there is no way. But fortunately, there was a poor young man next to him, and she finally felt a little relieved. Ji Yu Zuner flipped through the books, and her beautiful eyes swept over Nolan Yanran, who looked at Wu Tian with undisguised affection, and her dark eyebrows frowned slightly. Miss Nolan, I hope you won't regret your decision today. Don't think you can do whatever you want with the support of Yunlin sect. Duki continent is very big, and there are many people stronger than Yun Yun. Some people in some places are not for you to get involved with. Yun Yun is only a little Duhuang. Not to mention other places, there is a powerful snake man guardian elder in the Jama Empire, and his strength is enough to kill Yun Yun in seconds. The girl's voice was light and indifferent, and there was a little lesson. It can be said that the hostility was fully revealed. Nolan Yanran's eyes then looked at the purple-dressed girl who was sitting next to Wu Tian and flipping through a book. Because the sunlight shone in from the open doors and windows, it just wrapped the girl in it, just like a purple lotus blooming in the secular world, pure and beautiful, without dust. Sensing Nolan Yanran's gaze, the girl raised her exquisite little face from the ancient pages of the book. Her beautiful eyes, like autumn water, suddenly emitted a tiny golden flame. Looking at the tiny golden flame in the girl's eyes, Nolan Yanran's body trembled violently. She didn't know why she felt scared when she saw the hand of the flame. A look of fear instantly covered her pretty face. She felt that the girl in front of her was very scary. Maybe she was the kind of person that even Yunlin sect couldn't afford to offend in her words. Jie Yi and the young boy beside him also showed a solemn look on their faces. They knew that the girl named Xiao Zuner was warning them, mainly to Nolan Yanran. As for why she warned them, was it for Xiao Yan, that waste? How could it be possible? They didn't know why, but Nolan Yanran knew that this mysterious girl was warning her to stay away from the boy she liked. Her proud temper was also suppressed at this time, because she felt that the girl named Xiao Zuner was very scary. It seemed that she had to report to the teacher when she returned. Nolan Yanran and others stood there, looking at Ji Yu Zuner, but Ji Yu Zuner closed the book in her hand, stood up gracefully, and left the hall with lotus steps, leaving behind the helpless guardian spirit Wu Tian. Wu Tian was also helpless at this time. What does the secret fight between you two girls have to do with me? You deliberately said my big name, is it interesting? Isn't it just telling me that you already know my identity? If I don't deliberately reveal some clues, can you know my identity? In the Jama Empire, there is only one strong man with cyan flames, so there is no need to guess. Naturally, other people didn't see Wu Tian's identity, because Wu Tian just released the cyan flame fluctuations, and only Ji Yu Zuner's little bodyguard discovered it. As for the others, their strength is as low as ants, so they naturally couldn't find it. Even when they saw the cyan flame, no one dared to think that it was caused by the guardian elder of the snake race, who was the strongest person in the Gamma Empire. Unless the guardian elder was in a bad mood, he would condescend to come to such a small place like theirs. Because of Ji Zunar's threat, Jie felt that something was wrong. He couldn't tell what was wrong, but based on his previous experience of escaping, he felt that the Xiao family was definitely not simple. The strange cyan flame just now plus the golden flame in the girl's eyes, the Xiao family was definitely not something they could get involved with. Now they must leave here quickly and report back to the sect master. Now is not the time for Nolan Yanran to be willful. Jie Yi stretched out his dry palm, hurriedly grabbed Nolan Yanran and the young man, and then fled out of the hall. Before Nolan Yanran could react, she had already appeared outside the hall. She knew she had to leave now, but she turned back and looked at Wu Tian reluctantly, and cried out, "Wu Gan, I like you, I will come to find you again." Wu Tian, Nolan Yanran is like Grey Wolf. He looked at his brother Wu Shugen with a wry smile. Wu Shugen had to admire this guardian spirit. This charm is really radiant. What is radiant? It is the charm rays from all directions. In this Wudin city, two beautiful girls like him. The two rays are really amazing. Chapter 86 Wu Tian's Great Crisis of Losing Virginity. His virginity. Wu Tian looked at Hai Bodong, their eyes met, and they both saw the helpless look in each other's eyes. There was no way, because their play had to go on, because now in the hall, besides the two of them, there was another person, and this person was none other than Xiao Meier, who had not left just now. This Xiao Meier had been sitting there, looking at them, which made the two of them very troubled. They had been acting for such a long time, and they couldn't even relax for a while. It was really too good to be true. "Brother, you haven't eaten yet since you came here. Let's go, I'll welcome you and let's talk while we eat." Hai Bodong stretched out his hand, meaning that if you don't leave, we can go together. Wu Tian nodded, showing a smile that was in contrast to his previous indifference, and said, "That's great, brother, I'm starving, I just ate so many melon seeds and I'm hungry and thirsty, take me there." Puff, giggles, Xiao Meier's pleasant laughter rang out directly. The inverse difference between Wu Tian before and after made Xiao Meier laugh. He was so cold to Nolan Yanran and Xiao Zuner just now, but he became a younger brother to his brother. This is really funny. Wu Tian and Hai Bodong looked back at Xiao Meier, who was smiling with her mouth covered. Although Xiao Meier is still very young now, she is still a typical beauty. Her small figure has grown up. Compared with Nolan Yanran, she is more developed. This smile is still a very charming scenery. However, in Wu Tian's eyes, there is nothing to see. "I have nothing. I am a normal man. How can I like such a young girl? No, absolutely not. Miss Meier, why haven't you left when others have left?" Wu Tian looked at Xiao Meier and asked. Xiao Meier was very happy to see Wu Tian take the initiative to talk to her, because she wanted to attract Wu Tian's attention. She felt that Wu Tian had a different kind of attraction, which was much stronger than Xiao Yan, who was a genius before. This attraction made her feel that this boy was definitely not an ordinary person, so she wanted to be friends with this girl, very good friends, so she thought of such a way of contact. "I'm not a lady, just call me Meier. Wu Gan, you haven't eaten yet. I'll take you there, let's sit and talk." Butler Wu is always busy, just now Nolan Yanran and the others left, Butler Wu is in a hurry to report. Xiao Meier stood up and came to Wu Tian's side and said, "Hai Bodong, another beautiful girl. This lurking is really not fun. This guardian spirit is the same, come and come, why don't you change your appearance, this charm is really shooting everywhere. It's the third time I'm shooting. Xiao Meier is just chasing me away." And the excuse she found is very reasonable, just now Nolan Yanran left, and he should really report. Hai Bodong blinked his old eyes and looked at Wu Tian, meaning, "Then I leave. Then I leave." Wu Tian was also helpless, so he had to say helplessly, "Then I'll trouble Miss Meier." Hai Bodong was so heartbroken. This job was originally good, why do I feel so tortured when this guardian spirit comes? Xiao Meier walked in front and took Wu Tian away, and the target was naturally the place to eat. As Wu's housekeeper, Wu Shugen had to go to Xiao Zan and the three elders. It's just that the place where Hai Bodong went was indeed the place to report information, but when Wu Tian arrived at the place to eat, he felt something was wrong, because there was a fragrance of Xiao Meier in this room, and the room was also like a girl's boudoir. "Don't seem to be, this is Xiao Meier's boudoir, Wu Tian was stunned. What kind of meal is here? Soft rice. How can this work? Now her amount can't make me full. However, it is obvious that Wu Tian thought too much, because after a moment, a table of sumptuous meals was really placed on the table. Brother Wu Gan, because Mayor's status in the Xiao family is low, I can't entertain you in the living room, so I have to come to Mayor's place. I hope you don't mind. Xiao Mayor sat beside Wu Tian and apologized. Wu Tian shook his head and said, Mayor, it's good here, why would I mind? A person who eats, a soul who eats, and a soul who eats in the girl's room. Wu Tian began a tasteless sweep. After eating and drinking, Wu Tian patted his belly and said, Thank you Mayor for the hospitality. I'm full, I have something to do with my brother. I'll leave first. As soon as he got up, Xiao Mayor's little hand grabbed his sleeve and said, Brother Wu Gan, you are drunk when you first come to the Xiao family. Now it's late and there is no place to rest. Why don't you stay here for one night? Don't worry, you can sleep in my bed and I will sleep in my bed. Nima, if I'm not blind, there seems to be only one bed in this room. What do you mean by your bed, my bed? You are sleeping on the upper and lower bunks without any bunk beds. Do your parents know that you are doing this? Did you fast forward the process? This is not a movie. How can you do it in one go when you are in a hurry? Wu Tian smiled and said, Thank you, Mayor, for your kindness. Before Wu Tian could refuse, Xiao Mayor's arms were already around Wu Tian's waist. The soft feeling on his back made Wu Tian's body stiffen. What happened? Xiao Mayor's pretty face was pressed on Wu Tian's back, and she whispered, Brother Wu Gan, do you believe in love at first sight? Mayor noticed you the moment she walked into the hall today. Mayor's heart was already locked on you at that time. Mayor is always paying attention to you in secret. Brother Wu Gan, I find that I have fallen in love with you. Can you stay here with Mayor? Wu Tian, damn, this is the biggest crisis since I traveled through time. I am going to lose my virginity. Can I control myself? This is not good. At this moment, a holy voice sounded outside the door. Wu Gan, are you in there? This voice was naturally Hai Bodong's, and Hai Bodong had to do this, because he couldn't let his brother abuse the young lady of the Xiao family on the first day. This is the eldest lady's lady, not the young lady's lady. If this happens, the Xiao family will definitely not be able to stay there, and the guardian spirit's plan will be ruined. For Wu Tian, Hai Bodong's voice is the sacred sound that saved him from jumping into the seabed. This is simply a bottomless scoop. As expected of the Ice Emperor, this is just timely ice. When Xiao Mayor heard Hai Bodong's voice, she woke up from her spring dream. She knew that her charm was not big enough, and it was impossible to continue now. She had to whisper, Brother Wu Gan, Mayor will always wait for you. The door of Mayor's heart is always open for you. The door opens another one. Chapter 87. This medicine master scared Xiao Yan into committing suicide. Wu Tian was freed from Xiao Mayor's room because of Hai Bodong's rescue. He looked at Hai Bodong who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. His brows were always frowning. Hai Bodong wanted to be a slave king for life. When the two walked into the arranged room and started chatting, Hai Bodong told Wu Tian how he got into the Xiao family. This process can be said to be very interesting. It can be said that this story can be written into a novel, called Hai Bodong's Promotion Record. At that time, the steward of the Xiao family was still Butler Mo. Butler Mo had worked in the Xiao family for many years and could be said to be the most trusted person in the Xiao family. That was the day when the poor Hai Bodong walked from the Tager Desert to Wudin City with a small cane. That day, Hai Bodong was so moved that he cried. He fainted in front of Butler Mo when he arrived in Wudin City. Then when he woke up, he found himself in a room. A maid told him that this was the Xiao family and that it was Butler Mo who saved him. He was immediately grateful and vowed to repay Butler Mo for saving his life. So, in his gratitude, he went from being a dung-shoveling Ice Emperor in the Xiao family to being a grocery-buying housekeeper Ice Emperor. Finally, in his gratitude, the deeds of Butler Mo embezzling the Xiao family's finances were exposed by others because they were in a hurry to hire people. Hai Bodong was directly promoted to the position of Xiao family's housekeeper. It took a very short time, but he gained Xiao Zan's trust, because Hai Bodong reported all his accounts to Xiao Zan, and whoever wanted to get more money was reported to Xiao Zan. The most important thing was that Hai Bodong gave Xiao Zan the feeling of a loyal slave. This feeling was very evil, which made Xiao Zhan feel at ease. This feeling was of course evil, because Hai Bodong had been trained by the guardian spirit to be a slave king. If he was not loyal to Wu Tian, he would have destroyed this little Douling. Hai Bodong was now standing respectfully aside and reporting to Wu Tian, the guardian spirit. Wu Tian listened to Hai Bodong's report and had to give him a thumbs up. Hai Bodong's work efficiency was really admirable. It turned out that those who could become Do Huang were not simple. Of course, no matter how simple a person was, he was still a clown in front of absolute strength. Hai Bodong told Wu Tian about the recent situation of the Xiao family. He had always kept a distance from Jiyu Zuner. As for Xiao Yan, he did not feel any terror from him, and even felt that he was very pitiful. He also helped a little, because without his help, Xiao Yan could not even eat enough in the Xiao family. Before he came, Xiao Yan was as thin as a monkey. Now at least he was an orangutan. Xiao Yan was grateful to him as a housekeeper. Wu Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Oh, this is a good situation. Hai Bodong continued to tell him about the scene when he reported the news to Xiao Zhan. At that time, Xiao Zhan did not have a meeting with the three elders as imagined, but was taking care of Xiao Yan in Xiao Yan's room. This made Wu Tian very strange. Wasn't Xiao Yan the first to leave before? What happened to him? Could it be that he was so depressed that he didn't want to live anymore? The truth was not much different. After leaving the hall, Xiao Yan came to the back mountain of the family in a trance. The back mountain was steep and covered with fog. He looked at the mountain in front of him, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. Haha, strength. Where is strength? Where is my genius strength? In this world, I have no strength, not even as good as a pile of dog shit. At least no one dares to step on dog shit. Why? Xiao Yan's self-deprecating voice lingered on the top of the mountain. With his 10 fingers inserted into his black hair, Xiao Yan bit his lips tightly and let the faint smell of blood spread at the corners of his mouth. Although he only showed anger in the hall, Nolan Yanren's words were like a knife cutting his heart. It made him tremble all over and feel suffocated in his heart. He stood on the edge of the cliff at the top of the mountain, tears already appeared in his eyes. He was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Then he spread out his left hand, which was covered with blood and was of no use at all. He roared hoarsely to the sky, I, Xiao Yan, swear, I don't want to suffer the insult today for a second time. If I break this oath, a certain place will get shorter by 1 centimeter at a time. Hee. Just as Xiao Yan was carving the oath, an old and strange laugh suddenly came into his ears. This sudden voice made Xiao Yan's face change. Xiao Yan turned around and scanned behind him with his sharp eyes, but he didn't find any figure. This situation was of course terrifying for Xiao Yan, because in the previous life, there was only one explanation for this situation, that is, he met the black and white impermanents who came to claim his life. Damn, I, Xiao Yan, will not travel through time this time. This is a complete death. Otherwise, the black and white impermanents would not come. Hee, little kid, it seems you need help. The strange laughter sounded in Xiao Yan's ears again. This strange laughter immediately made Xiao Yan's legs soft. This was completely over. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly widened because he felt that his head had fallen down. This was a cliff. For him, a young man with 3 stages of fighting spirit, it was a deadly existence. Xiao Yan had only one thought at this moment, that is, he knew how he died, and he fell off the cliff. At this time, the old man in the black and simple ring kept twitching at the corner of his mouth. Is this little kid so timid? This medicine master scared him to death. Just when he wanted to come out to save Xiao Yan, he suddenly felt someone rushing over, and he quickly gave up the plan to save Xiao Yan. This person was none other than Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan was worried about his son and followed him. Just when he saw his son jumping off the cliff to commit suicide, he quickly released his fighting spirit and rushed over with all his strength. Don't, you are confused. Xiao Zhan shouted while coming to the cliff and hurriedly reached out to grab Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan heard his father's shouting, he immediately knew that he had misunderstood. He misunderstood that I committed suicide. I died so aggrieved. The next moment, Xiao Yan was unconscious because Xiao Zhan saved him, but the way he saved him was very cruel, because Xiao Yan fell headfirst, and Xiao Zhan grabbed Xiao Yan's right leg. As a result, Xiao Yan's head broke into half a circle, turned 180 degrees and hit the cliff wall hard. When Xiao Zhan pulled Xiao Yan up, he saw that Xiao Yan's head was covered in blood. Xiao Zan's mouth twitched, and he quickly carried Xiao Yan and rushed home. At this time, the old man in the black and simple ring, his old face twitched constantly, just like Nicholas, your fourth brother. What kind of people did this medicine master meet? Is this saving people or killing people? Murdering his own son? Chapter 88 Brother Wugan, can Zuner sit here? Afterwards, Xiao Zan naturally took him to the room and asked a doctor to bandage Xiao Yan's wounds and reduce inflammation. This matter spread quickly, and the result was naturally that the third young master of the Xiao family could not bear the humiliation and went to the back mountain to commit suicide. He was rescued by his father and fell into a coma. When Hai Bodong reported to Xiao Zan, the scene he saw was the scene of Xiao Zan personally taking care of Xiao Yan, so when Hai Bodong told Wu Tian that Xiao Yan could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide, Wu Tian knew that this was definitely not the case. It was impossible for Xiao Yan to commit suicide. How patient could he be? He was simply the best in the ninja world. He had been patient for 3 years. Another 3 years would be a piece of cake, right? It was impossible for him to commit suicide. At most, he just slipped. As for why he slipped, Wu Tian speculated according to the original work and launched a scene that was almost accurate. The fact was that the third young master of the Xiao family was frightened by the old man Yao Chen, and then hit a rock when he was rescued by Xiao Zan. If Xiao Zan didn't go, Xiao Yan would be fine. Xiao Zan was a typical sun-pitting. Wu Tian couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. Xiao Yan was actually frightened by his own hanging. This is good. This is very good. After communicating with Hai Bodong, Wu Tian said 2 words to him, as usual. It means that he will continue to be his housekeeper in the Xiao family, and he will be a little guest for the time being. Xiao Zan now guessed that Hai Bodong was a big boss, and he would never drive away his good brother, which gave him a lot of room for operation. At night, some people slept soundly, and some people had difficulty falling asleep. Of course, the ones who slept soundly were Wu Tian and Xiao Yan. Wu Tian regarded the Xiao family as his own home. With his strength, no one in the Jia Ma Empire would provoke him unless he had a bubble in his head. As for Xiao Yan, he had a big bag on his head and was unconscious. In the meeting room of the Xiao family, Xiao Zan and the 3 elders sat opposite each other in a miserable state. Xiao Zan told the 3 elders what was in his heart. He guessed that the housekeeper Wu Shugan was also a big boss, and his younger brother was also very powerful. Their Xiao family was too lively now, and they needed to hold a family meeting. This family meeting lasted until dawn. The 4 old men's eyes were like pandas, and they didn't discuss a countermeasure. Xiao Zan had to say that since he was here, he would make the best of it. The next morning, Wu Tian just walked out of the room and saw something that made him feel speechless, because Xiao Mei was waiting at his door and looked like she wanted to play with him. This made Wu Tian have a headache. He came to the Xiao family for business, not to pick up girls. This girl who wanted nothing, he said he had never touched her and he was not interested in her. But at this point, of course he couldn't refuse. After all, he was just a guest of the Xiao family. It was said that the guest should follow the host's wishes. Xiao Mei was a little host, so he could only follow her. Brother Wu Gan, I'll take you to have breakfast, Xiao Mei said happily. Wu Tian nodded and said, okay. The Xiao family has a large cafeteria, which is where most people in the Xiao family come to eat. As for people with a little status, they will not come here. Xiao Mei said that she wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat, of course, because the cafeteria was her excuse. If she said she would go to her room to eat, Wu Tian would definitely not go. When he came to the cafeteria, Wu Tian felt the feeling of a school cafeteria. The cafeteria was very large, and there was a long queue of Xiao family disciples at the door. As for the space inside, there were seats for 4 people at a table, which was particularly neat and clean. Xiao Mei was the most talented child in the Xiao family except Ji Yuzuner, so naturally she didn't need to stand in line. When the 2 of them finished their meals and sat together to eat, the Xiao family disciples around them began to whisper to each other, thinking about their own guesses. This young Wu Gan and Xiao Mei came to have breakfast together. Does that mean they lived together last night? It is said that Xiao Mei ordered a lot of dishes in the cafeteria last night. At their young age, could it be that something that shouldn't have happened has happened? Of course, these are the thoughts of the adults in the Xiao family. As for the underage girls and boys, they only have envy, jealousy and hatred now. Wu Tian ignored their speculations. He came here just to eat. How could he not see Xiao Mei's little thoughts? He came here just to see someone. When Wu Tian was busy eating, the person he was waiting for finally came. Brother Wu Gan, can I sit here? Yes. Wu Tian looked up and smiled. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Wu Tian. She was wearing a blue dress different from yesterday. She looked pure and unworldly. She looked like herself, like a blue lotus without dust. The girl was none other than Ji Yuzuner, the most talented girl in the Xiao family, who already knew his identity as the guardian spirit. Wu Tian dared to guarantee that if it wasn't too late yesterday, Ji Yuzuner would definitely not be able to help but come to find him. If she came, she would definitely be afraid that this seat would have her, and then she would be pregnant. Cough cough, thinking too much. Since she resisted the urge to come to me last night, she would definitely come in the morning. Xiao Zuner, the genius girl, would not usually appear in the cafeteria. It was difficult for the disciples of the Xiao family to see Xiao Zuner because she was always practicing. Although she was also a member of the Xiao family, she was extremely mysterious. Both the clan leader and the three elders were very afraid of her. For them, if Nalan Yanran was a daughter of heaven yesterday, then Xiao Zuner was a goddess of heaven. Not only was she beautiful and mysterious, her qualifications were not inferior to Xiao Yan's. At a young age, she already had the 9th level of fighting spirit, which Nalan Yanran could not do. And such a girl actually appeared in the cafeteria today, and took the initiative to ask to sit next to Wu Gan. This simply refreshed the worldview of all the disciples of the Xiao family. They were shocked and their mentality collapsed. Especially when the matter had settled and the two were only about 10 centimeters apart, the male disciples of the Xiao family felt their heads buzzing and suddenly felt that the food in front of them was not fragrant. Xiao Mei looked at Xiao Zuner in front of her with seductive eyes. She naturally understood that this was her rival. She didn't expect that she would also have a special liking for Wu Gan and would actually come to the cafeteria to eat for Wu Gan. This was a strong competitor. Ji Yuzuner sat next to Wu Tian, very calmly, biting the steamed buns by herself, tasting the essence of the rice liquid in the bowl. When her delicate little mouth gently sucked the porridge on the white spoon, the scene was so beautiful that it was almost fatal. Even the guardian spirit Wu Tian, who swore that he would not be interested in the little girl and the little loli, felt that this was a special enjoyment. You said you would drink porridge, so you drink porridge. What does it mean to make your little mouth full of it? Is it so fragrant? Alas, this guardian spirit is so difficult. Slurp, Wu Tian also tasted the lean meat porridge in the bowl. The taste was also average. Why did the one she drank make me feel so fragrant? Chapter 89. The tea in the tea house is also very fragrant. Brother Wu Gan, is this porridge delicious? Xiao Mei sat opposite and asked in confusion while watching Wu Tian drinking porridge one spoonful after another. Wu Tian was of course not drinking porridge, but wanted to find the feeling of Ji Yuzuner drinking porridge. Sure enough, beautiful girls are so elegant even when eating. As for Xiao Mei's eating, she is still young, she can't grasp this feeling yet, and only the young ladies of big families can grasp this elegant feeling. This porridge is indeed delicious, Wu Tian said indifferently to the truth. After taking a sip, Ji Yuzuner stopped, looked at Wu Tian who was still eating coldly, and smiled. Brother Wu Gan, can you go shopping with me? No one else. Wu Tian was waiting for her words. He didn't care about the silence in the whole hall. He smiled and said, okay. Clatter, crack, the sound of pots and pans falling to the ground and breaking, this sound was like their hearts breaking. Xiao Mei also felt heartache. She was so active and proactive, but it didn't work as well as Xiao Zuner's smile. It was really infuriating. But what can she do? She could only watch Wu Tian in front of her, and followed Xiao Zuner to leave the cafeteria and walk outside. She admitted that she was jealous. She decided to wait for Wu Tian to come back and directly implement the raw rice cooking mode. She didn't believe that he couldn't get this genius boy. Of course, Wu Tian didn't know that Xiao Mei, this little girl, actually wanted to have sex with him. If he knew, he would definitely take safety measures, such as buying a box of small umbrellas when shopping. Wu Tian walked on the crowded streets of Wudin City. Occasionally, he could see some strange races on the streets. Wu Tian looked at Ji Yuzuner in front of him, and shook his head helplessly when he felt that there was no Duhuang old man around. Ji Zuner, who walked out of Xiao's house, became much more lively. She didn't have any fear of him at all. She only felt happy that the girl was released from the cage. Maybe she would feel free without bodyguards around. However, where did the Duhuang 8-star strongman go? Ji Zuner kept running around in front of the vendors. The girl's light and delicate voice made the streets under the hot sun cooler. Wu Tian finally bought a small umbrella that he had always dreamed of. This small umbrella is of course a real umbrella. To be more precise, it should be called a parasol. Ji Zuner felt a little hot in such a strong sun, so she just took one. However, it was Wu Tian, the guardian spirit, who paid for it. Wu Tian felt very helpless. I am the guardian spirit of Medusa's wife, not the guardian spirit of you, the eldest lady, okay. Do you think that if you go shopping with me to buy a small umbrella, your life will be safe? I tell you that it is impossible. A small umbrella can't stop my passion. However, because of a parasol, Ji Zuner became much more comfortable, because the two of them shared an umbrella, which brought the cool two people closer. Wu Tian said that I came to do business, not to accompany you, a girl, shopping. Shopping is simply a big thing in life for men. It's too painful. Ji Zuner seemed to be playing tirelessly, full of energy, which made Wu Tian feel that his energy could not be fully released. He looked at the money in his hand that was shrinking rapidly. He shook his head with a wry smile. Did you see it? Girls really like to spend money, especially beautiful girls. They don't even treat gold coins as money. If you don't have money, you are not even worthy of such a hard job as shopping with girls. Fortunately, I am a big boss, otherwise I am not even worthy of shopping with Ji Zuner. Ji Zuner took Wu Tian around in the spacious streets for a whole half day, which made Wu Tian feel as if his body was hollowed out. He, a Duhuang strongman, was actually stumped by shopping. Arrived at a very hidden tea house, the tea house is called Fragrant Tea House. Ji Zuner finally felt tired. The two went directly to the small private room of the tea house and asked a very wretched uncle at the front desk for a pot of fragrant tea. The wretched old man winked at Wu Tian, then looked at Ji Zuner next to him and asked, "Sir, would you like some fragrant tea?" Wu Tian and Ji Zuner nodded of course, not caring, and prepared to confront each other face to face. However, when Wu Tian sniffed Ji Zuner's elegant girlish body fragrance like a green lotus and wanted to speak, a very special voice made Wu Tian and Ji Zuner's faces freeze in place. The sound came from the private rooms above, below, left and right, and the movement was like this: Kai Lu, Ba Ba, Ya, Mai, Dai. The tea in this tea tube is really fragrant. Wu Tian and Ji Zuner opposite looked at each other, and both of them revealed a confused look in their eyes. Ji Zuner directly picked up the tea set and poured a cup elegantly, and tasted it gently. This tea is very ordinary except that it is very hot. Then why does the sound in the next room feel so fragrant? As a guardian spirit who has seen a lot and has extensive knowledge, he naturally knows that this is the most formal tea house in Duki continent. Look at their service. No wonder it is foggy here, you can't see your hand in front of you, and the door is closed. Although his heart is as clear as a mirror, he is naturally very calm on the surface. He is a very pure guardian spirit, so he naturally looks at Ji Zuner with a confused look, which makes Ji Zuner confused. Ji Zuner stared at Wu Tian with her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion, "Brother Wu Gan, if you taste this tea, is it really as fragrant as they describe? What does Ya Mai Dai mean to praise it?" Wu Tian was thirsty a long time ago, so he naturally had to taste it when he should, but for him, it is better to take a sip with deep feelings. After drinking it, he felt two words, thirst quenching, and naturally did not taste the taste. This tea is very ordinary, maybe our taste is different from theirs. After all, we are not locals here, they drink this taste, so they will naturally praise it after drinking it. Pack all the tea leaves and stack them up. Wu Tian smiled slightly. Wu Tian's words can be said to have made the identities of the two people clear. It is said that tea makes friends, and the two of them are doing so now. Using tea as a topic can be said to be a very elegant way. Of course, it would be better if the surrounding background music was turned off. Although Ji Zuner is the eldest daughter of the Ji clan and has a rich knowledge reserve, her father, who cheated his daughter and got a daughter in his old age, did not find anyone to instill this knowledge in these aspects, so Ji Zuner was only confused about this. However, she is a girl after all, and she would blush unconsciously when she heard such a voice. When Ji Yuzuner heard Wu Tian's showdown, she naturally would not pretend anymore. She elegantly poured another cup of tea, tasted it lightly, and smiled with a flushed face. Brother Wugan, should I continue to call you Brother Wugan? Or should I call you Brother Wu Tian? Wu Tian looked at Ji Yuzuner, who was blushing like a ripe red apple, and his mouth twitched. Is it really good to show off in this environment? Of course, the neighbors are drinking their tea, we are spreading our cards, the neighbors are heating theirs, we are heating ours, so delicious. Wait, I am hot, I can actually feel the heat. Chapter 90. Something is wrong with the tea. Wu Tian remains calm. Wu Tian, who is calm in the face of temptation, is a duhuang. How can I feel hot in this small tea house? The most important thing is that I am the body of the Qinglian earth core fire, so how can I feel hot? Wu Tian suddenly felt something was wrong, his brows slowly wrinkled, and his body twisted uncomfortably. He swallowed the words that he wanted to pretend to expose Ji Yuzuner's identity. He looked at Ji Yuzuner. Whether it was her delicate face or her exposed skin, they were all bright red. Damn, she didn't act like this because of the sound. Were we drugged? Wu Tian frowned. Was there anyone in Wudin City who drugged the Xiao family? Wu Tian naturally didn't think that Ji Yuzuner had drugged herself. If she had drugged herself, it would be too much of a sacrifice. As for himself, he would not drug her. Why would he need to drug this little girl? Then I, the guardian spirit, would lose face. Wu Tian tried to control himself again and then said indifferently, Zuner, just call me Wu Tian. Wu Tian was still so good at pretending, and his indifferent look made Ji Yuzuner, whose delicate body was a little awkward, and whose legs were unnaturally pressed together and gently twisted, breathe more and more quickly. She had not been educated in this way, and she didn't understand what was wrong with her at this time. She just thought that the tea house was a little too hot. However, after only a few seconds, she realized that something was wrong. She was sweating, and even sweating profusely. That, Wu Tian, did you notice that something was wrong? Ji Yuzuner, who was a bit of a feast for Wu Tian's eyes, asked softly. Since she had revealed Wu Tian's identity, she would naturally not call him Wugan, especially now that she had a feeling, so she should omit the word brother. In this case, even if she didn't understand, she felt that calling out the word brother would cause some kind of ignition effect. Hearing Ji Yuzuner's question, Wu Tian's heart couldn't help but jump. He saw Ji Yuzuner, who was wearing a green dress, with a pretty face full of seductive blush. Her lively eyes became blurred at this time. When he looked down, he found that Ji Yuzuner's exposed slender legs were also covered with a layer of pink. This scene was so tempting that it was irresistible. Wu Tian smiled bitterly and said, it's really wrong. His body was condensed by the Qinglian earth core fire. At this time, it became hot, and this fire had a tendency to spread. Although he had never used this kind of thing, Wu Tian also knew that this was a strong aphrodisiac. Taking a deep breath, Wu Tian slowly closed his eyes, ready to use his fighting spirit to suppress and dissolve the drug. However, the facts did not let him do so. He just felt the evil fire in his lower abdomen rising and wanted to suppress it. This sound is fatal to any man. This sound is exactly the seductive sound made by Ji Yuzuner in front of him. This made Wu Tian's mouth twitch. He is also a man. Can such teasing really be controlled? If you can control it, you must control it. He hurriedly closed his eyes again, and used his luck and fighting spirit to compress the evil fire in his body. Ji Yuzuner felt that her body was getting hotter and hotter, and she wanted to take off her clothes. Her current strength was too weak, and she could not resist this kind of medicine. What's more, she was a little young, and it was impossible to suppress the heat in her heart. She felt that Wu Tian, who was sitting in front of her with his eyes closed, was so handsome and charming at this time. Her heart was completely on the boy in front of her at this time. She moved her legs uncontrollably and moved closer to Wu Tian. Originally, this tea room had one seat for each person on each side, and there was no other seat next to it. However, this seat was extremely solid. Just listening to the background music around, you can feel how solid this seat is. Ji Yuzuner's delicate body came directly in front of Wu Tian, and the perfect curve did not choose the well-developed buttocks. Without a trace of hesitation, she sat on the thigh of Wu Tian, who was seriously using his fighting spirit to suppress the evil fire. This feeling made Wu Tian open his eyes immediately, and looked at Xiao Zuner in front of him with disbelief. What the hell is going on? Which bad guy gave the drug? Could it be the owner of this tea house? When I find you, I must punish you severely. I will punish you severely first. Spend 100,000 gold coins in one day. Wu Tian's body suddenly stiffened because of Ji Zuner's embrace. Yes, it was stiff, no matter where it was stiff. He felt the soft body in his arms, and his heart was very calm. At this time, he thought of a word, sitting in the arms without chaos. As a guardian spirit, how could Wu Tian take advantage of Xiao Zuner in this situation? What's the difference between that and a hooligan? He immediately closed his eyes and began to suppress the evil fire in his body with fighting spirit, ready to end the current embarrassment faster. Hehe. Wu Tian sat on the chair as steady as a mountain, but Ji Zuner did not sit on him as steady as a mountain, but danced on him in a very naughty way, accompanied by the sounds that made Wu Tian intoxicated. Ji Zuner was completely out of her mind at this time. If her father Ji Yuan knew about this situation, he would definitely have asked someone to teach her all the knowledge related to this aspect before she came to the Xiao family. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan did not know it now. Ji Zuner lost her mind, her delicate little mouth slightly opened. It was the first time in her life that she was so close to the breath of a man. The heat in her body suddenly burned up like dry wood meeting a raging fire. Perhaps she felt that the meat on Wu Tian's neck was very fragrant, so she opened her little mouth and gently bit Wu Tian's neck. The slight coolness on his neck made Wu Tian's body tremble suddenly. The fire in his body that had just been suppressed with great difficulty burned again. His two arms were lifted up by Ji Zuner and hugged around her soft waist without knowing when. Wu Tian was immediately dissatisfied. I, the guardian spirit, couldn't suppress your little evil fire. Hehe. Just as Wu Tian was trying to suppress it again, he suddenly felt his head tilt uncontrollably, and there was a soft feeling on his lips, and his mouth opened slightly uncontrollably. Crack, a thunderbolt struck Wu Tian, and Wu Tian became completely stiff. Wu Tian was stunned. Chapter 91. Stiffness, Practice Makes Perfect to treat Ji Zuner. Ji Zuner's sudden attack made him extremely troubled. Is it so difficult for me to suppress the evil fire? How is it possible? I am not confused. You see, I didn't do anything at all. It was Ji Zuner who took the initiative all the time. The gentle and moist entanglement made Ji Zuner's pretty face, which was originally occupied by lust, even hotter, but a trace of sobriety appeared in her eyes. Her lips moved slightly, and she whispered moistly, "Brother Wu Tian, don't." Because of the burning desire, Ji Zuner's voice was faintly numb, but this sound was mixed with a slight cry. This sound was very tempting to the man whose head was occupied by lust. However, for a man like Wu Tian who is so upright and pure, who can remain calm even when a woman's lap is on his chest, this voice is like a heavy hammer hitting his head, which immediately frees him from the impulse of lust. The fighting spirit in his body suddenly starts to work, and he continues to suppress the lust in his body with all his strength. Hehe. When Wu Tian suppressed the lust in his body, Ji Zuner, who originally said no, was invaded by lust again. Her jade arms were around Wu Tian's neck, and her jade legs were locked on Wu Tian's waist like shackles. The girl's charm was all released on Wu Tian's body at this time. Crystal tears dripped from her eyes, and the corners of her delicate lips made that charming voice again, "Brother Wu Tian, Wu Tian, no, this is absolutely not possible. How can this be done? My wife is still looking at me in her sleeves. If it weren't for the fact that we have medicinal properties, I would definitely be bitten." Crystal clear tears slid down Ji Zuner's cheeks and finally slid onto Wu Tian's chest. The cold feeling made Wu Tian's mouth reveal a bitterness. Alas, Ji Zuner should be asking me to help her suppress her lust first. What's so difficult about this? Isn't it a piece of cake for me? She is still a little fighter now, and it is difficult to suppress this evil fire, but isn't it a piece of cake for me? That's right, Ji Zuner's current strength is not the 9th level of fighting spirit as she showed, but a fighter, but for this situation, this little fighting spirit has no effect at all. Wu Tian tried his best to dissolve the medicinal properties in his body, which was done in an instant for him, and then his eyes were on Ji Zuner who was rubbing her cheek against his face. It is naturally easy to dissolve oneself, but it is not so simple to dissolve other people, because the fighting spirit attributes and levels of the two are different. If you attack suddenly, the weaker party will cause unpredictable consequences, and may even scream out in pain. So Wu Tian thought of another special method. In the original book, Yao Chen, the old pervert, and Xiao Yan, the little pervert, studied massage relief methods for Yun Yun, a woman, in the cave. That was simply not something a human could do. Yao Chen also directed Xiao Yan to press his hands there. They were simply a pair of perverts. I still remember that in the original book, when Xiao Yan later obtained the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, he took Yao Chen, the old pervert, to see the body of Queen Medusa. It can be said that his wife and confidant were all seen naked by Yao Chen, the old pervert, but Xiao Yan still enjoyed it. It must be said that they were really a pair of perverts. Wu Tian has now thought of this method. This method is undoubtedly the best way for the current emergency. It seems that you can just massage the lower abdomen, inner thighs, and several acupoints on the neck with your hands. These acupoints are naturally not a difficult task for him, the guardian spirit. As long as the technique is in place, everything will be done. At this time, Ji Yuzuner's dress was already open, and large tracts of spring light were constantly leaking out. Her skin was as white as a doll and as delicate as a baby's, which was extremely dazzling. Wu Tian was so miserable at this time. Not only did he have to suppress the rekindled desire, but he also had to stay calm in front of this sexy little beauty. Wu Tian's face was no longer cold at this time, and his face was as rosy as a peach. He took a deep breath and said to Ji Yuzuner, who was already in a fuzzy state, "Zuner, I'm sorry." After saying that, Wu Tian no longer hesitated. A small flame immediately burned Ji Yuzuner's green long skirt that was already in disarray and could not cover the spring scenery. As the guardian spirit Wu Tian who controlled the flames like a fire, this time he once again turned the clothes and the clothes inside into nothingness. Wu Tian smacked his lips and cried in his heart, "Fuck, how come I have become so good at it? It was like this when I treated Yun Yun, why is Ji Yuzuner like this too? Sin. What can Wu Tian do at this time? As the saying goes, if you don't do it, you must do it. Since it's like this, then you have to do it and don't stop." Wu Tian looked straight ahead and stretched out 4 fingers. Hey, 4 fingers seem a bit too many to press the acupoints, so let's use 3. 3 fingers were pressed under Ji Yuzuner's jade neck, and the half-inch position above the white drum was slowly stroked. As the fighting spirit gradually and slowly entered the body, the blush on Ji Yuzuner's pretty face slowly faded, and the faint seductive moans in her nose also weakened a lot. The effect was obvious, which made Wu Tian's spirit slightly lifted, and his technique became more skillful over time. He held Ji Yuzuner in his arms, his eyes and fingers touched the flat belly like jade, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. As the fighting spirit was input into the lower abdomen, the redness on Ji Yuzuner's pretty face also faded, and the pink skin slowly returned to its normal snow-white color. Wu Tian took out a robe from his ring and covered Ji Yuzuner with it, but her body still lay in Wu Tian's arms, because she was now weak and could not sit even if she was placed on another seat. Wu Tian had no choice but to hug her and ensure that she could rest well now, and a slight fighting spirit emanated from his body, because the touch of his palm was also relieving the desire in Yunji's body. His eyes were closed tightly, and he did not look at Ji Yuzuner in his arms. This was of course to avoid embarrassing Ji Yuzuner. Just as he thought, in Wu Tian's arms, Ji Yuzuner's jade hands were slightly clenched, her long eyelashes were constantly trembling, and a look of shame and anger appeared on her pretty face. But she did not struggle against it, because Wu Tian's fighting spirit entered her body, making her feel unusually comfortable, and even because of the process just now, her strength actually showed signs of a breakthrough. She felt that when Wu Tian's palm stopped relieving the fighting spirit, her strength would also increase, and perhaps there would be a trend of skyrocketing. After a while, Wu Tian finally sweated profusely and gasped for air. He felt that his body was now stuck to Ji Yuzuner's body, and the fighting spirit in his hand also stopped. As he stopped, the fighting spirit in Ji Yuzuner's body also increased, and her delicate body trembled violently in Wu Tian's arms. This was naturally a sign of a breakthrough in fighting spirit. Wu Tian could feel that Ji Yuzuner's strength had increased by 2 small realms. This was really gratifying, and I have made great contributions. Chapter 92 Zuner is yours, you have to be responsible if there is a baby. However, Wu Tian's congratulatory smile made Ji Yuzuner so ashamed and angry that she wanted to crawl into the ground. She was the eldest daughter of the ancient family, but she was so embarrassed today. Lying naked on a man, it was really embarrassing. She bit her lips and looked at the boy in front of her with a very calm face. Her heart was beating wildly. Ji Zuner struggled slightly and found that she was now weak all over. She couldn't move at all. And she didn't know what was going on. She seemed to be stuck by something when she moved slightly. Ji Zuner felt that position, and her skin, which had turned snow white, turned pink again. This was too embarrassing. But this cold boy was not as cold as he seemed. The corners of her delicate lips slightly raised up. Feeling the gentle movement of her body in his arms, Wu Tian opened his eyes again. He looked at Ji Zuner, who was defenseless in his arms, and her delicate and attractive red lips. A touch of heat flashed in his pupils. It was like an addiction. After feeling it once, he was tempted to move his lips. But Wu Tian held back. If he moved his mouth again, he would be a gangster. It would be bad if she misunderstood that he had drugged her. If she had special ideas in her mind, it would be fine. If she wanted to kill herself, then he would not be able to save her now. Ji Zuner's eyes were fixed on the boy who was holding her. Another tear rolled down from her beautiful eyes. She knew very well what they had just done. For Ji Zuner, who did not understand these things, the close contact made her feel that she was about to give birth to a baby and her father Ji Yuan was going to be a grandfather. She felt very wronged when she thought of this. She just wanted to find out what the guardian elder of the snake people wanted to do when he came to the Xiao family today. In order to show her sincerity, she didn't even bring her bodyguards, and let the Duhuang strongman take a day off. This holiday is a rare day for bodyguards, so why not enjoy it on this day? I don't know where it ran away. Now Ji Zuner is facing this situation, it's really wrong. She knows very well in her heart that this medicine is definitely not Wu Tian's. With his strength, he doesn't even bother to do such a thing. If he wants to get me, he can directly control me when he feels that there are no bodyguards around. Why waste such a thing? Now my body and first kiss belong to him, what can I do now? Tell daddy to send someone to kill him. What will happen if I kill him? My innocence already belongs to him, and if I have a baby, how can I do it without daddy? The most important thing is that it is not his fault. He also controlled his lust and saved me. I was so active and so tempting just now, but he was able to remain calm. This is definitely because of his feelings for Queen Medusa. Her feelings for Queen Medusa can be said to be stronger than gold. There are not many such good men in the Duki continent. Even a man as good as her father has a group of wives. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill a good man like Wu Tian? Since you have met such a good man, you can't let him go. Compared with Wu Tian, other men are simply too fickle, thinking about this and that, and they are all scumbags. Ji Zuner's eyes flashed with tears, and she tried her best to persuade and enlighten herself in her heart, but her expression was extremely aggrieved. In the small private room, the four eyes met. Wu Tian felt a little embarrassed at this time even if he was thick-skinned, but he did not avoid his eyes. Avoiding would become guilty. But what can he do at this time? It's all done, and it's not over. Can't you not admit it? Are you feeling better? Wu Tian said lightly. It would have been fine if Ji Zuner didn't listen to Wu Tian, but when she heard it, the tears in her eyes suddenly flowed down like the source of a river. When the switch was turned on, Ji Zuner cried like a tearful person. Wu Tian was most afraid of girls crying. This cry made him at a loss. What should he do if a girl cries? Coax her. But she is in my arms. She is not wearing anything yet, how can he coax her? Don't cry, Wu Tian said at a loss. However, his helpless words were very useful at this time. Ji Zuner's tears really stopped, and she actually laughed to Wu Tian's surprise. Puff, giggle, the unique voice of the pleasant girl resounded in the small private room. This really made Wu Tian confused. He was in a big head. Are girls always so unpredictable in their emotions? My devil's hand has done that to you, but you actually laughed. And it was a pleasant laugh. Is the eldest lady of the ancient clan crazy? Is there something wrong with her? Ji Zuner couldn't help laughing at Wu Tian's helpless look. This man was the strongest man in the Gamma Empire. He was the one who scared all the fighting masters of the Gamma Empire away. However, he was so helpless at this time, just like an ignorant teenager. It was really incredible and unpredictable. Ji Zuner, with her cheek leaning on Wu Tian's chest, smiled softly with her delicate little mouth, and said, Brother Wu Tian, you have to be responsible for Zuner. If Zuner has a baby, you have to be a good father. Circled dot operator. Oh, circled dot operator. Wu Tian. Wu Tian's mouth cracked. What's going on? Is my memory confused? Did I do something out of the ordinary just now? Where did the baby come from? Did it fall from the sky? Or was it sent by Guanyin? This guardian spirit uses him to send it. Who do you look down on? He had no choice but to quickly explain. Zuner, Brother Wu Tian, you don't need to say anything. Zuner knows everything. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about Brother Wu Tian's identity. Zuner is yours from now on. Where is Sister Medusa? Zuner, go and tell her. Ji Zuner's eyes were shining, and her jade arms were wrapped around Wu Tian's neck. Wu Tian's mouth twitched constantly. What else could he do at this time? Because Ji Zuner raised her jade arms, the robe that Wu Tian covered her with slid down to Ji Zuner's slender waist, and the scenery above was unobstructed. What else could she explain? She didn't let you explain at all. Just like that, she became mine inexplicably. Where is the emotional foundation? My three-finger magic skill. Honey, you are listening in your sleeve, right? Listen, you see, this is not my fault at all. I just saved her, but she wants to rely on me. She is just a scammer on the Duki continent. You should communicate with her in the future. Wu Tian said helplessly. Zuner, don't be so excited. Brother Wu Tian, do you want to deny it? Zuner has been. Brother Wu Tian, you are the guardian elder of the snake people. Have you heard of the 8 ancient tribes? Ji Zuner raised her head with a sharp look in her eyes. Wu Tian's mouth twitched. Good guy, this little girl actually coerced and bribed me. It seems that soft tactics don't work, so she just uses hard tactics. Little girl, can you be tougher than me? Chapter 93, Ji Zuner's Coercion and Temptation, an Ambiguous Answer. Ji Zuner's coercion and bribery made Wu Tian helpless. The eldest lady of the ancient clan is so powerful. It's okay for this guardian spirit to not be able to offend her. Can't I obey you if I can't afford to offend you? It's okay for me to obey you. Wu Tian nodded and asked knowingly, of course I know about the 8 ancient clans. That was a long time ago. Are you from the 8 ancient clans, Zuner? Hehe, Brother Wu Tian, Zuner is the eldest lady of the ancient clan of the 8 ancient clans. If you don't admit it, Zuner will tell Daddy. Ji Zuner smiled sweetly. Zuner, I'm not denying it. The situation was urgent just now, and I had to do it. I thought that you, as the eldest lady of the ancient clan, should still consider it carefully. After all, I have a family. Wu Tian looked at Ji Zuner and said gently. Yes, Brother Wu Tian, you are a married man. It is precisely because you are a married man that Zuner likes you. Zuner has thought about it very clearly, and Zuner will not regret it. Ji Zuner leaned close to Wu Tian's face and said seriously. Look at what kind of lewd words Ji Zuner said. Are all the beauties in Duki continent so aware of this? Wu Tian naturally understood what Ji Zuner meant. That was because he had Medusa, he could still tolerate her current state without being disturbed. He was a good man who was infatuated and worthy of a girl's love, so she liked him. Wu Tian's head was buzzing. I never thought that I would have such a frustrated day. He. Look at Xiao Yan, who was frustrated because of the broken engagement, and I was frustrated because Ji Zuner was stuck on me. Sorry, Xiao Yanzi, I will borrow your words. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young man. Wu Tian couldn't help but roar at Ji Zuner in his heart. How can I, a guardian spirit, be a gigolo? How can I compromise? I can't be a gigolo, not in this life. Okay. Wu Tian reached out his hand to cover the fallen robe as a compromise. Ahem, after all, the girl has taken the initiative and is so gentle. If I pretend to be stupid and refuse bluntly at this time, I am simply not a man. At least I have to slow down first. A word of, okay, is considered acceptance, but it is not considered acceptance. This is not indecisiveness, but for the future happiness. If he accepts Ji Zuner now, what if his wife Medusa does not accept her? I am the guardian spirit of Medusa. Since I am the guardian spirit of Queen Medusa, I cannot easily accept any woman. This is inevitable. If I accept other women, won't I become someone else's guardian spirit? This is against the rules of the guardian queen system. If I accept other women without asking for Medusa's consent, it will inevitably break the rules of the system, and my guardian queen system will inevitably go with me. Then how can I improve my strength in the future? When there are so many Do Zun in the later period, what is a fart for me, a little Do Huang? In the future, it will become impossible to absorb other strange fires painlessly, and then this Dookie continent will become a nightmare world. As for eating Gu Zuner's soft rice, is my little Do Huang peak strength worthy of it? Wu Tian's words are naturally an ambiguous answer to Gu Zuner, but she did not continue to force Wu Tian. In her heart, Wu Tian is not indecisive or afraid of his wife, but respecting Queen Medusa and respecting her. Queen Medusa is his woman. Now Queen Medusa is recovering her strength. If she waits until she recovers her strength and Wu Tian takes another girl back, any woman will be angry about it, and she will be the same. However, what Wu Tian is doing now is very warm, respecting his woman, which is something that other men on Dookie continent cannot do no matter what. She imagined that she was in the role of Queen Medusa. She was really very satisfied with what Wu Tian was doing now, and it was worth it to give him all her love. This is what is called beauty in the eyes of a lover. No matter how Wu Tian answered, Gu Zuner would praise Wu Tian in her heart at this time, because she had determined Wu Tian. If it were another man, then no matter what you do, it is wrong. When you agree, you will say that you don't love Medusa, you are a scumbag, you love whoever you meet, and I regret it. If you refuse, you will say that you don't know how to cherish and are not a man. If you say okay, then you will be said to be hesitant, indecisive, like an old woman, and you don't deserve my love. Gu Zuner's eyes were full of affection. She slowly raised her weak jade hand, stroked Wu Tian's face and said gently, "Brother Wu Tian, don't worry, Zuner will let Sister Medusa agree to our relationship. Zuner will not tell Daddy about us first. If Zuner has a baby, it won't be too late to tell him." Wu Tian just wanted to ask how this baby came about. I didn't find a way to do it. It seems that Gu Zuner, this little girl, has received a lack of education. I will teach her a lesson in the future. Well, Wu Tian nodded. Gu Zuner held Wu Tian's head and said with a red face, "Brother Wu Tian, do you have Sister Medusa's clothes? Zuner is weak and can't use Do Chi, and the clothes in the storage ring can't be taken out. Zuner needs to wear clothes." These tiger and wolf words appeared again, which made Wu Tian have to think of the TV drama scene he saw in his previous life again. This is simply a portrayal of Pinru and Ai Li. "Can you wear Medusa's clothes?" Wu Tian had to say awkwardly. Zuner, you should wear mine. Your sister Medusa's clothes are all for the upper body, not for the lower body, you can't." "Oh, okay then," Gu Zuner said with a rosy face. Wu Tian took out his own clothes. Although the clothes were a bit big, they could cover Gu Zuner's body. Wu Tian really didn't have much interest in Gu Zuner's body now, because he liked Medusa more than Gu Zuner. This little loli still needed to be raised for a few more years before she could harvest the rich fruits. Neither of them expected that the original showdown scene would become so intimate. After Wu Tian helped Gu Zuner put on her clothes, he directly picked her up and walked out of the small private room. Some things cannot be explained in this small private room in a short time. They need to have a long talk all night, but before that, both of them have to figure out one thing, that is, which bad guy drugged them. Princess Wu Tian carried Gu Zuner out of the small private room and went straight to the front desk, where the wretched uncle at the beginning was standing. The wretched uncle saw Wu Tian carrying Gu Zuner, who had changed her clothes, walking towards him, and his wretched eyes blinked at Wu Tian, provoking a look of "you understand and I understand." Wu Tian, "Fuck, Nima, this old man is pitting me." Chapter 94. We ordered the fragrant tea ourselves. The look of this wretched uncle, "You know, I know too," made Wu Tian's little head buzz. What does this mean? It's okay for me to see this look, but what will Gu Zuner think if you see it? He must think that I have colluded with this wretched uncle a long time ago, deliberately making a medicinal tea, and then let their relationship become so close. Isn't this a trap for me? I have been honest and upright all my life, so how could I do such a mean thing? This will definitely be misunderstood by Gu Zuner. Wu Tian turned his head to look at Gu Zuner in his arms. Sure enough, just as he thought, Gu Zuner was looking at him with a very suspicious look. It's no wonder that Gu Zuner didn't believe him. Even if it was him, he would definitely think that there was something fishy about it when he saw the wretched expression of the front desk. Gu Zuner stared at Wu Tian with her beautiful eyes, thinking in her heart, is it true that brother Wu Tian has colluded with the front desk? Did he deliberately touch me? This is impossible. If he wants to have a baby with me, he doesn't need to waste so much effort. I can't resist if he just forces it. Wouldn't it be more exciting for him? When Wu Tian saw the confusion in Ji Yuzuner's eyes, his first reaction was to find out the truth about this matter. He had to clear his name, otherwise the image of the wise and powerful guardian spirit would be tarnished. Wu Tian put his arms around Ji Yuzuner's slender waist and flashed to the uncle with an extremely wretched look. He stretched out his hand and pinched the wretched uncle's neck, and said coldly, "Why did you put a strong aphrodisiac in the tea? What is your intention?" Cough cough cough, The shopkeeper who was smiling just now couldn't laugh anymore, and he couldn't even breathe. He coughed twice with a flushed face. He was very confused. This was the first time he saw a customer come out and the relationship became intimate, and he was still not satisfied. The shopkeeper struggled and said, "Sir, ahem, you just took the initiative to order from me." "Bullshit. When did I order this kind of tea from you?" Wu Tian said with a foul mouth. The wretched man's words made Wu Tian unable to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He said, "I took the initiative to order it. Isn't this slandering me? Ji Yuzuner and I came in together. When did I order that kind of tea?" Even Ji Yuzuner, who was standing by, was puzzled. She and brother Wu Tian were tired from shopping outside, so they found this tea house to rest for a while. It was she who took the initiative to pull brother Wu Tian in. The two of them had been here the whole time, and brother Wu Tian had no time or opportunity to order that kind of tea. The shopkeeper looked ugly at this time. He was breathing out more than breathing in. His face turned pale. He pointed at his throat and made a painful sound. Wu Tian saw that he still had something to say, so he let go of his hand and said coldly, "If you can't explain it clearly, I will kill you." Wu Tian would not be soft-hearted about this kind of thing that threw dirty water on him. If he said he would kill him, he would definitely kill him. Of course, if this wretched man didn't explain it clearly, if he explained it clearly, the end would naturally be the opposite. Live well. Caw. The wretched man snapped his fingers a few times with a painful expression. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, he quickly explained, "Sir, it was really you who ordered the fragrant tea from me." Fragrant tea? Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner asked with a bitter look on their faces. They thought about it and realized that they really took the initiative to order the fragrant tea, but who knew why the fragrant tea would be that kind of tea? Aren't the fragrant teas in the tea house very fragrant teas? Why did it become that kind of tea here? I even checked it out and looked at the lady next to me. Are you guys asking for the fragrant tea? The wretched shopkeeper said with a bitter expression. The wretched man's words reminded Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner of what happened. The wretched man was telling the truth. It was indeed what happened at the time, but they didn't care at the time. The two looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths suddenly rose a little. This smile was not a smile of joy, but a slightly bitter smile. They didn't expect that their encounter started with carelessness. Wu Tian turned his head and looked at the wretched shopkeeper again, asking, "Why is your fragrant tea this kind of tea?" The wretched man replied with a bitter face, "Sir, you don't know. Our location is remote. If we open a tea house, there will be no business at all. The reason why our business is so prosperous in Wudin City is all because of this fragrant tea. We are a serious business." Wu Tian's mouth twitched. "You are awesome, you are serious, and I am not serious, right?" After hearing this, Ji Yuzuner gently stroked Wu Tian's chest with her jade hand, lowered her head and whispered, "Brother Wu Tian, since we are in a relationship, let's just forget it." Wu Tian nodded. Ji Yuzuner didn't care, so what did he care about? However, since we agreed to punish this person, we must punish him. Okay, I'll let you go for Zuner's sake, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living crime. I have 1 million gold coins here. I will buy your shop. You will work for me in the future. You can use this 1 million gold coins to open several branches in the surrounding cities. You don't have to give me the profit in the future. You just need to use the profit to expand the branches," Wu Tian said with a sharp look. The corners of the wretched male shopkeeper's mouth kept twitching. Is this really a living crime that can't escape? I'm so scared of you that I'm going to pee my pants. You told me to give me 1 million gold coins. It would be good if I can sell my shop for 30,000 gold coins. This is pie in the sky. However, The things that made him happy had just begun. Ji Yuzuner smiled and said, "This 1 million seems a little too little. If you don't have enough money, feel free to come to the Xiao family to find me. My name is Xiao Zuner. By the way, if you have difficulty in expanding and opening branches, feel free to come to me." The wretched man was completely confused. 1 million is not enough. It turns out that poverty limits my imagination. This is the rhythm of opening my fragrant tea house to the entire Jama Empire. Okay, his imagination is only like this. In the hearts of Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner, they all want to open this fragrant tea house throughout the Duki continent. After Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner left, the wretched man was still hit by this pie that suddenly fell and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. This is really too happy. He stretched out 2 fingers and shouted proudly, "I didn't expect that I, Tang Ying, would have this day." The guests in other rooms popped their heads out of their rooms when they heard his voice, wondering, what's wrong with Uncle Ying today? He never calls her when she calls him normally. Wu Tian hugged Ji Yuzuner's waist, and his figure disappeared in the air in a flash. Ji Yuzuner's clothes were not suitable for shopping anymore. It would be better to go back to the Xiao family first. Chapter 95. Talking with Ji Yuzuner in the boudoir all night. Wu Tian landed directly in the courtyard of the Xiao family, holding the somewhat powerless Ji Yuzuner in his arms. As a Duhuang, if he wanted to enter the Xiao family quietly, he would naturally not let others find out. Even if there were people below, Wu Tian would deliberately avoid them. He directly entered Ji Yuzuner's boudoir under the guidance of Xiao Zuner. Xiao Zuner's boudoir was very simple, and there was no large wardrobe for girls as imagined. There was only a warm bed, as well as simple solid wood furniture such as tables and chairs, bookcases, and small wardrobes. After gently putting Ji Yuzuner on the bed, Wu Tian was ready to leave. After all, their relationship progressed too fast, and it was not easy for people to accept it, of course, to avoid others from not being able to accept it. He himself did not accept it, but now he had to accept it. Ji Yuzuner, a young girl, was touched by him and had already identified him. Now he had no strength to resist at all, and the most important thing was that he did not want to resist. He. Wu Tian had to leave, because they had been walking around the streets for half a day, and were busy in the tea house for an afternoon. It was already dark when they returned to the Xiao family. There was nothing to do at night, and other people would not look for him, but there were 2 people who would definitely look for him. One of them was naturally his slave Hai Bodong. He knew that he and Xiao Zuner went out to hunt in the wild. They went out together, and neither of them came back, so he would definitely guess that something had happened. The other person was Xiao Meier. Xiao Meier, this little girl, was completely greedy for his body, wanted to get him and possess him, and wanted to find a very thick thigh, yes, a thigh. Don't think too much, how could Wu Tian satisfy her? This is absolutely impossible. So if these 2 people can't find him and Ji Yuzuner, it will definitely cause chaos in the entire Xiao family. If he doesn't leave, things will get out of control. But when Wu Tian wanted to leave, Ji Yuzuner stretched out her jade hand and grabbed his hand, saying gently, "Brother Wu Tian, can you stay with me? I want to ask you something." Okay. Wu Tian nodded and agreed without hesitation. What does the Xiao family have to do with me? They are just a group of ants. It has nothing to do with me even if they are in chaos. Hai Bodong is just a slave. What does he think? Why can't I agree to Ji Yuzuner's request? It's just that Ji Yuzuner has a question in her heart, and he just answered it. At most, it's just a long talk all night, and they get to know each other. It's impossible to go deep. Wu Tian sat on the corner of the bed in a long robe and pajamas. Ji Yuzuner's clothes were gone. Cough cough, she was wearing her suspender pajamas that Wu Tian took out for her in the small closet. Her soft body leaned against Wu Tian's arms. Wu Tian sniffed the faint fragrance in his arms, and the 2 began a long talk all night. This was Ji Yuzuner's initiative. She said that she had to relax in the room. She was still a little weak. She was uncomfortable lying on the bed and couldn't sit still. She could only use Wu Tian as a chair. As a chair for his feelings, Wu Tian's body stiffened again. He said that he really hadn't touched the little Lolita. He had no interest in the little Lolita who wanted nothing. During the long talk between the 2, the Xiao family was in chaos as Wu Tian thought. Hai Bodong directly told the patriarch Xiao Zan the news that the 2 were missing. After Xiao Zan knew about it, he immediately sent all the people of the Xiao family to look for her. Ji Yuzuner's identity was a living ancestor. If she was lost, his Xiao family would suffer a catastrophe. This situation was too serious. The Xiao family began to track down in Wudan City. The clues were traced all the way to the Shangti house. Then Uncle Ying directly told them that the young master and the young lady left after tasting tea. What happened between Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner in the afternoon and the change of clothes, he didn't say anything. Wu Tian also told Ji Yuzuner about some of his experiences with Medusa, protecting the snake people, helping Medusa evolve, and now trying his best to help Medusa recover her strength. Wu Tian even caught Xiao Kailin and told Ji Yuzuner that this is your sister. Ji Yuzuner looked at Sister Medusa, who was only a few centimeters tall. The expression on her pretty face was full of mixed feelings. No wonder brother Wu Tian didn't accept her. It turned out that Sister Medusa had not yet recovered her human body, and he was not in the mood to accept her at this time. This made Ji Yuzuner's deer jump to Wu Tian's body. Which girl didn't like such a man? After Wu Tian's story, Ji Yuzuner also understood that in order to restore Medusa's strength, fire attribute energy was needed, and the fire attribute energy could not be too violent. This required a gradual process. Wu Tian also bluntly told the secret of Ji Yuzuner's coming to the Xiao family, Tuosh ancient Emperor Jade. As the ancient guardian spirit of the snake people, no matter what he said, it was normal, which made Ji Yuzuner feel surprised and natural at the same time. As the guardian spirit of the snake people, Wu Tian has more secrets than her, not less. His strength is definitely sealed now. Maybe his peak strength is no different from that of his father. She also understood that Wu Tian came to the Xiao family for someone, and that person was not her, but... The next morning, Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner woke up at the same time, or rather, woke up in the same bed hugging each other. Their clothes were in disarray, almost to the point of being torn off. Wu Tian's robe and pajamas were now completely open, revealing his muscular body, and Ji Yuzuner's suspender skirt had somehow rolled up to her neck. They both opened their eyes at the same time, feeling each other's body temperature, and were unusually calm. Except for their somewhat ruddy complexions, they did not show any surprise. Wu Tian shouted in his heart, "Did I have a long talk with Ji Yuzuner all night and be honest with each other?" Chapter 96. Xuan'er volunteered to wake up Xiao Yan with a slap. Ji Yuzuner was not surprised at all. She curved her beautiful eyes and looked at Wu Tian's eyes with a sweet smile. "Brother Wu Tian, you are awake." Neither of them showed any surprise. Of course it would be so, after all, neither of them drank. They remembered clearly what happened last night. Nothing happened to them at all. They just got tired and sleepy while chatting. Then they slipped into the bed. Ji Yuzuner's pajamas slipped directly to her neck, and Wu Tian's buttons were unbuttoned, which led to the current scene. Wu Tian stretched out his right hand and found that his hand was being used as a pillow for Ji Yuzuner, and it was a little numb, so he stretched out his left hand, and the soft feeling from his left hand disappeared immediately. He rubbed his forehead, looked at Ji Yuzuner who was wrapped around him softly, and Queen Medusa who was staring at him from the side with her small eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "Alas, why did we become like this while chatting last night? It must be because I was too tired from shopping yesterday. My wife Medusa, you should have seen it clearly last night. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I am just an emotional armchair and an emotional pillow. I didn't do anything to let you down. Zuner, it's still early now. Why did you wake up so early?" Wu Tian looked at the sky outside and said. Ji Yuzuner blushed, and she leaned into Wu Tian's ear and whispered embarrassedly, "Brother Wu Tian, your hands were on Zuner just now, and your lower body." Wu Tian heard Ji Yuzuner's words, and his mouth twitched and he was very embarrassed. "What?" Wu Tian turned his head and looked at the little Kailin who was wrapped around him, thinking to himself, "Wife, I said I mistook Ji Yuzuner for you, do you believe it?" After a night, the relationship between the two became closer. Wu Tian had to accept this reality. When he put his left hand around Ji Yuzuner's waist and wanted to give her an answer, Ji Yuzuner's jade finger was placed on his lips. Ji Yuzuner smiled at Wu Tian and said, "Brother Wu Tian, you don't have to give Zuner any answer before her sister Medusa recovers her human body. If you answer Zuner, it means you are disrespecting Sister Medusa. During this period of time when Sister Medusa has not recovered her human body, everything that happened between us was voluntary. Zuner feels that yesterday and today are the happiest times Zuner has spent since she was a child. Such a considerate Gu Zuner moved Wu Tian to tears. Look at this smart woman. Just this one sentence, not to mention me, even Medusa would fall in love with her. How could she disagree? Under Gu Zuner's care, the two put on their clothes. Gu Zuner took Wu Tian's hand and went to the cafeteria together. Compared with yesterday morning when the two of them were respectful to each other and came to the cafeteria like strangers, today the two of them were as close as a young couple. This made the disciples of the Xiao family stare straight. Wow, in just one day, the two of them went from just knowing each other to such a level. The goddess is already taken, and the male god is also taken, and they are so fucking well matched. When the housekeeper Hai Bodong saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. Should I remind this guardian spirit that we came to the Xiao family to do serious business? But what if he said to me that he is doing serious business now in recruiting allies? Am I not asking for trouble? Forget it, then let it be. After Wu Tian and Gu Zuner finished breakfast, at Wu Tian's suggestion, they went to visit the patient together. The patient was Xiao Yan, the third young master of the Xiao family. Xiao Yan had been in a coma since he hit his head against the mountain. He had been in a coma for 2 days. Xiao Zan was so anxious. It was just a bump against the mountain. How could he not wake up? Even the doctor said that it was not a big deal. He could get better after a day or two of rest. It was not a serious injury at all. Why didn't his Yunur wake up? This made Xiao Zan very anxious. He found all the doctors in Wudin City but couldn't figure out why. He even found a first-grade pharmacist and fed him medicine for treatment, but it was still useless. This made Xiao Zan very worried. Wu Tian laughed after hearing this. Maybe others don't know why Xiao Yan didn't wake up, but Wu Tian knew that Xiao Yan must have been scared by Yao Chen. Although he has lived in Duqi continent for more than 10 years, he still received a poor education and didn't know there was such a thing as soul. He must have thought Yao Chen was a ghost from his previous life and was frightened by Yao Chen. He didn't wake up for 2 days. He just needed to be in a coma for a few days. Today, he and Gu Zuner came to visit Xiao Yan to shorten this time. After all, only a jumping Xiao Yan was interesting. When Wu Tian and Gu Zuner came to visit Xiao Yan, Xiao Zan naturally clapped his hands to welcome them. These two mysterious and terrifying people, especially this young man, could actually deal with Xiao Zuner in one day. This was simply terrible. When Wu Tian saw Xiao Yan lying unconscious on the bed with a big bag on his head bandaged, he couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, their eyes are filled with tears. But for Xiao Yan, it's better to smile. After all, there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. Wu Tian's pupil shrank and swept over Xiao Yan's body. He clearly saw the black and simple ring on his finger. There lived an old pervert in it. The old pervert who looked at his apprentice's wife every day. Bah! His eyes did not linger on the ring, but turned to look at Xiao Zan on the side and said mysteriously, "Patriarch Xiao, do you want your son to wake up?" Xiao Zan's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied excitedly, "Of course, do you have a way to wake Yunur up?" Wu Tian nodded and said indifferently, "Yes. As long as Yunur can be awakened, my Xiao family will be grateful." Xiao Zan said respectfully, "Forget gratitude, as long as you don't hate me for a while." Wu Tian said mysteriously. Xiao Zan thought in confusion, "Hate you? You saved my Yunur, why should I hate you?" However, the next moment, he understood the meaning of what Wu Tian said. How could he not hate you? Pa! A crisp and fierce slapping sound resounded in the room, and half of Xiao Yan's face was immediately slapped with a bloody 5-finger red mark. This was Wu Tian's generous gift. After he finished speaking to Xiao Zan, he walked to Xiao Yan's bed, raised his right hand high, and slapped Xiao Yan. However, this slap did not wake Xiao Yan up, so Wu Tian raised his left hand and slapped him again. Pa! 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 The crisp slapping sound became abnormally fast-paced and resounded in Xiao Zan's ears. Ah! Chapter 97 Toad Xiao Yan covets the swan. Xiao Zan was stunned by Wu Tian's sudden action. He never thought that Wu Tian would use his big mouth to wake up his son Xiao Yan. Before he could react, Wu Tian's super-fast big mouth had already slapped Xiao Yan's face fiercely. Speed is power. Wu Tian's palm was really fast and fierce. The frequency of the big mouth was super fast. This was the fastest speed that Wu Tian used his strength to slap Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan was just a great fighting master. He couldn't see Wu Tian's speed at all, let alone directly block it. When he reacted, Wu Tian's hand had been retracted, and his hands were rubbing against each other, looking like he was paralyzed. This made Xiao Zhan furious. No matter how powerful his background was, he couldn't hit his son. This was simply humiliating him and his son. Xiao Yan, who was already injured, was slapped by his cruel mouth. His face was like a very useful old face. It went from a small face to a big face in an instant. This process was like a red balloon being blown up by an electric air pump. Not only was it fast, but it was also very big. However, Xiao Yan's swollen face was not like a red balloon. The color became lighter as it grew bigger. Xiao Yan's face became darker as it grew bigger. His cheeks were so red that they were about to bleed. How could Xiao Zhan bear to see his son so miserable? Although Xiao Zhan is an actor, he is also a good father who loves his son deeply. How could he let his son be insulted like this? Do-chi suddenly burst out from Xiao Zhan's body, which looked amazing. The green do-chi surrounded his body. He pointed at Wu Tian and roared, "Wu Gan, how dare you insult my son Xiao Yan like this? Today I must." Ah, cough, ah. Before Xiao Zhan could say anything harsh, Xiao Yan, who was lying on the bed with a swollen face after being beaten by Wu Tian, actually made a miserable cry, which made Xiao Zhan swallow his words immediately. He immediately retracted his do-chi, rushed to Xiao Yan's bed excitedly, and smiled with concern. "Haha, Yun'er, you finally woke up. Are you okay?" Hiss, ah, Xiao Yan opened his eyes and felt the fiery pain brought by both cheeks. He couldn't help shouting again. Xiao Yan cursed in his heart, "Is my father stupid? Am I okay? I can see my swollen and hot face with my eyes, and you still ask me if I am okay? Yun'er, it's good that you woke up, it's good that you woke up." Xiao Zhan excitedly grabbed Xiao Yan's hand and said excitedly. Xiao Zhan put down Xiao Yan's hand, turned around and looked at Wu Tian with fiery eyes, and excitedly arched his hands and said, "Master Wu Gan, thank you for saving my child, Xiao Zhan is grateful. Please don't be offended by Xiao Zhan's unreasonable behavior just now." Wu Tian waved his hands, and then rubbed his hands while saying indifferently, "Patriarch Xiao, there is no need to be polite, and you don't have to be so formal with me. The behavior of Patriarch Xiao just now is also because he cares about Yun'er, which is understandable. Master Wu Gan is magnanimous, and he is really a model for young people. But, I see that you keep rubbing your hands, are you injured when you woke up Yun'er just now?" Xiao Zhan saw Wu Tian's small movements and asked while praising. Wu Tian waved his hands and said, it's okay, I just used too much force, too much frequency, and too fast, which caused my hands to be numb. I can rub them myself." Xiao Yan, who was lying on the bed and felt the burning and pain on both sides of his face, blinked his eyes, which were now very small compared to his face. At this time, Xiao Yan understood what happened. It turned out that I should have been unconscious before, and then it was Wu Gan who woke me up, but the way he woke me up was to slap me in the face. Nima, what kind of waking up method is this? Knowing that I was woken up by this method, I would rather not wake up. Wouldn't it be better to continue to be dizzy? Brother Wu Gan, your hands are numb, it shouldn't be very convenient, or Zuner will help you rub it. A pleasant, ethereal and extremely familiar female voice came into Xiao Yan's ears. This voice was really familiar to Xiao Yan, because this was his goddess Zuner. What he wanted most in the Xiao family was Zuner's admiration. For this, he tried every possible way, but to no avail. No matter when he was a genius or a waste, Xiao Zuner would not even pay attention to him. Even if she did, she would give him one word, which was, get lost. Hearing the voice of his goddess Xiao Zuner, Xiao Yan didn't want to listen anymore. His eyes looked towards the source of the voice. But he didn't see anything, because his big face was blocking his curious sight, so he couldn't see the scene next to him. He wanted to turn his head to see, but the pain on his face simply oppressed him and couldn't turn his head. At this time, Xiao Yan was extremely anxious. He directly used his arms to sit up from the bed. His current injuries were all on his head. One was a bump, and the other was Wu Tian's swollen face, so he said that there was nothing wrong with his body now. With a force on his arms, Xiao Yan's body stood up on the bed, and he saw his goddess Xiao Zuner as he wished. Kacha. When Xiao Zhan saw Xiao Zuner, A thunderclap suddenly exploded in his mind, and this thunderclap made him stagnate on the bed. In his sight, his goddess Xiao Zuner was showing a shy smile, using her smooth, tender, white and beautiful hands to help Wugan rub his hands. The scene of the four hands intersecting together was really too infuriating. Especially in the beautiful eyes of his goddess Xiao Zuner, she was showing a deep affection towards Wugan that even a fool could see. The expression in her eyes was completely that I have you in me, and you don't have me in you. This made Xiao Yan feel that thunderclaps exploded in his mind. What's going on? How come my goddess also fell in love with this Wugan when I woke up? How long have I been unconscious? My fiancé Nalan Yanran came to break off the engagement just for this Wugan, which was a humiliation to me in every way. Xiao Meier, who used to be around me and now stays away from me, also leaned against him. And now the girl I like, my goddess Xiao Zuner, also likes this Wugan. Does this Wugan have a grudge against me? Is he the nemesis sent by God to punish me? Ji Zuner's eyes made Xiao Yan look ashen, dumbfounded, with eyes wide open, plus the big swollen cheeks on both sides, he really looked like a toad. The current scene is completely a toad envying a swan. Chapter 98. Xiao Yan was so angry that he vomited blood. Yuner, why are you up? Lie down and heal your wounds. Xiao Zan saw Xiao Yan suddenly resurrected and looked paralyzed, and hurriedly said with concern. Xiao Yan looked at his father's concerned eyes, felt the palm holding his neck, and asked Xiao Zan his question, Father, can you tell me how long Yuner has been in a coma? Xiao Zan put Xiao Yan on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and replied, Yuner, you have been in a coma for 2 days. 2 days, 2 days, just 2 fucking days. I thought I was in a coma for half a month. In just 2 fucking days, my Zuner and this Wugan became so close. Shit. Crack. Another thunder exploded in Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan couldn't feel the pain on his big face at this time. The pain in his heart completely suppressed the pain in his body. It was so painful that he felt like he had no desire to live. His head was buzzing and he was going to faint again. But fortunately, he saw his father who loved and cared about him, and found some comfort in his heart. Others abused me thousands of times, but my father treated me like my first love. It feels so good to be cared for by my father. Xiao Yan didn't know what happened between Wu Tian and Ji Zuner in the past 2 days. If he knew that Wu Tian and Ji Zuner had had a skin-to-skin contact and kissed, he would definitely faint again. Xiao Zan looked at his son's painful expression, and suddenly felt powerless in his heart. This powerlessness was a kind of regret for not being able to make a good person. Look at them, they are both teenagers, and the age difference is only a few years. Look at how they can wake up their sons who are unconscious with just a few big mouths. Their charm makes the beautiful girls even more attracted. Look at their sons now. Not only is he a waste, but he still shows this expression of despair after knowing that he has been in a coma for 2 days. And look at how humble Wugan is. He has a background, but he is still so humble and polite when talking to me. Look at this one of ours. He saved you but he didn't even say thank you. This is really incomparable. The powerlessness in his heart and the regret for not being able to make a good match for you immediately turned Xiao Zan into anger. He angrily scolded Xiao Yan, Yuner, how can you be so unreasonable? How did your father teach you? Wu Gan worked hard to wake you up, but you didn't even say thank you. Xiao Yan was immediately frightened by Xiao Zan's scolding. What's going on? How did the fatherly love that was just warm and gentle turn into domestic violence now? This Wu Gan not only swollen my face, but also robbed my fiancé Nalan Yanran, and most importantly, robbed my first love. This Wu Gan is his enemy, and it is an irreconcilable enemy. It is such a great enemy who robbed his beloved woman, and now my father actually asked me to thank him. Xiao Yan suddenly felt a ball of fire burning in his heart, and a mouthful of old blood surged in his throat, and it was about to spurt out, but he swallowed it down with all his might. He couldn't be so embarrassed as to spit blood in front of outsiders. The mentality of enduring for 3 years is not just talk, but only he knows the bitter taste of swallowing it. Wu Tian saw Xiao Yan's constipated expression and shook his head helplessly. His hands were now rubbed by Ji Zuner's hands. He walked forward a few steps and came to Xiao Yan's bedside. He looked at Xiao Yan lying on the bed with concern, then looked at Xiao Zan and said with a smile, Chief Xiao, now that the third young master has woken up, let him have a good rest. Forget about thanking him. Zuner and I will not disturb you for now, we will go back first. Xiao Zhan nodded with a smile and said, okay. When Yun'er's injury is healed, I will definitely bring Yun'er to thank you. Wu Tian nodded and turned to walk out the door, and Ji Zuner also naturally stretched out her jade arms and wrapped them around Wu Tian's arms, and her delicate face also leaned on Wu Tian's shoulder. The two of them looked so close that it was hard to say how close they were. Brother Wu Gan, Zuner's throat is a little dry, can we go to the Shang tea house for tea? Ji Zuner said with a smile. Okay, I'm a little thirsty too. Wu Tian agreed. As the two new owners of the Shang tea house, it is normal to go to their own shop to drink tea, but in the ears of Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan, it means something else. As the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan naturally knew everything about Wudin City, especially the fragrant tea house that was very attractive to men. He also paid special attention to it. Although he had never taken anyone to drink tea, he also knew how powerful the fragrant tea was. As the arrogant and domineering genius third young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan naturally knew what the fragrant tea house in Wudin City was. He even wanted to buy this tea and secretly give it to Ji Zuner before, but unfortunately this fragrant tea could only be tasted in the store and could not be bought back home, so he had to give up this idea. So both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan knew the fragrant tea house very well. Now when they heard that Ji Zuner and Wu Tian were going to the fragrant tea house to drink tea, they immediately understood what they were going to do. And they said it very clearly, they actually said they would go again. That is to prove that they had been there once, even many times, countless times in the past 2 days. When Xiao Yan heard this, he suddenly revived again and sat up from the bed like a carp. Fuck, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but spit out a sweet smell when he looked at his son who had resurrected and scared him again. It was unknown whether he was surprised at the shock Xiao Yan brought to him when he sat up, or at the incredibly fast progress of Wu Tian and Ji Zuner. Xiao Yan ignored his surprised father, but stared at Wu Tian and Ji Zuner. He clearly saw his first love Xiao Zuner leaning on Wu Gan's shoulder like a little bird. Xiao Yan watched the warm backs of the two people who were leaning against each other and walking away. He now had only one thought, that is, my first love, my goddess, has been defiled by this scumbag Wu Gan, and has been defiled countless times. The most important thing is that she is still obsessed and very satisfied. When Xiao Yan thought of this, the old blood that he had just swallowed surged again, and this time he could no longer suppress it and spurted it out. Puff! The blood that bloomed like flowers dyed the corner of the bed and the ground in front of Xiao Yan red. Of course, there was also his father Xiao Zhan, who had just come to him because he was worried about him and couldn't dodge in time. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan was a great fighting master and dodged most of the splattered blood, but some of it was still splashed on his face and body. After Xiao Yan spurted out a large amount of blood, his eyes rolled up, his body lay straight on the bed, and he fell into a coma again. Chapter 99 Mitre Auction House. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's body was shaking violently. He stretched out his shaking right hand and touched his stiff face. After feeling the wetness, he looked at the blood in his hand. His face was terribly gloomy. His eyes showed worry at Xiao Yan who was lying straight on the bed unconscious, but the corner of his mouth showed an elusive smile. Yun'er, why are you unconscious again? But, this time you don't have to be afraid of being unconscious for a few more days. Just bear with it, your father will wake you up soon. Pa, 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 pa. There were continuous crisp sounds, muffled sounds and explosions from the closed door. The rhythm is so fast that it is unbelievable. If Wu Tian were here, he would give a thumbs up and exclaim, awesome, it's even faster than my hand speed. The scene in the room has nothing to do with Wu Tian. He came to visit Xiao Yan just to save him. But before leaving, Wu Tian knew that Xiao Yan would be unconscious for another day. He might as well do something he loves with this time. Drinking tea is naturally an excuse. Ji Zuner deliberately disgusted Xiao Yan. She also knew that Wu Tian also hated Xiao Yan very much, so the two of them disgusted him deliberately. For drinking tea, Ji Zuner obviously prefers shopping, but Wu Tian feels a headache about shopping, but he can't not go. Under Ji Zuner's soft and hard rubbing, Wu Tian, the hard-line guardian spirit, still agreed reluctantly. In the hot weather, Wu Tian and Ji Zuner shared a parasol. Compared to today, Ji Zuner bought much less things, but the distance was not reduced at all, but became more. For Wu Tian, a man who doesn't like shopping, shopping is simply torture. It's the same with Ji Yuzuner, a little beauty. Ji Yuzuner, a smart little beauty, naturally saw Wu Tian's reluctance, but she was not angry at all, because Wu Tian didn't hate being with her, but he just hated shopping alone. It should be a very powerful thing to let the strongest person in the Jia Empire hold an umbrella for you and bear to accompany you shopping. The so-called lover's eyes are beautiful, she didn't think about it at all. It was such a great honor for the men on the Duki continent to be able to accompany her, the eldest lady of the ancient clan, shopping. Ji Yuzuner wrapped her arms around Wu Tian and laughed, "Brother Wu Tian, let's go to the auction house." Wu Tian naturally nodded and agreed. It's better to sit down than to wander around, and he has never been to the auction house since he came to the Duki continent. It's just right to see it today and see what's so special. There are many auction houses in Wudin City, but the largest one is naturally the Mitel auction house, which belongs to the richest family in the Jama Empire, the Mitel family. In the Jama Empire, the Mitel family is naturally the richest. The reason why the Mitel family can be so rich is that there is a supreme elder in their family. This supreme elder is famous for his strength in the Jama Empire. As long as someone mentions his name, he will tremble, not for anything else, but because his strength is an 8-star Duhuang strongman. This person is none other than the slave king Hai Bodong, who is now the butler of the Xiao family in Wudin City. This introduction seems a bit bad, but he was really a veritable ice emperor before, but now he is a bit bad because of Wu Tian. Before he met Queen Medusa, he was the famous ice emperor Hai Bodong. Who could compete with him when the ice appeared? Once he competed, Queen Medusa sealed him into a small doling spirit. Before he met Wu Tian, he was Hai Bodong, who sold maps. He looked like an old man who was a temporary plug-in, but after meeting Wu Tian, he became the slave king Hai Bodong. Hai Bodong made the Miter family even richer because Wu Tian and Medusa had staged a Duhuang collision in Mocheng. Which one is more terrifying, a family that is rich enough to rival a country or a family that is rich enough to rival a country with Duhuang strength? Obviously, it is the latter. Now the Miter family has directly become the boss of the 3 giants in the Gamma Empire. These 3 giants are not the 3 giants of a certain music, but the 3 family giants in the empire. These 3 giants are the Miter family, the Nolan family and the Intel family. The 3 families have intervened in the business world, the military world and other interfaces, and their strength is not small. Among them, the Nolan family is naturally Nolan Yanran's family. There is no one Wu Tian knows in the Intel family yet. Hai Bodong is the emperor in the Mitel family, and Wu Tian made Hai Bodong so honest before because of the Mitel family. Therefore, the Mitel auction house has the Mitel family and Hai Bodong, the Ice Emperor, as the backstage. No one dares to take advantage of them even if the profits of the auction house are so tempting. Looking at the huge venue at the end of the street, Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner walked directly into the auction house. Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner are a perfect match at first glance. When they appeared at the door of the auction house, they attracted the attention of several armed guards from the entire server. They were able to become guards at the auction house because they had received a high-level quality education and knew what to look at and what not to look at. However, whether it was Ji Yuzuner's beauty or Wu Tian's handsomeness, they had to take a few more glances. Of course, they just took a look. After Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner walked in, a guard disappeared. It was obvious that he had gone to report. As soon as he entered the club, as soon as he entered the auction house, Wu Tian felt as if he had entered an air-conditioned room, with an extra cool feeling. His eyes swept through the spacious and magnificent hall, and he saw many rooms with names printed on them. There were large golden characters printed on the rooms, such as, "Spring is in the air, summer is full of drinks, autumn is overflowing, winter pillar." Sorry, I am dazzled. It was printed with, "Treasure appraisal room, collection room, small auction hall, auction room no. 1, number 2, etc." Led by a waitress who was dressed formally and showed nothing but what was not, Wu Tian and Ji Yuzuner entered the ongoing auction number 1. As soon as he entered, Wu Tian felt a burning sensation. This was not the heat coming from his body, but from his heart. Don't think too much. The auction hall was very large, and the bright environment around it became dim. In addition, there was an overwhelming noise that poured into his ears. How could Wu Tian not feel the heat and anxiety in his heart? Chapter 100 Chief Auctioneer Yafei and the Undercurrent of Fans. The feeling of entering the auction gave Wu Tian a very familiar feeling. It was like entering a vegetable market and giving gifts. While feeling the hustle and bustle, you were forced to spend money. But it was obvious that this auction was even more cruel. He didn't even let you eat, but let you watch and still couldn't get it. Isn't it infuriating? This is of course not talking about the items auctioned in the auction house, because as long as you have enough gold coins, you can get the items in the auction house. Money is completely omnipotent. In the auction house, even the hot and slightly revealing waitresses around you can get them as long as you have enough gold coins. However, there is one thing that you can't get even if you have money. Such things are shining in the auction house. The moment you walk into the auction house, you will be attracted by it. This is naturally the light of the auction house. What are you thinking? As an upright guardian spirit, how could you be attracted by other things? What attracted his attention was the lights in the auction hall, which looked like a club, or a concert in his previous life. The auction hall was very large, and it was not difficult to accommodate thousands of people. At this time, under the lights in the center of the auction hall, a beautiful woman in a red dress was explaining the functions of the items in her hands to everyone in the venue with her charming and tender voice. In the woman's crisp and tender voice, the price of the small item, which was not rare, was rising at a hot speed. When Wu Tian saw the small item, she couldn't help but smile at the corner of her cold and serious mouth, because the small item being auctioned turned out to be an item like a sausage. What exactly is the function? The woman has just introduced it. Wu Tian and Ji Yu Zuner found a remote location and sat down quietly, and their eyes swept over the beautiful woman with a feminine flavor in the venue. With Wu Tian's eyesight, he could naturally see that most people in the venue came for her. The guardian spirit was speechless at this time. He looked at Ji Yu Zuner helplessly and thought to himself, alas, I really didn't want to come to this auction house to find Yafei. Did I say I was going to find Yafei when I was shopping in Wudin City for a few days? No, because I have no interest in Yafei. Compared with the charm of Medusa's wife, this Yafei is obviously inferior. Isn't she just red hair, a great figure, a large piece of white on her chest, and she looks mature and charming? What's wrong with this? That's right. The beautiful woman standing in the auction house now is the chief auctioneer of Mitre Auction House in Wudin City, Yafei, a great beauty that almost everyone in Wudin City knows. That mature and charming style makes many men fall under her pomegranate skirt and become her enthusiastic fans. Wu Tian, who was sitting quietly, had a clear look in his eyes. He was indifferent to this, which made Ji Yu Zuner, who was sitting next to him and hugging his arm, feel more at ease. For Ji Yu Zuner, Yafei's beauty was not inferior to hers at all, and it was obvious that the curvy Yafei was much more attractive than her. Seeing Wu Tian's calm look, Ji Yu Zuner showed a confident smile. Sure enough, for brother Wu Tian, no matter how beautiful she was still a skeleton. Only the love and responsibility in her heart were the most important. At this time, Wu Tian's eyes had moved away from Yafei, because with his eyesight, he actually saw that there were several men sitting in a very remote and dark corner on the stage. At this time, their eyes were looking at Yafei on the stage with fiery eyes. Seeing this, Wu Tian suddenly felt bad. He hated this kind of people the most. He had never done this in his previous life because he was not short of money. He could charge so much for games, so what was the difference between these few shivers? Ji Yu Zuner, who was so close, could naturally discover Wu Tian's movements, and Wu Tian was not prepared to hide from Ji Yu Zuner. What was there to hide? She had seen it before. Ji Yu Zuner's beautiful eyes curiously lowered her head to look under Wu Tian's body. She found that Wu Tian's 5 fingers were tapping like playing the piano, which made her very curious, especially the tip of each of Wu Tian's fingers was burning with a blue flame without temperature. This small flame followed the movement of his fingers and strangely shot from under the seat to the hidden seat in the dark of the auction house. Ji Yu Zuner looked curiously at the end of the small flame. At this moment, Wu Tian's left hand was extremely domineering and he hugged Ji Yu Zuner's head, holding her into his chest, and said softly, "Zuner, don't look. It will dirty your eyes." Wu Tian's somewhat domineering behavior made Ji Yu Zuner's pretty face, who was leaning on Wu Tian's chest, slightly ruddy. Although she didn't know what scene Wu Tian was talking about that could dirty her eyes, Wu Tian's behavior was to care about her, which made her heart warm. And those men who were concentrating on the team battle, how could they have thought that there would be fire under them? Especially the flame that made people feel no temperature, just like their own pants, which could not be felt at all. The small green flames burned in their important parts, and suddenly because of the addition of some particularly easy to burn dry firewood, the flames shot up small pillars of fire. Ah! Several frightened screams rang out in the auction hall, but because of the noise of the auction hall, the few people were still in the darkest corner and no one noticed them because of their shouting. Wu Tian only wanted to punish them slightly, and did not want to kill them directly. Several men were very miserable at this time. They looked at each other in the dark. One of them screamed, "Boss, it's all your fault. You had to speed us up for no reason. Now because of your fast hands, there are sparks. Now we are like this, how can we go home and explain to our sisters-in-law?" The second brother, "Old Five is right." The third brother, "Old Five is right." The fourth brother, "Old Five is right." The eldest brother, D. The eldest brother said bitterly, "You are right, I can't explain to my brothers and sisters." Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. N airy summation D no. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.